got sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. With a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. I try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine your life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, 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 oh. It started with a chat, just a few of us there, talking about life and the stuff we all share. From kids to chaos and the mess we make, we bonded over laughs and every mistake. From bad hair days to a joke or two, no topic was off limits, nothing taboo. We laughed till we cried, had each other's backs. A sisterhood formed in the middle of tracks. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From late night texts to early morning calls, we've been through it all, big and small. From talking fashion to the crazy stuff, we've got each other's backs when life gets tough. We send memes and pics of the day gone wrong and the occasional "can you believe this song?" We share everything, no secrets to keep, like a wild dream that we never want to sleep. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From Tennessee, where the music plays, to sweet tea nights and lazy days. From England's hills to the country roads, our sisterhood's a bond that forever grows. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. Through the highs and the lows, we've been there. When the world feels heavy, we just don't care. We're loud, we're bold, we're a little bit wild. but always there for each other, with hearts so mild. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leanie, the eclipse is to blame, but truly the Lord brought us together, and we'll never be the same. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leanie, the eclipse is to blame, but truly the Lord brought us together, and we'll never be the same. From the highs and the lows, we've been there. When the world feels heavy, we just don't care. We're loud, we're bold, we're a little bit wild, but we're always there for each other, with hearts so mild. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leanie, the eclipse is to blame, but truly the Lord brought us together, and never be the same. She does her thing. Maggie's got the jokes we know. Together we are ready for the show. Chat's on fire, the crowd goes wild. Maggie's clips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On a chorus of Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. Maggie's got that wit so quick. We tune in daily for our fix. Community that stands so strong. Laughing, chatting all day long. From sunrise to the longest nights. Leanie's tales put out our lights. On a coin to Leanie, life's no joke. Spark that cig and take a toke. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climb and views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show is always near. On a chorus of Leanie, life's no loud. Maggie's clips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On a chorus of Leanie, life's
Hello, everyone. Right, just let me move this from the screen. So we already all prepared for a long day. Who thinks it's going to be another long day? Because I'm thinking it is. I'm going to need a holiday at the end of this. Well, do you know what? It's a good job that I'm going on one, isn't it? Honest to God. Because I think I'd be taking 2 weeks off to stay in bed and just stare at the ceiling. Because I tell you what, I'm looking at my husband a bit different now because he looks at the screen all day, every day, and I'm thinking, oh, shut up, you only sit there looking at the screen. I feel terrible because you know, by the time I get off watching the screen all day, my eyes are burning out my head. I feel like I've been pepper sprayed. I'm just turning into space. Like, I'm tired. I haven't even got the strength to get myself to bed. I feel like crying my eyes out because he's not here to help me. It's all over. He's just don't understand. So I'm definitely going to look at it. I'm going to look at him in another eye. I'll be going, oh, I know it's dead hard work. I know it's dead hard work looking at that screen. I'm with you. I feel for you. I'm going to be a dead good wife. Even more so. I swear to God, I'm going to be a dead good wife more so. So let's see where we are. Let me do a drum roll before Arlene comes in and wants to do her one, and then we'll be started. So let's see. Lisa, I did answer you before, girl. I said I'm not sure that's how court TV works, them having a lineup, because we never know what case is going to be. Oh, girls, we've got movements.
People of the court today, we have the matter Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Miss Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Rankin, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District
Can
Attorney
you hear and see okay, girls?
and District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Council. Good morning, Miss Clancy. All right. Before we start, could I see everybody at sidebar?
Why did I even turn my mic off? Why didn't I even know that this wasn't going to happen? Can I see anyone on the sidebar? Well, no, you can't, because you know what? You've just put your camera on, and every one of us has just sat up straight ready. Well, I did. You kidded me again, Judge. Again. Thanks for coming in, Exception. She will get proper justice in the prison. That's your opinion. That's absolutely fine. There's loads of opinions in here. Everyone's got a different opinion, and it's great for a healthy debate. And if you want to come in and have one with the gang of us, that's absolutely fine. You're very, very welcome. I put the over under on her death at 7 days. What do you mean? Except you think she's going to do herself in? You mean she's going to take her own life? I saw a big boat today. Oh, you know what, Frick? I went on Instagram. Was it last night? I had a quick look on Instagram, and I seen loads of pictures of her with big pink bows in her hair and stuff all over the dress and everywhere. So there are some funny ones out there. I am. So you think she's going to end her life? Well, do you know what? She doesn't want to be here. So, you know, her punishment now is to be where she is. She's in punishment in her brain, in her head, every single day of her life. She's going through. She's living in her own hell now. Misty said she's going to be found not guilty, in my opinion. I think the same. We're going to have to get that poll up after the end of today to see what way we think it's going to go, because we've got to listen to everything, haven't we? Do you know, I've only been looking at this screen for 2 minutes and my eyes are already burning. Tell you what, it does affect your eyes. And I've got blue light things on my eyes, you know, them blue light glasses. I didn't know until last week. Hello, Mr. Cleary. How are you today, darling? Listen, let me make it clear to you. You need to choose between me or Leanie, okay? Don't be playing this two of us. Don't be playing the two of us, Alex. All rise.
having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within the fourth Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. It's nice to see everybody once more unto the breach, as they say. We're going to continue with this trial. So I appreciate everybody being here. I'm going to ask those questions, and I'll go a little bit into today's schedule and kind of where we're going to go on this. So first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect about this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Second, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to address at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. And so what we're going to do, as I said yesterday, we're going to continue with the testimony of the doctor who was on the stand yesterday. And it's anticipated that that is the last witness in the trial. And then we will then take a break, because before we go to the next portion of the trial, which is the closing arguments and the legal instructions, the court has to make some arrangements. I've got to speak to counsel. So it takes a little while. So I'm going to excuse you at that point and have you come back tomorrow. All right. So we're going to finish the evidence today. We're going to excuse you. I'm going to then deal with counsel. And then we will do, hopefully, arguments and charge tomorrow. All right. So again, I can't tell you how much I appreciate everybody's dedication and commitment in following those instructions and being here every day. So that's kind of where we are at this point. All right. And so with that, I'm going to ask the Commonwealth if you could have the doctor retake the stand, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Stop right there with your light.
Well, do solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give and that I have nothing to do with the Commonwealth, and that I shall be the truthful truth and nothing but the truth of God's word. Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Start this.
All right. Good morning, doctor.
Morning.
All right. Tree Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
Yesterday, when we left off, you were testifying about the decision-making process of the defendant and what she told you about that. Going to what she told you about the voice and what it said to her, did the defendant tell you if the voice told her where to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her how to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her what to use to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her in what order to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her where to try to kill herself?
No.
Did the voice tell her in what way to kill herself?
No.
The fact that the voice, according to the defendant, the voice didn't tell her any of those things, but instead just said, kill the kids so you can kill yourself. Is that significant in your evaluation in any way?
Yes.
How so?
Well, in the small amount of time that Ms. Clancy had in the home without her husband, it was important, in order to carry this out, as well as her suicide, to do this quickly, methodically, and the like. And so this is having no instructions as to how to do it, but being able to execute those decisions, including being able to get a phone call and then return it to her husband in the process of all of this. Certainly the phone call was not expected. That is surprising that she was able to accomplish all of this without any other kind of direction or plan.
Does that indicate to you that she was making decisions about those things, about where and how and when?
Your Honor, this is, again, for the record, direct examination. It's leading. I object to have a standing objection.
Yeah, if you could just rephrase that.
What does the fact that she was able to do all of that indicate to you, if anything?
Well, it indicated that she had control of the sequence of what she was doing throughout.
Doctor, you talk in your report about interpersonal psychological theory of suicide. What is that?
Well, that has to do with the decision-making process or the capability for someone who attempts suicide.
And are there 3 parts to that theory?
Yes.
And what are they?
Well, one would be called aloneness, or the sense of isolation, people not understanding. So that is a real difficult challenge for people to face. They feel that they can't fully share with others. Another is burdensomeness. If someone feels that they are a burden to others, that is also something that we find is a component to those who make serious suicide attempts and completions. And third is what I would call capability. So you can have that sense of aloneness. You can have that sense of burdensomeness. But if you don't have the capability of taking your life, you can be very suicidal, but not ultimately accomplish the suicide. It does not mean that you're not suicidal. But that issue of capability is one that's very difficult, because we have a natural will to live. And that is the most difficult thing for people to overcome.
The thing that's the most difficult thing to overcome, that's the capability of actually committing suicide. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
And this theory in the 3 parts, did you compare what Ms. Clancy told you and what you saw in the records to this theory, and have any conclusions about that?
Yes.
And what were they?
Well, certainly, the documentation from the medical and mental health records demonstrates that sense of isolation she felt, even in the company of others. That sense that she was just having a problem that was difficult for her to understand, difficult for others to understand, and of course the suicidal feelings that came about, and then ultimately those feelings about harming her children. This is not something that she could share. The sense of burdensomeness, she had planned to go back to work, as she had for her first 2 children, Cora and Dawson. And the time that she was expecting to go to work kept extending, because she just did not feel mentally healthy enough to be able to return to work and to function. And so I in some of the documentation where she filled out concerns and was asked about the kind of stressors in her life, she indicated that financial was one of the stressors that she was encountering. So to believe that her brain had been damaged, that she was not able to do what she loved, which was labor and delivery nursing, but also not in a position to help support the family, really was a would be a burden for anyone, and certainly that sense of burdensomeness was something that I believe she was experiencing. And then the last component, capability, I truly believe that her suicide attempt was very, very serious, which is why she employed 3 different methods. The fact that the use of the knife and the lacerations were not deep doesn't mean that she wasn't intending to kill herself with a knife. But oftentimes that, as I mentioned, is the most difficult thing. I think the employment of the 3 different avenues, locking the door, and also not being dressed for the cold, indicate to me that this attempt was very, very serious, despite the fact that the use of the knife was not successful in cutting her arms, cutting her neck.
And so, doctor, in terms of the cutting on the arms and the neck not being sufficient to cause death, is that what you're referring to? Is that as someone faces difficulty or an inability to be capable of actually following through to commit suicide?
Correct.
So in this case, it's your opinion that she was trying to commit suicide but struggling with that third capability issue?
Correct.
Now, you testified yesterday about the intrusive thoughts that Ms. Clancy was having about harming herself in the fall leading up through December into January. And those thoughts at times, would it be accurate to state that Ms. Clancy reported at times that taking Ativan helped with those thoughts?
Yes.
And was there anything significant in your review of the case in terms of her reporting that Ativan helped her with those thoughts?
Yes.
How so?
So Ativan is lorazepam, a benzodiazepine. This is a medication that is very helpful for treating anxiety. It also can help relax people, help them sleep, which was very helpful to Ms. Clancy. And she stated that when she had the intrusive thoughts, taking the Ativan resolved those thoughts. And I think that's significant because it's not a medication. Ativan, lorazepam is not an antipsychotic medication. So it's not meant to treat psychosis, to make people feel more calm. And sometimes it's used for people who are having significant symptoms. But in terms of actually treating psychosis, making a voice go away, it's just not designed to do that.
And doctor, did the fact that the intrusive thoughts went away when taking the Ativan, according to Ms. Clancy, give you further evidence that it was in fact internal thoughts and not an external voice?
Yes.
Now, if someone is experiencing psychosis and is experiencing command hallucinations, can that person still know the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
How so?
Well, hallucinations, even command hallucinations, when they occur, do not propel an individual to automatically obey them. And in fact, many people will engage in behaviors to stop the actions that the voice is claiming. That's something that makes sense, particularly when the command is just so serious and so against someone's values. So it's possible, and common for people to engage in behaviors to avoid doing what a command hallucination is saying.
And doctor, is it possible for someone who is experiencing psychosis and command hallucinations to conform their behavior to the law?
Yes.
And how so? Is it basically what you were just telling us?
Yes. If someone is having a command hallucination to do something out in public, but there is a police officer nearby, it certainly is possible for that person to choose not to engage in that behavior because of the consequences. Even though a voice might be saying this, there's other decision making going on based upon the environment.
Now, doctor, in your evaluation of Lindsay Clancy, did you come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not she was suffering from a mental disease or defect on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
I believe that Ms. Clancy was suffering from a mental disease or defect, and I felt that based upon the presentation, a bipolar 2 diagnosis seemed to make the most sense given the symptoms of insomnia that she had that were precipitated by the Zoloft. And this was just very, very significant. And while it didn't fulfill all the criteria or many of the criteria, if she were a patient of mine, I would diagnose her as bipolar 2 because I would want to make sure that any doctor who saw her afterwards would be very wary of using an SSRI antidepressant in treating her.
And doctor, you mentioned the drug effect, Zoloft had an effect, and SSRIs might have an effect. Is there a difference when you're treating someone and they're taking medications between being over-medicated and having an adverse reaction to medication?
Yes.
And what is the difference?
Well, when we think about side effects, that is an example of a medication having a response. Now, sometimes we have side effects when we're not necessarily over-medicated, but we put up with those side effects. When there is too much medication, certainly we can experience those side effects. For example, over-sedation, or there are some medications that can cause stimulation, so people are not able to sleep. An adverse reaction is much more serious. An adverse reaction could be, for example, an allergic reaction that could cause death, or some type of reaction that you don't see in most people, but has been reported. So there is a difference between side effects, no matter how difficult they are, and what we would call adverse effects, which can be extremely serious.
And in your review of the records of the medications that the defendant was prescribed from September through December, did you see any evidence of her having adverse effects from the medication?
Well, the insomnia secondary to the Zoloft was very concerning to me, and it would mean not just cutting the Zoloft back, but stopping it. I would say that the Zoloft was in precipitating insomnia. I mean, she reported 48 hours straight of not being able to sleep, that was an adverse effect. And an adverse effect really requires one to stop the medication.
And that is what Dr. Jennifer Tufts did with Ms. Clancy, correct? She had her stop the medication?
Correct.
And in reviewing those records again from September through December of 2022, did you see any evidence that Ms. Clancy was over-medicated?
Oh, we can't get it out again as way to stop breathing. Come on.
She experienced some significant side effects from some of her medications. She was given, I think, nurse practitioner Paul gave her clonazepam, which is also a benzodiazepine, and she really had an uncomfortable reaction to that. Just woke up and felt quite confused. So she stopped that medication, understandably. Seroquel is a medication, quetiapine, that at high doses can cause some significant side effects. At lower doses, it generally helps treat insomnia. At higher doses, it can have more significant effects in terms of just ability to think and organize one's thoughts. However, Ms. Clancy, in December of 2022, chose at that time to continue on Seroquel, a combination of Seroquel and Valium. Nurse practitioner Gelada had suggested another medication, olanzapine, Zyprexa, which she is taking now. And Ms. Clancy asked that she continue on the Seroquel at that point and the Valium. So, it's a challenge. One has side effects, but one also sees benefit in the medication. And certainly that combination at that time, I think it was around December 7th, December 9th, that was really helping her sleep. And so she has to continue on those two medications.
So I guess when I ask about over-medication and you talk about the side effects of the medication, there seems to be a disconnect between maybe what a lay person calls over-medicated versus what the medical definition of that is. So is what you're saying that being over-medicated medically means having side effects to the medication?
Well, no, not necessarily.
So what does over-medicated mean to you in your profession?
Well, if someone were to prescribe
We smashed out the mind,
a
just say
medication
it.
that was beyond the limit that safely can be prescribed, for example, it's possible to
Ladies
be
and gentlemen,
toxic
it means
on, say,
you took too
lithium,
many. You feel
which
like
is a
you've had
medication
12
that she took for a
pints.
while she was at Tewksbury. And if I were prescribing, say, 1,200 milligrams of lithium twice a day,
You're not, are you?
and her lithium level was toxic, as it would likely be, that would clearly be an example of over-medication.
And did you see any evidence of that scenario in the defendant's records that she was prescribed too high a dose to make her be at a toxic level of any medication?
I think those who were prescribing for her were responding to the symptoms that she was bringing. There was a rapid increase in the dose of Seroquel, and that higher dose of Seroquel was She did not. I believe she was ultimately prescribed at 400 milligrams, and she never ended up taking that. But
the judge should tell him to hurry up. Here we go. He's holding it.
As a clinician, we do our best to try and treat symptoms.
So, Doctor, did you see? Doctor, did you see, other than the Seroquel, any medications that the amount that was prescribed you would think would be over medication?
No.
And then the Seroquel itself, you said she was prescribed up to 400 milligrams, but she reported that she never took that amount, correct?
Correct.
And after her stay at McLean Hospital, she had been weaned off of the Seroquel, correct?
That's right.
And the only medications immediately after leaving McLean Hospital were trazodone and Valium, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Tufts added a medication as a result of her appointments with the defendant in January. Is that correct?
That's right.
And what was that medication?
That was amitriptyline, also known as Elavil.
And you saw that what the initial dose of that was, correct?
Correct.
What was that?
The initial dose from Dr. Tufts was 10 milligrams.
Is that a high dose for an adult?
No, it's the very smallest dose possible.
And then did Dr. Tufts increase that dose?
Yes.
And when was that?
After a week, she increased the dose from 10 milligrams to 20 milligrams.
And is that a significant increase in the dose?
No.
Is 20 milligrams a significant or large dose for an adult?
Not at all.
10 milligrams or 20 milligrams of amitriptyline, is that something you could even prescribe to a child?
Yes.
We've heard all this. Why are we going over this over
Now,
and
Doctor,
over and
based
over?
on your review of all of the records and your meetings with Ms. Clancy and your collateral interviews, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023 could appreciate the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
My opinion is that she did have the capacity to appreciate right from wrong.
And what do you base that on?
Well, on a number of things. Ms. Clancy had just met with her psychiatrist, Dr. Tufts, the day before. And in that discussion with Dr. Tufts, as documented, she denied suicidal ideation, and she also denied thoughts of harm to others. And also there was an ongoing conversation regarding future possible treatments, esketamine or TMS, which I spoke about yesterday, that could be employed to help her. Also, with regard to the appreciation between right and wrong, the planning involved prior to the strangling of her children, I thought was significant. The searches for distance of 3V, the searches of CBS, all done prior to her sending fairly late in the afternoon a text asking her husband if he didn't mind takeout from 3D and then adding on. So that planning, that preparatory planning, I thought was significant. The avoidance of witnesses. You know, a witness during a time when one is committing a crime can intervene, not just report, but also intervene. And so the fact that this was done without any witness present during a time where she had asked the potential witness to go on a longer errand, also I thought was significant. Concealment is another thing that I think indicated an understanding of right and wrong. I mean, the children were strangled all in the basement. And according to Mr. Clancy, the door to his office had been closed when he arrived to the basement. Timing was really, really significant in this. There was a window of time that Ms. Clancy was aware of in which she would need to kill her 3 children as well as to kill herself, which she expected would happen.
Guys, did you talk about the same thing yesterday?
Was
this long?
Conscious of time and told me that
where his mouth
she
was
had
getting that dry.
mapped out the distance, etc., because she didn't want her husband to be gone too long. But in this case, I think the issue of time and her husband returning, rather than being a solution for her, was a problem. And so to accomplish all of this in the course of that amount of time that Mr. Clancy was gone, I thought was significant. It really showed an awareness of time. In terms of the weapons used, now these were exercise bands, but they were all near where the children were strangled. They were placed there. That's where they kept those exercise bands. And the exercise bands were nearly identical. I mean, very similar in terms of what they could do as ligatures. And so that use of weapons that were readily available and nearby also was significant to me in terms of her understanding of and planning. I did not see any evidence that she had delusions about her children, delusions as to something wrong with them or something that required them, because of a delusion, that they needed to die. I don't recall that she ever spoke about her children in a delusional way. Now,
Look, we have a question.
Sure. Next question.
Were there other factors that influenced your opinion that she knew the difference between right and wrong?
yes.
And what were they?
Well, the phone call at 5:34 in the afternoon, I thought was significant. So Mr. Clancy was at CVS and he called his wife, and she did not pick up. She did not answer, but she called him back and had that ability to deviate from what she was doing to be able to respond, and so had the presence of mind to do that, but also to conceal from him what was going on. Locking the door is another example. I mean, certainly Ms. Clancy was aware of time and the limited amount of time to accomplish this, but by locking the door, it kept her husband from being able to enter the bedroom and therefore being able to see what had happened. So delayed that time. On arrival, her husband asked her what happened, and she did not confess. She did not tell him what had happened, other than, I tried to kill myself. She also did not report auditory hallucinations, but rather said that the children were in the basement. It's my belief that she expected to die, and that by the time Mr. Clancy arrived, she would have successfully been able to take her life.
And sir, did you form an opinion to an unreasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023 had the ability to conform her behavior to the requirements of the law?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Well, if we look at that day, we know that in the morning she took Cora to a pediatrician's appointment. And all physicians receive training in psychiatry, no matter what specialty they go in. That's part of medical school. And so, like other doctors who had seen her who were not psychiatrists at appointments and whatever, the pediatrician also did not notice any unusual things about her. She did not, she was able to conform, right, to the type of behavior
why did she take her
that
there
a
then,
concerned
Dr.
mother
Gregory?
would
If she was
would
going to know
engage
she
in.
was going to kill her?
She was able to drive to the pediatrician's office and then back. And the day was really one of significant control. The activities that she engaged in that day, spending time with her children with Play-Doh, taking them outside to build a snowman, sending photographs of the children to her mother, to her husband on Instagram, fixing lunch and also fixing dinner for the children. So the activities of that day were controlled, as were the activities in terms of the planning that we already mentioned. So throughout the day, I mean, she was methodical and quite controlled and organized, even in that space of time that was short. There was a lot to do in terms of killing her children and also killing herself. And I would say that the last point with regard to conforming to the law is that when she received the phone call from her husband, she did not report to him that she was in distress, that she was having hallucinations, that she needed help. So with that phone, by calling her husband back and reassuring him by the fact that, yes, she knew the medication, whatever, that helped guarantee that he would continue on the errands. Had she not called him back, it would likely, or it certainly was possible that he would be concerned enough that he would return home. And so I think the phone figures in just in terms of her awareness and conforming her behavior such that the strangling of her children could be concealed.
And doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023, when she strangled her children, was criminally responsible?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Yes. It is my opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was criminally responsible.
Move to submit Dr. Satoff's CV as the next exhibit.
Any objection, counsel? All right, that may be admitted.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Hold on a second, Ms. Remington. Thank you. All right, counsel.
Morning.
Good morning.
So, Dr. Sartoff, as I understand it, you conducted your investigation or examination of Lindsay by Zoom, correct?
Did you say by June?
Sorry, Zoom. No,
By Zoom, okay.
Television.
I thought you said because it was the 4th of June. Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell us when you were first engaged by the district attorney's office to assist them in this case?
I first was informed about the case, I think, in January or early February of 2026 of this year. The final contract with the university was not completed, as I recall, until April.
And is that a matter of significant import when you're engaged in evaluating a young woman that's charged with triple homicide and you're hired by the government? The fact that there's a contract that wasn't signed by your school?
Well, sometimes it's a long process that I don't have any control over.
Sure, I understand.
I've seen those kinds of things take a while, take longer than one would necessarily want.
So the contract with your school that you're talking about would be the contract for your compensation, for your opinion?
Well, I would never be contracted for an opinion.
Okay.
But
you're getting paid, right?
No, I'm getting paid a salary.
Yes.
The university is getting paid.
And the university is deriving a benefit monetarily from your testimony or working on this case for the DA, right?
That's right.
All right. And how much did the university get as a result of your involvement in this case?
I don't know what the hourly rate is that they charge.
So you don't know what the hourly rate for your time is, right?
Correct.
You don't know how much money was paid by the district attorney's office to the university, right?
Correct.
You don't know how much money will be paid for perhaps yesterday, today, whatever, balance billing. You don't know that either, right?
That's right.
You were retained or engaged in January of 26, right?
Yes.
This is an incident that occurred in January of 23, right?
Yes.
In January of 23 to January of 26, 3 years.
That's right.
To being engaged on the case, right?
Correct.
And when you were engaged on the case, at some point, the university must have been out of the picture and you must have started to communicate with the DA's office, the police, or whoever.
That's right.
And you knew about this case. It had a significant amount of publicity, right?
Yes.
Did you know that other doctors on behalf of the district attorney's office were being hired to also evaluate Lindsay?
I didn't specifically know that, but that's usually the case.
Is it important to see someone, to evaluate them as close in time as the incident is alleged to have occurred to your evaluation, or does it matter? In other words, is it better to see someone like, within a month or two after an incident, or 3.5 years later?
Well, what's most important is the collateral information that was gathered at the time to understand what was going on at the time. Ms. Clancy's behavior during her hospitalization and the like, there are records, but certainly there are benefits to an examination closer to the event.
And you would agree with me, sir, that you actually saw and questioned or interrogated Lindsay, 2 months ago?
May 29th and June 4th.
Okay. And when you went to interview her in purposes of your evaluation, you had already accessed the collateral information, sir?
Yes.
Before I go there, let me just review a few things here on your CV, which the jurors will have to examine. You indicated to us your present employment. You have a private practice as a psychiatrist?
No.
Okay. So where do you see patients?
I see patients in the prison system.
They're your patients?
Yes.
What do you do for those people that are in jail?
In prison, within the Virginia Department of Corrections, we have inmates within the prison system who suffer from mental illness and require assessment and treatment.
I see. So you don't have, when you said to the jury a little while ago, if I'm treating my patient and I would prescribe a particular prescription for my patient, and I wouldn't tell my patient to do whatever it is you said, it's not people that go to an office or see you or even on the television to be treated. These are people that are in jail, right?
Prison, yes.
So there's a difference between jail and prison, right?
Yes.
And this would be in Virginia, is it?
Correct.
So you're dealing with people that are serving hard time in the Iron Mansion, as they say. It's not a house of correction down the street, right?
I see patients who have different varying sentences. Some have life sentences. Some are scheduled for release, in the coming months. So that really varies.
And you work on behalf of the state to evaluate prisoners to determine whether or not they are fit, if you will, to be released into society, right?
Once someone's sentence is over, the only way that they could be continued within a prison system would be to be committed to a psychiatric hospital. And I would say that in the 34 years that I've been treating inmates who are patients, I can only recall 2 times where when discharge came up, their condition was such that they required to be civilly committed because of mental illness.
And when you are talking as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator, would that be on behalf of the BOP, Bureau of Prisons?
I have consulted with the Bureau of Prisons on just a few occasions, but
Okay.
Bureau of Prisons is federal, and
I know that.
Most of my work has been with state.
Okay, but on your resume, sir, you indicate from 2019 through the present, that's a number of years, that you have been employed or engaged as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator on behalf of the United States Bureau of Prisons as it relates to probation or parole. Is that in your resume?
Yes.
And that means, sir, that you evaluate inmates that are trying to get out of jail, and you would evaluate them to determine if they're appropriate for parole, right?
No.
Okay. So when you indicate on your resume from 2019 through the present, you're employed as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator for the United States Bureau of Prisons. How many of these evaluations did you do in the years from 2019 to 2026? 7 years.
I think I've done 2 or 3.
2 or 3.
Yes.
Okay. 2016 through 2022, you're engaged as a consultant psychiatrist for the Elson Student Health Center. What is that?
That's the Student Health Center at the University of Virginia. So that serves students who are at the university.
And like what? I mean, do you evaluate them? Do you treat them? Do you analyze them? What do you do for college students?
My work with the university and the health center really had to do with students who were having difficulty and had left the university and were interested in getting back. And so I was part of a 3-person panel to evaluate the students to see whether or not it would be appropriate to bring them back to the university.
And what, were they like thrown out of the university, or they were disciplined or something? Why would you bring them back? What does that mean?
Well, if there was an event that that caused concern, potentially was a threat, for example, then just for the student safety and the safety of all, they would leave the university in order to get the type of care that they needed. And then if they want to come back, then I was part of a panel that would evaluate these students and make a determination about whether it was safe.
So this
for
are
them to come
students.
back.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, that's all right.
Okay, these are students, right?
Correct.
In college, right?
That's right.
That have been thrown out or disciplined or suspended or something, and they're trying to get back into school, right?
That's right.
And when the parents of the students come, they retain you to advocate on their behalf?
No.
No, you work for the school, right?
Correct.
You evaluate them and then back the school up so that these kids can't get back into the school, right?
Can you ask that question again?
No, that's all right. 1999 through the present, you work for the United States Department of Justice, the United States Department of State, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be the United States Attorney's Office, the prosecutors. Like, they're the state prosecutors, you got federal prosecutors, right?
Well, federal prosecutors and defenders. I've worked with both.
Well, the defenders certainly don't work for the United States Department of Justice or the United States Department of State, do they?
I was under the impression that federal public defenders were under the umbrella of the Department of Justice.
No, that's called the CJAC. That would be a totally different group of people. Those are people that defend people to try to have them not be abused by the system, if you will.
Yeah, that question be stricken.
2015, you're a psychiatric consultant for the Virginia Office of the Attorney General. Another prosecuting arm, right?
Yes.
2013, Virginia Department of Corrections, least restrictive measures for segregation. You evaluate people to determine if they should be in max or disciplinary unit as opposed to general population. Is that what you do?
Yes, I've been asked to do that.
Okay. And you certainly don't advocate on behalf of the prisoners that are being placed in seg or being placed in those closed units with higher security, right?
No, that's not true at all.
The National Security Expert 2007 to the present, Oak Ridge United Associated Universities. What is that?
Yes, that is a group that that does research with the Behavioral Analysis Unit and the National Center for Analysis of Violent Crime, and I have done work with them.
Okay. Critical Incident Analysis Group, CIAG, University of Virginia.
Yes.
Okay. Behavioral Analysis Unit, as you told us yesterday, for the FBI at Quantico, right?
That's right.
Psychiatric consultant to the Virginia Department of Corrections, medium, maximum, and supermax facilities, right?
Yes.
Continuing on with your experience, sir, as a witness in this case, you'd agree with me that you were involved as a psychiatric consultant with the Macro Task Force on-site consultation for the Australian Police Service.
Yes.
Former Soviet Union project, Republic of Georgia, TBILISI, Georgia. You're involved with that, sir?
Tbilisi.
Tbilisi, yeah. Critical Incident Response Group for the U.S. Air Force, you're in the assessment unit?
Yes.
Crisis Management Unit, investigative support for Operation Gray Sunset, Jordan?
Correct.
Crisis Management Unit, investigative support unit, critical incident response in Montreal, Quebec?
Yes.
FBI, National Center for Analysis of Violent Crime, Operation New Hope?
Yes.
Bureau of Criminal Investigation, that's BCI, for the Department of the State Police. Would that be Virginia?
Yes.
You also have an interest in and have studied or written about various topics in your career, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Hostage negotiations course, crisis management unit. You were involved with that, is that correct?
Correct.
That was a number of years ago, though. I guess that was like 1996.
That's right.
But you've been involved with the FBI for a long time, right?
Yes.
Fair to say that you're a government man?
Objection.
No, sustained.
Hostage negotiation course. How about Virginia Department of State Police? You involved with them as well, sir? Yes?
Yes.
Advisory positions. You deal with Islam in prison is one of your interests, right? That was a TV program or something?
Correct.
Talk about National Institute for Justice, Standing Committee to advise the Department of State on unexplained health effects on U.S. government employees and their families overseas, right?
Yes.
Analysis of pre-attack behaviors of the Las Vegas shooter behavioral analysis unit for the FBI.
Yes.
Skipping ahead, papers published. Now, when a doctor or a psychiatrist, or any doctor really, I guess, publishes a paper that's of interest to other doctors or people, that's called a learned treatise, right? Peer review?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, what is peer review? What does that mean when you're dealing with a person's focus and interest in writing about what they're focused on?
So a peer review journal is one in which once an article is submitted, a paper for publication, that goes to qualified people within the same field who review it and make determinations about the quality and whether or not it should be published. Oftentimes, there will be some edits or suggested edits from those who have expertise. It's a blind process. So if I submit a paper and it's peer reviewed, I don't know necessarily at all who is reviewing it, but it's a way to ensure quality of articles that are published. And that's just an important standard.
So it's kind of a rigorous standard to make sure that what you're writing about is reliable and would be helpful to others that are interested in it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, for example, also it depends on where you're publishing it. You could put something in the National Enquirer, or you could put it in International Psychiatric something or other, right? Which would be a better publication.
I don't think the Enquirer is peer reviewed, but.
So you certainly would agree with me that the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry is a respected source for learned treatises, right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me, sir, that you've been in here telling this jury all about Lindsay and how she didn't hear voices or did hear voices or exaggerated and lied. Have you written any articles at all on the concept of auditory hallucinations?
No.
Have you read any of them?
Read any articles? Yes.
Yeah, okay. You certainly have heard of Dr. Philip Resnick, yes?
Yes.
And it's fair to say, tell me if I'm wrong, is he literally a world-known authority in your field for filicide or the killing of children by their parents?
Yes, he's well known.
And is he also well-written as far as auditory hallucinations, same stuff you've been testifying about?
Yes.
And he published an article in the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry, which is considered to be, if you know, a landmark article about, and I captioned, listening to voices, the use of phenomenology to differentiate malingered from genuine auditory verbal hallucinations. Now, did you read that article?
Yes.
So it is a peer-reviewed article published in a recognized journal, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I would offer this under Commonwealth versus Sneed for the jury, if they wish.
Objection.
Counsel, can I see it sidebar?
Here we go. Sidebar again. Oh, God. Well, I'll tell you what, he's not doing too bad today, is he, when he's holding that breath? Because yesterday, I couldn't cope when he was going... It was like squeaking. I thought, oh my God, is he going to drop dead any minute? That's exactly how I felt. So thank God. But I think it's when he goes on and on and on, and he's getting a bit drier and drier in the mouth. So, yeah.
Maggie, if you would have dropped dead yesterday and I missed it, oh my God.
Oh my God, Gail, I thought he was going to drop dead a few times.
I would have cried
Sweet.
rivers because if someone's dropping dead, damn it, I want to be there.
Oh, Gail, you could have swapped places with me.
I'm going to be like,
Because I
move.
tell you,
Everybody move. Everybody move. Everybody move. Crime scene cleanup right here. I'm going to
me
get
and
put in jail for
TLC were
lying.
like, we're fighting for our breaths. We couldn't cope listening to them. It
Hi,
was awful. It was
TLC.
literally awful. Have you ever spoke to someone that does that?
Hi,
Or
Shauna.
makes it looks like they're holding the breath and you're like holding yours with them. Oh, it's awful.
So my question is, was he like having trouble, like asthmatic kind of thing going on, or?
No, I think he had a stammer in the end. That's how I realised. I think he had a stammer. And, you know, I'm not laughing at anyone with a stammer. But at first I thought it was just, I don't know what I thought it was, but I was thinking,
Hi, Lacey.
he was going, when he was holding his breath, I thought, but then I thought, hang on, that's a little stammer. That does anyone else think it was a stammer, or what did you think it was, or was it when he was getting questions? Was he like really holding off a bit to try and think about what the question? I don't know. What do you think?
I think that would have given me some anxiety just because it's breathing problems, and
It
you guys
definitely
know that
gave me
gives
some.
me
Definitely.
anxiety. But listen, if somebody's coming in to shoot somebody or rage the courtroom or something like that, y'all listen, somebody's gonna have to drag me out of there or pull me down to the ground if they're shooting something. Be like, wait, what? Who'd you shoot at? Hold on, sir, please don't shoot again until you tell me who you're shooting. So this, I'm crime scene cleanup, sir. So I'm gonna see the gory details before I get rushed out of this courtroom. And
Yeah,
by
she'd
then,
be
you
great.
guys.
Crime
Oh, I love some
clean.
crime scene cleanup. Oh, I tried. Me and my daughter tried.
Oh yeah, you says.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I saw a short
Could
of
I
him doing
continue?
that noise. So
Sure.
it's not
Thank
only
you.
us that's picked up on it. Someone needs to do that compilation
Leaving
of him
aside
just
peer
breathing.
review article and the article written by Dr. Philip Resnick, sir, for a minute.
I thought he was
Papers that you
trained
published,
to cover his stuff.
and you have in your resume, it says peer reviewed. So that's just what we were talking about, right?
That's right.
All right. Using the moral situational action model of extremist violence to assess fluctuating levels of risk in women, the relevance of risk promotive and protective factors. What does that mean? Levels of risk in women with extremist violence.
Well, looking at risk assessment in terms of violence and what may be mitigating factors, in other words, decreasing the risk or the threat, or increasing, that would be enhancing factors. But this is looking at a group in terms of research.
And it's research about women that are involved with extremist violence?
Yes.
Okay. Assessing, strike that. Using the moral situational action violence risk model for assessing women involved in extremist violence in an empirical study. Is that a similar article?
Yes.
Operationalizing theory, a moral situational action model for extremist violence. That would include guys plus women, I guess, right?
I'm sorry.
That would include men plus women, I guess, right? Because it doesn't say women. Suicide, terrorism, performance, violence as a public plunge. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
It's another interest. Crisis leadership and military community resilience. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Painting by numbers, capturing the pathology of socio-political conflict, dealing with depression amongst Palestinians. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Psychological challenges of bioterror. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Trauma and intergenerations transmissions in Kuwait. You wrote that, right?
Yes.
Recognizing borderline personality disorder in the family practice setting. You wrote that, right?
That's right.
Mortality among elderly patients discharged from a state hospital. It's one of your interests, right?
That's right.
Postpartum psychosis induced by bromocriptine. That's the one that you told the jury about originally, that you published 40 years ago, right?
Yes.
Okay. Morality and the radicalization of women. What is that? What was that all about?
Could I be refreshed with that? I'm
Sure. It's just, I mean, you can look at your resume if you wish. I'm just going through it. It's under B, books and chapters. This one is the first one that deals with radicalization of women. A handbook, I guess, for terrorism studies. You remember that? It's only 4 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Application of big data for national security, a practitioner's guide. You wrote that, right?
Correct. I was one of 4 editors.
Crisis Guide of Psychoactive Drugs and Poisons for the Crisis Negotiation Unit. You wrote that, right?
That's right.
International Handbook of Threat Assessment, right?
Yes.
Protection of Children During Armed Political Conflicts, a multidisciplinary perspective, right?
Yes.
The Negotiator's Guide, like when somebody's locked in a building and they're threatening to kill people or something, the Negotiator's Guide to Psychoactive Drugs, 2nd edition. You wrote a chapter on that, right?
That's right.
The Negotiator's Guide. And it goes on and on with the negotiators and things like that. Terrorism negotiators, right? It's fair to say that's your focus.
Correct. Well,
Well, I know you can talk about postpartum, but I mean, I'm asking you if your resume that you prepared, I imagine, well before you were hired by this DA's office, sets forth your interest, right?
yes.
Okay.
The characterization of negotiation as trying to stop killers is not accurate.
Probably wrong.
Comprehensive.
I apologize. You see it on TV, that negotiators, and they're trying to help people that are being kidnapped
On a bridge,
On
in
a bridge,
crisis,
yeah.
something like that. So,
just a few more, Dr. Panels and symposia. You'd agree with, let's see, national security implicate. I just want to run through a quick attachment theory, mental wellness as it relates to threat management, threat assessments, corrections, psychiatry presentations, substance abuse and misuse in prisons, perspective on providing medical support during conflict and chaos, targeted violence in the media, lessons from history, the profiler of poisons, understanding the female extremist, crisis operations, leadership, how to fool doctors by injecting chemicals into muscle to obtain opioids, a prison inmate comes clean. Did I read all those topics correctly, sir?
correct.
Invited lectures, talk about extremism, terrorism, the future of policing, children and long-term abductions, how to prevent terrorism, mass shooters, U.S. prisoners, religious rights, religious radicalization, terrorism and the unknown enemy. Basically, that's what your focus is, sir, correct?
No.
And that's coupled with your experience of the 2 people or so that you recall dealing with in your, it's not a practice, but working for the Bureau of Prisons or the state for Virginia, the people that are in jail. That is the sum total, to be respected, of Dr. Sadoff, correct? I mean, you treated 2 people. You've written a lot about terrorism and other issues that we went through.
That's not at all a correct
Oh,
characterization.
oh, I'm sorry, because I read your resume, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I related what you indicated to the jury, your experience when I asked you about patients or treating people. I said that right?
I've been treating patients, and I continue to for the last 40 years.
Now, in all of your experience, sir, have you ever treated a woman suffering from postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
When?
In the late 1980s and also during the 1990s when I ran a unit in a state hospital.
So this would be women, 1980s, about 30 years ago or 20 years ago, depending on which one, in a prison that you were.
No.
Oh, was it?
In a state hospital.
State hospital. Were they
Correct.
committed? Were they there because they wanted to be there? Or were they committed by order of the court?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Usually committed.
Okay. So other than that, sir, do you have any interest, writing, knowledge about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis?
Well, it really is a requirement when you assess and treat women to be aware of their histories and making determinations. So that has continued really throughout my career, men and women.
What did you just say? Can you repeat that again? You're treating women with what?
Treating women with psychiatric problems, serious illness, psychosis.
So when you defined for the district attorney the concept of, let's say, psychosis yesterday, were you referring in any degree to a woman who has had a baby and is in a period of postpartum depression, shall we say?
Yes.
Okay. And when and how were you treating those people?
That was during the period of 15 years when I ran a unit of men and women who came in with serious psychiatric symptoms.
So what would you do? Would you analyze them? Would you talk to them, counsel them? What would you do while they're in the hospital?
Well, I'll do a full assessment with a multidisciplinary team and make determinations about proper treatment, proper therapy, medications, and the like to treat the symptoms.
And generally, what would the symptoms be, sir, in your experience?
Symptoms of postpartum depression?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, certainly within that period of time around birth or after birth, the DSM has a 4-week period. Others expand that to as much as a year. But certainly depressive symptoms postpartum are similar to the symptoms that you see in a regular depression. You can have suicidality, you can have guilt, changes in appetite, changes in weight, changes in concentration, changes in physical activity. You can also have significant problems with sleep, either sleeping too much or not enough. So these are depressive symptoms that come in the postpartum period and require assessment and treatment.
Are you aware, sir, in your practice or studies of the number of women that commit suicide during the postpartum period? Are you aware of that?
I can't quote you the figure.
Do you have any clue at all?
No.
Would you agree with me, sir, that one of the unfortunate components of a woman who has had a baby and is suffering from postpartum depression and living with it, that can, on a dime, turn into postpartum psychosis very quick, right?
It can be rapid.
And you indicated, sir, that there, according to the DSM, is a 4-week cutoff for symptomology, and then you mentioned that there are others. Is it the World Health Organization that you said that talks about a year?
Correct.
There are some other psychiatric organizations that talk about different periods of time, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, right?
Correct.
So when a woman is dealing with these symptoms and goes to a doctor, or even you, when you're treating, as you indicated 15, 20 years ago that you were treating, is it important to take a blood test?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm sorry, my bad. Is it important to take a blood test?
Is it important to take a blood test?
Yeah, you just went through the whole thing about we're going to have the team and they're going to evaluate and we're going to prescribe. I'm just asking, is it important to take a blood test of the patient?
It can be.
Based on what?
Based on the presenting symptoms, based on the history, based on medical history. For example, if someone has recently been in a hospital and been treated, there may not be a necessity for drawing blood again, depending on the types of symptoms that you encounter. It's not a standard that everyone who presents to a psychiatrist requires blood tests.
So if you're a psychiatrist who's been practicing private practice for about, I don't know, a month, maybe 2, and is prescribing antipsychotic medications, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor medications, benzodiazepine medications to a young woman who is complaining of what the young woman perceives to be difficulties postpartum, is it important to take a blood test to find out what, if any, prescription drugs they have on board in their system?
To check and find out, do you say what drugs are on board?
Yeah, I mean, you're treating this patient, right? And they're coming off the, hypothetically with you, but they're coming off the street to see a psychiatrist for help, right?
Yes.
And if they're already been prescribed drug after drug after drug by a particular doctor with her 2 months of robust experience, is it a fair statement that you should take a blood test of that person?
Well, it really depends on the medication. There are some medications that really require blood tests because of levels and the like. Many psychotropic medications are not easily, there's not an easy test for the amount of medication in the system. So it depends on the circumstances, and it depends on the medication. I mean, for example, lithium or carbamazepine or valproic acid, those are all mood stabilizers. Certainly, taking a blood test would be very important. So it depends.
Depends. Can I just ask you to spell those 2 drugs that you just pronounced for the stenographer, please?
Carbamazepine.
Yeah.
Carbamazepine.
Okay.
Valproic acid, Valproic acid, also known as valproate, Valproate. And did I mention lithium?
That's not a hard one. The record has to be accurate, that's all.
Understood.
Okay. Now, doctor, are there other tests in your experience that are or can be or should be administered to a young woman or a woman who's had a baby and is coming to a doctor like Dr. Tufts, for example? Are there other tests that can be administered to determine if, in fact, that person is suffering from postpartum depression?
I'm not aware of any specific test that specifically diagnoses depression years and years ago.
Postpartum depression, sir.
Pardon me?
Postpartum depression is my question.
Correct.
Depression. I know you want to say it's the same thing, but postpartum depression is my question.
And you're asking if there's a blood test for postpartum
I'm
depression?
asking if there's any tests at all that a psychiatrist can or should administer to the patient coming to them for help.
Well, there's the Edinburgh scale, which is a self-report that patients fill out for who are postpartum.
You looked that up last night?
No.
Well, you knew about the Edinburgh scale?
Yes.
You administered the Edinburgh scale?
Pardon me?
Have you administered the Edinburgh scale?
No. It's a self-report, usually given by nurses.
Nurses, okay. In any event, it's a scale that is a useful tool to determine the level or degree of depression that a person may be expressing that is suffering from postpartum depression, correct?
That's right.
And do you know what the numbers are on the scale? Like, is it 1 to 23 or is it 1 to 50? Or do you know what it is?
It's a 30-point scale.
And when you say
so 1 to 30, as I understand it.
And when you say a self-report, the patient would then advise what symptomology they're suffering at that particular point in time, right?
Correct.
And then the doctor would then determine whether or not there is a risk or an extreme risk or a deadly risk of this person committing suicide, harming someone else, whether it's a baby or anybody else, and determine what the level of their postpartum depression is, right?
Yes, it can help.
And did Dr. Tufts administer Edinburgh test to this young woman?
I know that Ms. Clancy, there were a number of Edinburgh tests that were given to her, so that there are some scores in her record. I can't recall which practitioner gave her the Edinburgh test, but I do recall that there are a number of scores within her medical record.
Right. And what was her highest score?
The highest score that I recall was 23.
23 out of 30, right?
Correct.
And over 15, the patient is in pretty serious trouble, right?
Over 15 is concerning, definitely.
Right. And she was 23. Right?
Yes, I believe so. I think they ranged from 19 to 23, just
right,
from my memory.
Increase as time went by, right? She was getting worse,
Correct.
Right? Yeah. All right. And in addition to the regular blood test, which costs like, I don't know, about $100 to administer a blood test to see what somebody's got in their system. It's not a lot of money, right, for the insurance company.
I just didn't hear you.
Blood test. It's not a lot of money for an insurance company to pay, right, to cover.
Correct.
Okay. So do you feel that it is reasonable medical procedure for a psychiatrist dealing with a woman who is expressing under the Edinburgh scale off the charts or serious trouble, who is on medication, as we went through, the antipsychotic drugs, the SSRI drugs, the amitriptylines at the end of the period of treatment with these people, the benzodiazepines, it's helpful to take a blood test, right?
It can be.
And is that, in your opinion, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, a step that should be taken by a competent doctor?
That taking blood tests can be appropriate, yes.
And then there's an additional blood test that you can use when you're dealing with a woman who's suffering from postpartum depression or coming to the doctor for help and they have significant narcotics or prescription drugs in their system, and that would be an enzyme test, right?
I'm not aware of an enzyme test being typically available or used.
Well, it costs a lot of money, doesn't it? Like, it costs a couple of grand?
I don't know.
All right. In any event, sir, are there any other concerns that one would have if they're competent and they're treating somebody that's come to them for help, in addition to a blood test and perhaps enzyme test to determine the metabolizing aspect of the person's system, metabolizing or processing these drugs that are in their system, the enzyme test? Are there any other tests or concerns that you have with a woman whose postpartum depression complaints come to your doorstep?
Well, depending on the presentation, sometimes it's helpful to check thyroid function. That can certainly be a cause of psychiatric symptoms.
Did they do a thyroid test on Lindsay?
No.
That's not a lot of money that the insurance company would complain about, right?
Correct.
One of the things that I just don't want to forget, sir, is that the district attorney asked you, while we're talking about the drugs, about the Lamictal, otherwise known as lamotrigine. Did I pronounce that right?
Lamotrigine, yes.
Lamotrigine. And she said that Lamictal, it has a side effect of a rash, right? Recall that, sir?
I think I said serious rash.
No, I think she said rash. You may, it's up to the jury what their recollection is, but you may have said serious rash, but we both agree it's a serious rash, right?
Yes.
In fact, it can be fatal, right?
In very rare occasions, yes.
It can be fatal, right?
Yes, in very rare occasions.
Well, if one person out of 1,000 gets Stevens-Johnson syndrome or prurigo nodularis as a result of taking that medication, that's something that we should not tolerate as doctors, right?
Risks and benefits are something that every physician, every prescriber needs to think about.
So you've heard of, as it relates to Lamictal as a prescription drug, what's called 10. You've heard of that, right? As a side effect?
Yes.
And that means what?
It is a pretty severe reaction of the skin, as I recall, causing blistering. I mean, it's very significant.
So if you have a young woman who is a nurse, an RN, who worked for 7 years in a very prestigious hospital's labor and delivery unit, who was so nervous about drugs that were being prescribed to her that she would at night sit in her kitchen on her phone and Google all sorts of side effects of narcotics, the drugs, the Seroquel, lamotrigine, all of these drugs. Is it an unreasonable decision for her to say, I don't want to take that drug, in your opinion?
It seems like you're asking, is it reasonable to decide not to take the drug?
Yeah, that's what she did. That's what you told us yesterday. That's what the DA asked you yesterday, right?
It was a decision that she made.
And in your opinion, sir, after we just went through all of this with the TENS, with the toxic epidural necrolysis and all the rest of that, and she's a nurse, and she's looking up these drugs that she's being prescribed and says, I don't wish to take that drug, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty based on your experience, is that a reasonable decision for her to say, I don't want to take it?
The benefits of that drug are profound, and millions of Americans take that medication and find it to be very important for them.
Doctor, you're an intelligent man, you're a doctor, you've got a lot of experience dealing with the prison system. We've already gone over all of that. You understand my question, don't you?
Yes.
Is that a reasonable decision for Lindsay to make, to say, I don't wish to take that drug? Based on all the side effects, whether or not it's rare that people die, whether or not it's rare that they break out on their skin with these permanent lesions and bleeding pustules, is it reasonable for her to say, I don't want to take it?
In her mind, it was.
Yeah. And certainly, we don't want to leave it with the jury that she's so vain that she just didn't want to take something that she might get a little rash. In any event. Now, have in mind, there's no blood test, there's no enzyme test, for metabolite test, there's no thyroid test, but we still have the pill factory through Dr. Thompson and into Dr. Gelada for that period of time. You're telling this jury that that is, in your opinion, reasonable little drug doses that she was prescribed? Is that what you're telling this jury, sir?
That it was reasonable to prescribe?
Yeah, the drugs, one right after the other, and then stopping the SSRI, not weaning off, stopping it flat out. Is that reasonable?
Objection.
Sustained, just as a form.
Is it reasonable, sir, in your opinion, to tell someone who's on an SSRI, such as Zoloft or Prozac, just stop it and we'll put you on something else, but should you wean it off?
In the case of the Zoloft and the severe insomnia, it, in my view, it was reasonable to stop it.
And then prescribe new drugs?
Well, insomnia was a significant problem, so as I recall, Ativan and Benadryl were prescribed to assist her with those symptoms.
Now, if somebody, is nervous because they have an exam coming up, or they just can't sleep because maybe they're worried about their job, there's a big difference between that and serious insomnia. Is that true?
Yes.
And Lindsay was suffering very serious insomnia, according to the medical records and her statements to her providers, right?
That's right.
And in fact, when Tufts increased the SSRI 25 to 50, she went 48 hours straight without being able to sleep, right?
That's in the record, yes.
And she went pretty much immediately to Tufts and complained about that and said, I can't sleep. It's 48 hours. I just can't sleep, right?
Yes, I think that was around the 21st of October.
And in your experience with dealing with terrorism and terrorist threats and things like that, would you agree with me that sleep deprivation is used as a torture?
It can be, yes.
And in fact, the side effects, if you will, of a person who's suffering from serious insomnia can actually lead to psychosis, can it not?
Yes, it's possible.
You're aware that while she's living in her house with her husband, Pat, and their 3 kids, that by all accounts, she was a happy mother, wife, friend, daughter, all of the above, right?
No.
So as the summer progressed, is it your understanding from Dr. Sadov's investigation in this case that Lindsay Clancy and her husband, Pat, and their kids during the summer of 22 were not living their best life, enjoying life?
The summer was very good from Callan's birth really through much of August, through the time that Patrick Clancy was at home. That first 12 weeks was really quite good.
And then it went sideways, right? She started having some concern about anxiety, right?
She did.
That brought her to Dr. Tufts' office. Brought her to talk to Dr. Tufts on the telemedicine, right?
Correct.
And then she started getting her prescriptions, such as the SSRI at 25, SSRI increased to 50, 48 hours without sleep, went back to Dr. Tufts, more medications prescribed, right?
Yes.
Was she in rough shape in October of 2022 after dealing with Tufts for about 3 weeks?
She was certainly having difficulty, although the Benadryl and the Ativan were very helpful for sleep.
Okay. I'm just going to grab this item here. I'm just going to kind of hold it. In your investigation, and look, you did look at the text messages and all the stuff that was on Lindsay's phone. Right?
Yes.
Her life was pretty much turned inside out, right? I mean, government got access to every text message she sent, right?
Yes.
Every email that she sent, right?
Yes.
Every memo that she wrote on her phone or on her computer or whatever, right?
Yes.
Every journal entry that she ever wrote during this period of time, we have it all, don't we?
Yes.
And in October 20th, sir, did you see this text where she texted her mother and said, "Mom, will you please come up and stay with me a bit? I'm really sick. Something's wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night. I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started to take medicine the doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary. And I don't." Did you see that?
Yes.
So she wasn't doing well in October, was she?
Correct.
And continued to see Tufts, right?
Yes.
Gelada, right?
Nurse practitioner Paul and then Gelada. Yes.
Okay. Now, in your investigation of the medical records, would you agree with me that Lindsay was not running around from doctor to doctor to try to physician shop to try to get drugs so that she could get high or use the drugs? That's not what she was doing, was it?
Ms. Clancy expressed concerns that she was not following a plan and that it would have been better for her had she tried to stick with a plan.
Is that one sentence in all of the medical records where it makes reference to the fact that she said something like, I should have stuck with the plan? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. My question, sir, was Dr. Tufts, Dr. Paul, Dr. Gelada.
Nurse practitioner Paul and Gelada.
I apologize again. It's
right.
My bad. Nurse practitioner Gelada. Up to that point, bringing us into November, these people and other emergency room visits that she had, she was not going out looking to score drugs off of drug prescriptions. Is that fair?
Correct.
And she, in fact, looked up Tufts, but she didn't even know who Tufts was. She went online and Googled postpartum depression and found an expert. Isn't that right?
That's my understanding.
But she was only practicing for like a month or two. Was she, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty, an expert?
Objection.
Overruled.
It depends on the amount of training that she received, not just as a physician and a resident, but also in the area of women's health.
So the young lady goes online, Googles, trying to get help, goes to see the expert, Dr. Tufts, ultimately deals with nurse practitioner Gelada, and counselor that worked in that medical field business. Letitia Dukes, I believe is her name.
Right.
And then she had the need to go to an emergency room and went to Mass General Hospital, right?
That's right.
And she was with her husband, Pat, right?
Correct.
And she had been complaining about lack of sleep, insomnia, right?
Yes, as I understand.
She had been complaining about inability to emote, feeling hollow, not myself, right?
Correct.
And a number of other complaints that were brought to the fore. And the hospital made a recommendation that she go to McLean Hospital, which is a locked ward mental institution in Massachusetts, and she chose not to do that, correct?
That's right.
So then what she did is went back to her home and immediately hooked up again, if you will, with Tufts, right?
That's right.
In December, one of the people at the South Shore perinatal unit advised her to go to a hospital that specializes in postpartum women. That would be Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island, right?
That's right.
And she went there like the next day, right after they called, right?
Yes, I think they fit her in pretty quickly. Was it maybe the 20th of December?
And her husband dropped her off for that day program, right?
That's right.
And she participated with the coloring, with the conferences, or with the discussions, and evaluations with the doctor, right?
Yes.
For about 8 hours. It was about an 8-hour day, right?
Something like that.
And on that day, in December 20th, she was turned away, basically, right?
I don't know that I would term it turned away.
Did they help her?
By Dr. Diaz's notes, but
did they help her?
Pardon me?
Did they help her?
They felt that another program might be more appropriate, either inpatient or partial hospitalization or outpatient, just based upon her concerns about medication.
And her concerns about the symptomology of postpartum depression, right? That's why she was there.
She was having depressive symptoms, yes.
Right, and that's in addition to, everybody wants to say GAD, general anxiety, depression. This woman was there for treatment of postpartum depression, right?
She was there for treatment of depression. I was under the impression that most of the women who were in that program were much closer to had given birth to their children. And so in that respect, it was not the group that they served were much closer to that postpartum period, as I understand.
You're not going to say to this jury that because Lindsay was outside of the, let's say, 4-month cutoff, that she was not a good candidate for postpartum depression treatment? Is that what you told us, Jay?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you said because of the time frame from giving birth to the time that she went to see them.
I was just speaking about my understanding from the note from Women and Infants in terms of their decision making.
Okay. And Women and Infants basically discharged her after about 8 hours, right?
Yes.
And her husband was up skiing, and then she contacted him, and he had to come down and pick her up and bring her home, right?
That's right.
And the reason that she was discharged from Infants Hospital in Rhode Island included a statement, RO, rule out issues regarding prescription medications, correct?
Yes, that's my recollection.
And she indicated that she was going to go right back to Tufts, right?
Yes.
And she did, didn't she?
Yes, as I understand.
And would you agree, sir, that every time a doctor said to Lindsay to do something, whether it was to make an appointment somewhere, whether it was to take another drug, any advice that she was on it immediately. Is that fair?
She attended her appointments, yes.
Well, not just that, she attended them right away. Well, she was told, for example, at McLean, you read those records, that she should hook up with her provider, and she did the very next day, right?
Yes.
Okay. So she wasn't avoiding seeing healthcare professionals, was she?
No.
And she was continuing to express concern about her state of mind. She felt that her mind, her brain was being damaged. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Those are in the records, right?
Correct.
And she felt that her brain being damaged was permanent and she was never going to get better, right?
Yes.
She was complaining not just to her physicians, but she was complaining to people in her community that she was having intrusive thoughts, dark thoughts, suicidal thoughts, and homicidal ideation. She said that, correct?
The homicidal ideation, as I understand, was just voiced to her husband and her mother.
Just voiced? Is that what you just said? Just voiced? Is that like talking about the Red Sox? She's talking about homicidal ideation of her children.
Sustained. Next question.
I asked you about her complaints of intrusive thoughts, complaining to doctors, complaining to friends, complaining to neighbors, family about dark, intrusive thoughts of suicide and homicidal ideation. Didn't she?
I just don't recall that she complained of homicidal ideation to healthcare providers.
You finish answering.
I think, Doc, you finished? Did you finish the answer? Doctor, did you finish that last answer?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Next question.
So we'll put homicidal ideation aside for a minute. Would you agree that for that period of time, short as it may have been in her life, November into December, that she was reaching out to people that would listen to her for help?
Yes.
Would you agree, sir, that she would tell, for example, neighbors or friends with the Learning Sprout School, her family, her doctors, that she was having these dark, intrusive thoughts of suicide? Yes or no?
Did you ask whether or not she was telling her children's teachers at Learning Sprouts?
Anyone that she would come in contact with at Learning Sprouts, whether it's another mother, whether it's a friend, whether it's a teacher, whether it's an administrator, whether it's somebody that just watches the kids in the playground, did she tell anyone that she had dark, intrusive thoughts to your investigation?
Those people that you named, I wasn't aware that she informed them about that.
When someone says, with her history up to this point in December, that they're having dark, intrusive thoughts to a professional, in your opinion, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, does it make sense that the professional should ask the person whether or not these are voices that they're hearing in their head, or whether or not they are just thoughts that they're having?
Certainly exploring that is important.
And would you agree with me, sir, that when you have a young woman that, again, by all accounts, done nothing wrong in her life, exemplary citizen, has these issues and sees the doctors that, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, a physician should do a little bit more than asking, do you have a plan? I mean, is that accepted practice just to say, do you have a plan? And if they say no, you're okay.
I wasn't aware that that was the only question.
Okay. She was also told that counsel had asked you yesterday about other recommendations that were given to her by women and infants, and that you said that she did not follow through on that, but she did see Dr. Tufts pretty much the next day, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, and she said that she was going to go see Dr. Tufts the next day, right?
Yes.
And just to mention, before I forget it, the Lamictal, I think you mentioned to the jury that she had a prescription for Lamictal that she was able to fill, right?
Correct.
But she didn't take it, right?
That's right.
And then Tufts told her that she was going to, she meaning Tufts, was going to give her a script for Lamictal, and she said, no, I already have one, right?
It was Nurse Gelada.
Okay, sorry.
She had gotten the prescription and filled it from Dr. Tufts. And Nurse Gelada, when asked about the Lamictal, was very favorable about it and said, yes, that's great. That would be great.
Sir, I know. You want to tell me that it's a wonderful drug. Did she tell nurse practitioner Gelada, I already have a script, I don't need it?
Yes.
Among other things, when people are in trouble and they're having dark suicidal thoughts, whether or not it's voices in their head, whether or not it's thoughts that they can't go on anymore, they can't live life, they have to kill themselves, many times they're told to call suicide hotlines, right?
Yes, Aspire.
Aspire. What is Aspire?
I don't know what it stands for, but it is a hotline that Ms. Clancy called twice because of her suicidal ideation.
When did she call Aspire saying that she had thoughts of killing herself?
I can't recall specifically.
But she did call them not once but twice and told them. So she complained and told them that she was going to kill herself, right? Twice. Right?
She spoke to them about suicidality.
So here's a young woman with all of what she's been through who now is to the verge of killing herself and reaches out to people that her health care providers told her to call for help, said that she was going to kill herself, and what did Aspire do?
As I understand, they redirected her to her provider. They did not make a decision to hospitalize or to recommend hospitalization.
They didn't make a decision to do anything.
Objection.
Yeah, so you can form that as a question, please.
Did you read the records dealing with Aspire? Did they do anything other than tell her, no, you're not someone that we can help?
I know that they were not responsive to her suicidality because she did not indicate that she had a plan.
And did you read a transcript or listen to a tape, or how do you know that?
I I recall it someplace in the documents, it being referred to, but I can't tell you exactly where.
So this, sir, obviously is a murder trial, and you are a witness for the government, and you've indicated that you've read the records. You just told this jury that in the conversation that she had with the people from Aspire that she expressed suicidal ideation and was asked if she had a plan. Where are you getting that from?
I can't tell you exactly within the records.
How about the second time she called Aspire? Why would she call Aspire again if they wouldn't help her the first time? In your opinion, as a psychiatrist, looking for help?
Continuing to seek help.
And yet again, she didn't get any, did she?
That's my understanding.
To a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty with treating the patients to the extent that you've told this jury that you have, what kind of a devastating effect would that have on a person who's ready to kill themselves that's called Aspire hotline twice and has been turned away?
Objection.
Overruled.
It could have a very serious effect.
And after being discharged from Women and Infants Hospital and reaching out to Aspire, you'd agree with me that one of the concerns that the doctor at Women's Hospital in Rhode Island had is the medication that she had been prescribed by Thompson nurse practitioner Gelada, right?
Correct.
And that's one of the reasons that they could not treat her. It wasn't just that, no, we don't think that you're postpartum depressed. We just think that there's a complicated overlay involving the medications that you've been prescribed, right?
Yes.
And these medications obviously included selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, right?
Yes. Prozac and Zoloft.
Right. And one of the things that a doctor would be concerned about, especially with a woman who's had a baby and has stopped breastfeeding the baby, is the effect that that may have on the woman, physically, mentally, emotionally, when they stop breastfeeding a baby, right?
Yes.
And you've heard of butyric acid, otherwise known as GABA, right?
Yes.
And can you tell us, please, what that is, sir?
I'm sorry.
Can you tell us, please, what that is, sir? What is GABA?
I believe that you're referring to Lyrica.
No, I'm asking about the actual acid in the person's system, their blood, that is gamma amina bulyc acid. It's got nothing to do with lamictal. It's got nothing to do with Seroquel. It's got nothing to do with the drug industry. This is in the body. When a woman stops lactating, a woman stops breastfeeding.
Yes.
There is a physical effect on the person, the body, right?
Yes.
What is that effect?
It depends on the individual. There's variable responses postpartum, and as I understand, she stopped breastfeeding around October, by October 21st or so, when the Ativan was started.
Would you agree with me, sir, that the GABA, make it easy to type, is basically affects, its primary effect is on the neurotransmitters in the brain, right?
Yes.
Okay. That sounds pretty complicated. Neurotransmitters, I mean, is that like where you have a spark plug on a motorcycle and you can actually gap it and get it to kick over? It's a neurotransmitter in the brain. That sounds like it.
Well, yeah, it's more complicated than that.
I figured.
Obviously.
But nevertheless, it's still basically, you're talking about the actual organic matter of the brain, right?
Yes.
And would you agree, sir, that when a woman is pregnant, that there are progesterone hormone surges during that pregnancy?
Yes, there are hormonal changes.
Their hormone doesn't just change, it can actually surge, and it can be quite impactful to the person, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me, sir, that one of the metabolites of progesterone, which has been unleashed when a woman is pregnant, with the progesterone hormone surging through their body, that you have a metabolite that actually enhances or increases the GABA activity of the neurons in the brain, right?
It can, yes.
And what is that metabolite, sir, that increases that activity in the very organ of the brain?
I can't tell you.
Is it a allopregnanolone? If you know.
No.
No, it's not, or no, you don't know?
I don't know.
Immediately after a woman has a baby, would you agree, sir, that the progesterone that we just talked about and the allopregnanolone that you don't know about drops precipitously according to the medical treatises, right?
Objection.
If he knows, he can answer that.
Yes.
And what does that mean, sir? Tell me, when it says that the progesterone and the allopregnanolone in the body drops precipitously. What does that mean, precipitously?
That means rapidly.
And a sudden drop, sir, you would agree would cause, as a significant potential of causing serious GABA dysfunction, right?
That certainly would be possible.
Do you know that, or are you just agreeing with me?
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay. Do you want me to keep going?
Going to take a short break.
I don't care. I'm just saying that.
Yeah. Why don't we take the morning recess at this point? All right.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, kindly close your notebooks. Take on the chairs. This way, please.
Jurors have exited the courtroom.
All right, Counsel, can I see you at sidebar? Just briefly. Doc.
Gail, I've got the most worstiest news I think I've ever had in my life. I can't cope. I'm trying to eat a tangerine and my nose is like a tap. It's not a cold. I haven't got a cold. It's like hay fever. What's going on? Hay fever, and it's the end of summer. Oh my God! Trust me to get it at the end. I can't cope with it. Don't like it. Never had it.
Well, I
Just
will
saying.
tell you this, that Baby Chow, and especially Baby Chow, he's got a lot of allergies going on, and mine kicked in yesterday, and it's because everything's dying off. And the fields here in Indiana,
Really?
yeah, when the fields get mowed down, it's like living spring all over again. It's terrible. It's
Oh my
terrible.
God. Last
So,
night I was doing that cough, that you start off with your asthma's kicking off. And I thought, oh no, I didn't have an inhaler. I was going, don't please let do this to me. And I'm fine today. But this nose is just watering. And my nose,
yeah,
my nostrils are hurting underneath with wiping my nose.
listen, girlfriend, whether you're having an asthma problem or not, that's why you got to have some inhaler there for just in
I
case.
know.
It's called an emergency inhaler.
I'll order it anyway because I'm going away,
Yes,
so I've got to
please
have it
do.
with me. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Shauna is in Ohio. She completely gets it. Woke up sneezing her head off. Yeah, that's where
Oh my
baby Chow
gosh.
is. He's up near the lakes. But anyways, I know here. I mean, we have fields, all cornfields, and can't even think of the other one all the way around us right now, or every season. And
Wow, I
now
didn't know
they're
that.
just Maggie, you've been through the cornfields with me because you always tell me to lock my doors and to go home because you don't want me out there in the
Oh
dark.
no, I mean, getting these now at the end of
Uh,
the year because everything's dying off.
yeah, when it
Sarah
dies
wouldn't be
off,
out in
yeah.
them cornfields. I'm terrified. I keep thinking
Oh,
of
I
a
love
serial
some
killer running
cornfields.
through them.
Oh, I love it. I hope I do see somebody with
There's
one
something
of
wrong
those.
with you. Guys, you've just witnessed. I said them fucking cornfields are full of serial killers. She went, I hope I find them. This is how not normal she is. You know what I mean? She wants to fucking jump into a serial killer. Even Newt's telling her.
Yeah, Newt. That's Newt in the background, you guys.
Children
Listen,
of the Corn. I'm so glad she said that. That is
I,
my husband's and I favourite sayings. I go shite on that. It was like the Children of the Corn. And Sean has just said it. I'm made up.
I,
Fucking
when,
terrifying.
okay, that's enough, guys. What is going on? They're over this, you guys. I'm telling you, the dogs are just like over this completely. Can we please get to closing arguments?
Tell
And
me this, Lee.
what?
Tell Shauna. Doesn't your dogs know before the tornado?
My
They
dogs?
know
Yeah,
tornadoes, yeah. Because
yeah.
she's been saying she doesn't know whether it's going to be a full moon or what. Because her dogs haven't been normal all day. And they're not
Mm,
normally like that.
yeah. I've noticed in the last 2 days, um, usually I can tell usually Newt knows is one that I watch for any kind of real thing going on, but the other two don't notice it as quick, but they know when there's bad weather coming, or if I think they just hear it. They hear a lot farther than we do. And that's what they're hearing things. And like the fireworks and stuff like that. Thank God none of these three are scared of those because that was torture, which I am. But yeah, they know when tornadoes, when bad weather. I mean, animal even Wednesday will make it in the house before anything really bad starts. So I think she can hear things. I just think they got a
Oh, I'm a
hearing
bit
in their
scared now
senses.
because Lou's saying it as well. Your dogs, Shauna's dogs, Lou's dogs. Something's going on all over the world.
Is there a full moon? I do believe that the full moon does.
Oh, I'm scared if I had Jessie now and she was going, I'd be saying they were going to have the end of the world or something. My nerves goes to pieces.
I'm sorry, I just saw the bow. The bow QB said, "Wow, I didn't notice if she went a bow
Lisa don't
today."
know. Lisa
Lisa,
Dodson. Lisa, did Bearwet have a bow?
uh,
Lacey,
yeah,
all
Lisa.
you missed yesterday is exactly what you've seen today. That man on the stand when Bearwet was having a talk with him, he was saying exactly the same things today, just a bit more prolonging it than he did yesterday. You missing on. Shauna, my one dog is chill during storms and fireworks. The German Shepherd is a chicken. Full moon on Friday, Leanie. Oh, Leanie.
Okay,
Then
that's probably what Lisa was. She wearing a bow, sister? I didn't even notice if she was wearing a bow. Did you
I
notice?
didn't even look at her.
Couldn't understand why my dog always sniffing my leg. A couple of days later, I was in the hospital with the DVT. I
Oh my
believe that
God.
as well. I believe that they just know stuff. Yes.
Oh.
And Charlotte thinks there's a blood moon coming as well.
Oh, Mary
Okay.
Jo said there's a full moon 27th and the 28th, guys.
Hold on, I got.
That's today. What day is it?
Sorry, I try to
God
catch
bless
it.
you.
I try to turn it off before that happens.
It's
Sorry.
the 26th today. Oh my God, the dogs now. Mary said she's a serial killer of her own children. Are you kidding me? This woman needs execution, but they don't have it in Massachusetts, so the best next thing is lock her up for the rest of her life. Okay.
Welcome in, Mary. It's good to see you.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming in. We appreciate you so much. Listen, there are people that agree with you.
Yeah, she was
There are people that she was wearing Yes, the other one was
Okay.
wearing the bow, so they switched the bow out. Okay, so
Oh,
there we
right,
go.
okay.
Mary, there are people that completely agree with you there. You will find people that agree with that sentiment. And I mean,
Yeah.
I personally don't as of right now, but if I was on this jury, I would have to say not guilty. And this is
Me
not
too,
lunch
I think
break,
so.
Lacey. This is just the morning break, so it's supposed to be a 15. But if you notice, they haven't even come back from that little
Oh.
sidebar, which means I don't know if they're still sidebarring or if they actually are in the break. Who knows?
No, they've got in a break. They said they're
They
taking
have.
the morning recess. Yeah.
Okay.
The morning recess. How long's the
Because right
morning
after
recess?
that,
Normally 15.
yeah, but right after that, he said, "Can I see a sidebar?" So I don't know. Anyways, a lot of people do agree with that. I don't personally agree with that, but I can tell you this right now. I could sit here with a list. I've got a list of different things that were brought up through court, not what I'm watching on anything else. I'm just trying to listen to court. I've got a list where both of those things that were said by different lawyers in this case, I'm not only keeping track of one side either, that I could give you to fight either or make the argument, I should say, that this is definitely premeditated, and use that same discussion or same line of questioning and testimony from the stand to say absolutely not, she was in psychosis. There's my problem. There is too much that could be argued for both sides that would totally make sense to me, and for that reason right now, I would have to, if I was on this jury, say the prosecution did not meet their burden of proof. Therefore, this is a not guilty. That's what I think.
I think not guilty. I'm confused. I'm still swaying back and forwards. I mean, I'm more thinking she hasn't done it just for anything, but it's just them little niggly, tiny little niggly things keep coming back, and I'm going, oh, go away, go away. But if I had to, it'd be not guilty.
Yeah, if you've got those little tiny things that they haven't answered for you in court and you're still in some kind of doubt, that's what reasonable doubt is. So if you've got that little thing that's just pulling the hair up on the back of your neck to stand up, or you're just aggravated because you can't understand it and you feel like that question hasn't been answered, or it doesn't fit into a timeline, that's called reasonable doubt. Anytime you go into a trial to convict somebody, you should have no questions. If they are guilty, you'll be like, okay. First of all, you're lying. They already proved that. You know what I mean? Like, you just know. You just know. When it's cases like this, first of all, they are so. This case there's so many feelings that everybody is feeling about it, Maggie. And maybe it's because there's even more people on the internet today and all these different platforms. Like, it used to be everybody stuck with Facebook, or everybody was a YouTube person, or most people were Instagram. They would just like peek into YouTube. You know what I mean? I like everybody's using all the platforms now, with the exception of me. I'm not making time for that negative. No. Don't even ask me to.
Is Sierra who's really Kira? Hi, Kira.
Hello.
Irish Kira. There you go. I remember. Do you know what? My brain is getting so much better. I'm telling you.
Thank God for that. Welcome everybody who hasn't been here in a while. Welcome to those that have been here every day with us. You're the true MVPs of this trial. Anybody who is just now finding our channel, welcome. We thank you for being here. All I ever ask is that you double tap your screen or give me a thumbs down.
Yeah.
I don't think YouTube or the algorithm really gives a damn. It just puts a number in there that somebody else interacted with our channel.
and she'll ask you for a like, I'm going to ask you to subscribe because I'm prepared to get on my knees and beg anyone for something. Do you know what I mean? I'm on my knees for anyone who hasn't subscribed. I'm begging you, please subscribe to our little channel. Get us out there in the algorithm. Who knows? Who knows?
Nick, let
Could go
me go
viral.
over the problem is with running our poll is because I don't know. I think most everybody is in the vertical chat. Is that where everybody's at? So we're
I don't
running
know where
two
they
chat.
are.
We're running two different lives right now. One is on StreamYard. We have to run it here when we're going to present things. We cannot present things just running a regular YouTube live. So in order to reach more people, and for the people who did not turn on their bell so we could ring a ding ding it, we do 2 lives. And then usually the mods figure out where the most people are, and that usually ends up in the vertical live. And I could start a poll, but you guys would have to leave this live, go over to the other live to
Oh,
vote in that poll. And then yeah.
sorry, girl. Just talking about a poll, I forgot to ask you. Lisa asked me first thing this morning. So she said, could you do a poll on, Core TV, what we've been streaming? Who doesn't like Core TV? Would you be able to look at if they've got like a list of um what trials they're going to be following? Which I don't think it works like that. I said, but I'd speak to you because you're the boss. And put a
Uh,
poll on to see what people want to follow next.
Now we can find out what cases are going to court, and I think I can look and see now. I don't. I think we can find out from Court TV which cases they are going to follow. Lisa, I will definitely look into that. Absolutely, absolutely. I honestly don't remember hearing about this case at all until trial started. Wow, Tammy, well, welcome. Listen, we're
Yeah.
happy to have all of you guys here, especially the ones that come down here and chat with us. Listen, don't agree with me, don't agree with Maggie. Do your own research on this, however it is that you research, and then make up your own decision. But there are cases like this one where I just don't see it happening, you guys. I do not see that they are gonna. I believe that there's either going to be a hung jury on this one because some people are just not going to budge, and or it's going to be not guilty, and not saying that those people didn't budge, but they realize what the term guilty beyond a reasonable doubt means. That is my question, Leanie. Thank you. And Maggie, no problem whatsoever. I will find out. Absolutely be happy to do that. All right. I feel
I
like they
said
never
at
looked into.
least, yeah.
I wanted to this. I did want to talk about. Let me get a drink.
Yeah, I think, who thinks they should have looked into Patrick Clancy a little bit more? I'm not saying he's done the murders. That's not where I'm going because I don't believe he did. And I know some people do believe it, and that's absolutely fine, each to their own. But does anyone believe that he should have some accountability for not getting the kids out when she told him she had those thoughts? Don't come at me throat or anything. It's just a question. I'm just intrigued to know what people think about that. Do you think that he should have some accountability? What? I don't know, but what's your answer? What do you think?
I think
I know.
everybody knows my answer. I've been screaming it all through this. Mary Jane says, I know I would feel responsible if I were him.
Yeah.
Well, this is what I want to talk about because I last night was trying to do some research. I went and looked at a couple things that were sent to me, and I come back with this, as I do probably every trial we cover, Maggie. You guys heard me yesterday and a couple days say that I don't feel like this case was investigated well enough because it kind of looked cut and dry. Okay, there's a mom out here on the ground, can't move her legs. Both wrists are cut. Her neck is cut. We've got 3 kids in the basement that are dead. We've got the dad who just came running in. He found him. He's the one on the 911 call. we can verify that he was at the restaurant and at the CVS. So this looks like pretty much a cut and dry case. Let's just go in and take pictures in case there is a trial. Let's talk to a couple people like the dad. We'll talk to Lindsay whenever she's medically available to. And then maybe there won't be a trial. Maybe she will just claim or plead guilty. So that's what I said yesterday. Then going over everything today, the other part of my brain started working and said, hold on just a minute, Leaning. Just because we don't see that they didn't investigate Patrick doesn't mean they didn't. Remember, there are 2 more cases pending in this sad situation that will come at a later date. Lindsay has her own lawsuit against the doctors, and Patrick has his own lawsuit against the doctors. But this is what I thought, and I did touch a little bit on it yesterday. I was like, how is it that we could know when Lindsay's running up the stairs, down the stairs, how many flights of stairs she's going within so many seconds, how many footsteps it took to get there, when the heart rate went up, when the blah, 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 blah. But yet we haven't heard of Patrick's. Surely, I was like, did they just not get Patrick's cell phone and go through that? Of course they did. Of course they did. Lindsay was under arrest, yes, but she was not indicted on this for a couple of days, at least a week. So they were doing an investigation. She wasn't indicted. She was in the hospital, and because she was, she looked like to be their perpetrator, and supposedly she admitted to it. Yeah, they've got her locked to a bed. Not that she could have gone up and got far, but somebody else could have come and got her out. You guys wonder, why would they have a paralyzed woman's hands clamped to a bed? Who's to say grandma and grandpa ain't coming in to spring her? You know what I mean? When a cop turns his head or something, I don't know, goes for a coffee break, tastes the piss. I don't know. So then I got to thinking about it, and I was like, wait a second, Leanie, just because you didn't see it doesn't mean it doesn't make it true. We all are parents, and I know I've had kids come to me and say, I'm the one always in trouble, that so-and-so is never in trouble. I get a spanking, he doesn't get a spanking. I get sent to my room, they don't get sent to the room. You always talk to me and proud, I was like, oh, and I remember telling my kids this, you don't know what I've done. I don't have to prove to you what kind of a parent I am. All you and I need to understand is that I'm doing my best to raise you. That's it. How I raise the other ones is the exact same way I raise you. But that doesn't mean that you're going to watch me discipline them every time. They don't watch me discipline you every time. So I had to think of that in terms of the police department and with Patrick. Of course they took his phone. Of course they've got the timeline down on him. And of course they know whether Patrick truly was having an affair or not. The reason why I think that has not been brought up in this case is because that's not what this is about. I think we see all these things that just don't jive with us. Like, was he having an affair? Was he having an affair? All of us nosy selves, me included. Was he having an affair? That makes it, I'm sus now. You might be guilty because he's having an affair. Maybe you wanted to get rid of your wife. You know what I mean? That's not, if you're on a jury, and that's what I try to do in this case, is place myself there. That's having an affair does not make one a murderer. Changing shoes, whether he did or he didn't, does not make one a murderer. And the police know whether he changed shoes or not. If you think that his car was not looked into and things like that, they would have found the other wet shoes, I would think. But anyways, I think the full I'm retracting what I said yesterday after having time to think about it. I believe that they've got the full investigation done on Patrick. They know when if you do believe there was an affair started, they know the timeline between that. They know where old girlfriend was. I believe they've investigated her as well. I don't think they just took Lindsay Clancy's word for it and Patrick's word for it. But because there are two more trials that are coming behind this one. There was no reason to bring all of those things into this, because all it does is get the jury thinking the same things that a lot of us started thinking. Oh, you have an affair. Oh, what a shit husband. So you must wanted her dead. You know what I mean? Supposedly this jury, when you're sequestered, they want to know what you know about it already, right? So maybe they haven't even heard yet that until this case that he is remarried. They definitely don't know when. That was not put on the stand. We know when. They definitely don't know. They know when he moved to New York, but they don't know where he and his wife live. They're not supposed to, anyways. So because Patrick is not on trial, bringing all that into this is really just muddying the waters, making things even, putting doubt in the jury that has nothing at all to do with, according to their investigation, has nothing at all to do with the crime that Lindsay committed. And that's all I'll say about that. Maggie, what about you? Maggie dipped out on me. Michael,
Sorry,
what?
I was talking.
It's okay.
I didn't have my mic on. Yeah, well, when you say it, they've obviously have done, haven't they? But then again, would they have done an investigation into him if she's admitted to doing it and they've got proof that that she did it? They've looked into things and the timeline.
The problem with that, Maggie, is we'll never know unless it comes up into. I believe they did. I believe there's a standard for investigation. Some are more thorough at it, like not missing not one little blood droplet. And then the state goes in, and then they're like, "Oh, you didn't get that one there, did you? You didn't test that." So there's always something missed. But
I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't think he has got anything to do with it, but I think he should be held accountable.
Absolutely.
Not to safety. That is my concern, and that's what I feel, that he should have did as much his kids as their kids, and he shouldn't have took it on the chin that she would never do anything. If you've got a mental health, you can snap at any minute, and she's first-hand proof.
Yeah, I do think they did a full research on him, and if in fact the two other cases that they have got pending right now do come to a courthouse and go to trial, I think that is when we're going to find out dates, times, if Lindsay ever knew about his affair, if he in fact did have an affair. I think that's when his all of the stuff surrounding whether he how often he was away from home and didn't care for his wife. I think all that's going to come into his, because
if she shouldn't be left alone with the kids, and if he's left her numerous times, then
then that doesn't show, that shows more negligence to him than it does with the doctors.
Yeah.
So all that's going to come out.
But if she's still getting all kinds of meds and she's saying she feels mixed up without her even saying that she's got thoughts on harming the kids, then isn't it enough to just hear her saying, I'm not doing good, I'm struggling.
Okay, but again, he is never going to be on trial for negligence towards his children. So we can't consider that.
I know. But I just think, does anybody think he should not be on trial, but just held accountable in some way or other?
Absolutely. But how? I don't know. I just don't know.
True. Yeah. Okay.
I honestly think when we looked at Lindsay Clancy's face when she first saw Patrick in the courtroom, which we are going to play his testimony again. I think I need to listen to it again. I feel like I'm missing something in his testimony, and I've already watched it myself several times, maybe 4 times by myself, but I still feel like I'm missing something that somebody said, or something that's going to make a little bit more sense to me. Maybe not, but you know how you feel like sometimes when you leave the house, you're like, all right, what am I forgetting? You know what I mean? You're like, got my keys, got my purse, got my phone, and you've got all the kids. You know what I mean? You do that, but that's the way that I feel with his testimony. I'm like, what am I forgetting? what didn't I hear right? So we are going to re-listen to his and then watch the reaction that Lindsay, we've been watching Lindsay every time they show her on here, and we have only seen the type of reaction that she gave to Patrick only with Patrick. Everybody else, she looks pretty straight faced. She hasn't moved her eyebrows like in any kind of sort of way that I've seen. We don't see any kind of sadness or hurt or anything like that on her face. And that was all very clear
Lee,
in Patrick's testimony. Yes.
so explain this, right? Okay. Just I'm a little confused. Do you know when they were cross-examining that the man that was on before yesterday, and Red said to him, you're saying that what was it? Patrick's words were. I asked you yesterday to quote them. What were they? I'm terrible.
Yes,
About
it was first he asked her, "What did you do?" And she said, "I tried to kill myself."
yeah,
And
okay. So sorry, Lee. So now for Red to have been asking that question, sure he's working for Lindsay, so surely he knew that wasn't true. He said, "Was it? What? Are you sure that wasn't your words? Because that's what you said." So I'm thinking, was that even said? Because considering she had so much damage to her throat and that, she couldn't have spoke. I mean, all right, I won't say couldn't. She shouldn't have been
Mhm.
able to speak with that much damage. So with Red putting it out there, obviously he spoke to Lindsay. As Lindsay told him, that wasn't said, or I've got no recollection of that. So they're taking Patrick's word for it. Do you know what I mean? I'm just wondering what way that did she? I mean, did we find out if she did for sure speak, or because the medic said that she couldn't speak at the time, she was just making grunting sounds,
Mhm.
and then for Patrick to have said, "Yeah, she said I tried to kill myself," and then where's the kid? They're in the basement. She said an awful lot considering she couldn't speak. So did she ever say those words? Was that ever said? I mean, will we ever find out? That's what I've been saying for weeks. No, from the beginning. Will we ever find out? Did she speak?
So no, we haven't found that out, and that is another big question that I think that should have been answered in here, because the very next question should have, by either the prosecution or the defense, should have been, Patrick, how did you hear her speak? Did you audibly hear her speak? Did she
Yeah.
mouth it to you? Did she speak it in a whisper? And another thing that has not been told that I remember, now I know I've had to be out a couple times during for appointments, so there is some stuff that I missed. The other thing I want to know is, how the hell did she crush part, not all of her thyroid, part of her thyroid, and how the hell did she crush her voice box? Maggie, I'm out in the garage smoking, so I don't see chat.
Okay. I'll read it. Okay. Um, where are we? Okay, so I'll start from Sean, and I've gone right up, or and gone Misty Austin. There has to be some accountability by the husband. He knew the voices she was hearing and what she was scared of. She told Samaritan and her husband, "Why did no one protect those kids?"
I
Shauna
agree.
says, when the doctor was talking about the killing of the kids, she was wiping tears away, but her face wasn't really showing emotions. Now, I did notice that yesterday. She was like, I can't explain it. Sometimes it's like she's not there. She's there, but she doesn't want to be there. Lacey says, thank you, Maggie. I think that maybe I've voiced something she wanted to know herself. Mandy Jane, well, those who heard the 911 calls were able to hear her say it. I've got to go to the door, girl. It won't be a
Okay,
minute.
I'll
Guys, will
come
you
back.
just chat? Okay.
No, I'll come back. Go ahead and get she's got groceries or somebody at the door, because Maggie has friends. I don't. I have dogs and a cat who thinks he's a dog. And don't think I didn't see right here where Michael said that he has 4 golden retrievers. Listen, I love the other dogs too. Love them too, but I'm so happy we have something in common. You've got a pack. I want a pack. Let's see. All right, get back to this. Hi, Ken. It's good to see you in here. responsible for taking care of the yeah, listen, everybody in her life, everybody's got blood on their hands from these babies. All right, here we go, we're back. I don't remember, what are we, 50 minutes, 20 minutes late?
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, so we leave the jury.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right.
All rise, jury is coming in. See if you see your favorite YouTuber back there somewhere. Because I'm not there, you guys. All rise.
This court is now
Yeah.
in session. Please be seated.
Please be seated. I have to agree with Manda right here. I'm not saying she didn't need antipsychotics, but she
Counsel.
definitely did
Thank you, Judge.
hormone replacement therapy.
Sir, when we left
Absolutely.
off, I believe the question was that, and you agreed, the sudden drop can cause significant GABA dysfunction. Recall that question where we broke off talking about the gamma? And you're familiar with the concept of, in that regard, talking about the gamma aminal butyric acid and its effect on the progesterone and its effect on the brain synapses, is referred to as breaks, B-R-E-A-K-S. You've heard of that term, right?
No.
You aware, sir, that when you get to the point where you have that precipitous drop in the progesterone and the allopregnanolone dropping precipitously, that in fact it constitutes and causes significant neurotransmitter malfunction, referred to as broken brakes.
I'm not familiar with that term.
Can you tell me what a neurotransmitter in the brain is?
You're asking what is a neurotransmitter?
Sure. I don't know.
Neurotransmitters function in the brain and have responsibility for not only aspects of mood, but also psychosis. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter that is significant in terms of psychosis when it's too high. We need it. But the neurotransmitters function in a number of different ways, number of different pathways. When we think about psychiatry, we really think about the mesolimbic pathway and not just dopamine, but also serotonin, norepinephrine. And so depending on the disorder, there are different medications that can be helpful in treating those disorders. So really, from the standpoint of psychiatric illness and brain dysfunction, medication can be very helpful in regulating the neurotransmitters and difficulties.
Have you heard of the broken brakes hypothesis as it relates to the impact of the precipitous drop of progesterone in the enhancement of the GABA activity? Have you heard of that concept?
No.
Would you agree, sir, that when a woman is in that position of the precipitous drop of the progesterone after ceasing the breastfeeding activity, the enhancement with the GABA...
You mean prolactin?
Prolactin. The enhancement of the GABA activity, that would be a dysfunction in the brain, right?
Certainly, mood symptoms can be significant.
Would you agree, sir, that the dysfunction in the brain caused by those two items is consistent with intrusive and hard to control thoughts and highly impulsive, uncontrollable behavior. Would you agree with that? Relate to the capacity of a person to conform their conduct. If, in fact, because of the GABA and the progesterone and all that we just talked about, the intrusive, hard-to-control thoughts and highly impulsive, uncontrollable behavior would address itself to the issue of capacity to conform one's conduct, right?
No, I mean, it depends on the timing. If you're talking,
Is the answer no?
at 8 months?
Yeah, hold on. You gotta let doctor finish. Did you finish that answer?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Next question.
So, did I hear you say that Patrick is the source, the third-party collateral source of Lindsay saying, I tried to kill myself? Is that what you said? Let me rephrase it for you. I mean, did you tell the jury about an hour ago or so that
When her husband found her on the ground?
Yeah.
Yes, or something to that effect.
Something to that effect, okay. And did you listen to the 911 tape when Patrick was actually speaking with Lindsay as she's laying prostrate in the snow on the ground with the broken neck and the slashes and the slits?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear her response to Patrick's comment, what did you do?
No.
Did you hear her respond to anything other than what would be described as guttural grunts?
Not on that call.
So when this conversation occurred, and this is the conversation that you're talking about, where she said, I tried to kill myself, kids are in the basement, he then goes into the house, right?
Correct.
All right. So now we have the EMTs and people are helping her out. You've seen the medical records. You know what the injuries were. You know the damage to her throat. You know the damage to her thyroid, right?
Yes.
And is it your testimony to a reasonable degree of doctor certainty that a person with those injuries, with the prescription drugs that were crushed up that she consumed, with a broken neck, would be able to have a conversation?
Based on the witness testimony from her husband, yes.
Okay. So let's put the witness testimony from Patrick aside for a minute. And you listen to the 911 call. Are you telling this jury that she had a conversation that you could discern what she was saying?
Not on the 911 call.
No. Would you agree that they were all grunts?
Yes, from what I heard.
So Patrick goes in the house, relates the fact that he found the children, and you told the jury that his office door was closed, is what he said. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did you get that from?
I believe Patrick told me that.
Is that in your report?
Yes.
And when he told you that, when was that conversation that you had with Patrick?
When I interviewed Patrick Clancy.
Okay. So you read the grand jury minutes, right?
Yes.
You read the police report, right?
Yes.
You know that Patrick went up the stairs, and when he went up the stairs, the door was locked, right? Meaning the bedroom door, not the office door.
Correct.
And then he was able to open the door, right?
Yes, with
And
a key.
there was blood on the doorknob, right?
There was blood in the room
Describe the room
on the floor.
Certainly, you already talked. We'll talk about that. But there's blood on the doorknob, right? Was there blood on the doorknob? If you know,
I don't recall.
Do you recall there being blood drops in the area of the door itself, like where you have the threshold? But what appeared to be blood, because nobody tested it, we don't know what it is, but it appeared to be blood.
I don't recall the specific. I know that there was blood that was observed.
Okay. And you would agree that there was a lot of blood drops, drips on the mirror, drops on the floor, drops on the nightstand, right?
That's my recollection.
And you looked at the photographs in your investigation and looked at the testimony, third-party collaterals, as you testified yesterday, right?
Yes.
And you told the jurors that one of the things that was of interest to you is the fact that there was a glass or a wine mug or something that had crushed narcotics or I think you used the word antipsychotic drugs crushed up inside that cup. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay.
Wine tumbler.
Thank you. How do you know they were antipsychotic drugs?
I don't recall saying that they were antipsychotic drugs.
Oh, did you say they were drugs?
I thought I said medications.
Medications. All right, so drugs, medications, and they were crushed up?
There was evidence of powder on the tumbler that Patrick told me about, and I went back and looked more closely at the photographs and saw that.
Did you look more closely at the NMS laboratory or the state police crime laboratory or any testing that was done on the powder?
Yes.
And was there a report that said that indeed it was crushed up medication?
They wouldn't.
And there is.
They didn't indicate whether or not they were pills or.
Did they ever? I'm not asking about pills or powder. Did they ever test the residue?
Not that I'm aware of.
So how do we know that that's even drugs or medications or whatever word you want to use?
It was Patrick Clancy's observation.
So basically, when you're testifying, sir, and you're waxing on about all of the facts of the case that you took into consideration prior to your opinion for the DA in this case, you're getting a lot of it from Patrick, is that right?
That aspect he brought up to me, yes.
Okay. So the crushing of the pills, was there a pill crusher found in the bedroom?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was there any residue found anywhere in the bedroom?
Not that I'm aware of.
So if someone's in a psychotic state and they're going to kill themselves and they're taking the pills, yesterday you said the fistful of pills, and then the DA said after a painful questioning that they were crushed, and you agreed that they were crushed, wouldn't there be a residue?
A residue?
Yeah, you know what a residue is, right?
Yes.
Was there a residue on the table, on the nightstand, anywhere?
Not that I saw.
So there's no pill crusher, right?
Not that I saw.
There's no investigation by the police to determine what was in that powder, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
There's no indication that there's any residue on or in the actual nightstand next to the bed, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Does it seem appropriate, sir, that a person would be in a psychotic state after slashing their wrist and slicing their throat and ready to propel themselves out a window would neatly put the bottles into the drawer of the nightstand? Or would they just scatter them around the bedroom floor, not caring?
I'm not aware of the exact sequence of the events in terms
Well, if I tell you, sir, that a couple of days after this incident, I went into the home with Patrick, and I was able to locate in the bedroom, right next to the bed, with all the blood all over the place, this drawer, and inside this drawer would be a lot of medication bottles. Does that refresh your memory on your investigation as to what happened to the bottles? They're all empty.
Yes.
Okay, so how'd they get in the drawer?
How did they get in the drawer? I don't know.
You can fingerprint them, right? Did anybody do any testing at all in this investigation? If you know, you told the jury yesterday you read all this stuff, grand jury minutes, police reports, lots of witnesses.
Yeah, I did not read that.
Is it your understanding, sir, that a person can be in a state of psychosis and I guess misremember something?
Yes.
Or have a false memory?
It's possible.
Did Lindsay tell you that she slashed the screen with the big turkey knife?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, did she tell you that she slashed the screen with the knife before she went out the window?
Yes, that's what she told me.
But the screen wasn't slashed, was it? Do you think she was malingering and lying to you at that point, sir, when she told you that?
No.
Because one of the things you told this jury is that what stood out to you is, I think you made reference to the fact that Lindsay betrayed her family by misleading her family. Remember saying that to this jury yesterday, sir?
Portrayed?
Betrayed is what you said.
No, I said portrayed.
So Lindsay portrayed and misled her family is what you said to the jury?
Yes.
How'd she mislead her family?
Well, in text messages, for example, in the days prior to the event, her parents had visited over that weekend, and the communications that she was providing did not give a sense of her state of mind regarding suicidality.
You kidding me? They stayed up in their house to help them.
Sustained.
They stayed at the house, didn't they?
Yes.
Why did they stay at the house?
I'm sorry.
Why did they stay at the house?
They were visiting.
They were staying at the house. They weren't just visiting.
Objection.
Overall.
Sleepover?
As I understand.
Okay, as you understand. How long did they stay at the house and sleep over?
I think they came up for that weekend. They weren't there constantly.
No.
They came back and forth.
Back and forth. Well, they stayed about 4 days, 3 nights. They stayed continuously and stayed at the Clancy home. You knew that from your investigation, right?
Yes, that's my recollection.
The answer is yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. So they're staying at the same time. You're telling this jury that she's sending text messages basically saying, I'm okay, I guess. Is that right?
Following their departure, there were the photographs that Lindsay Clancy sent to her mother.
She didn't send her mother photographs showing that she was smiling or happy with her family, did she?
I think there was a photograph of her and the children by the snowman.
No. Is that a bad thing to do that and send a picture of you with your kids making a snowman to your parents?
No.
Is that something, in your opinion, Dr. Sadoff's opinion for the district attorney, that a person who is involved with postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, wouldn't take a picture of the snowman and their kids, send it to their mother?
Given the prior text that you showed to her mother in terms of being in terrible distress, that she was able to do that, that was not what happened when she sent the picture with her children, the snowman, and so did not raise concerns from the mother, as I understand.
Did you talk to the mother?
Pardon me?
Did you talk to the mother?
No, I tried to.
Did you review police reports or statements? You tried to? How'd you do that? What'd you do? Call her up and say, I want to talk to you?
No.
Did the district attorney call him up?
I asked Ms. Clancy who would be good for me to speak with, and she said her husband and her family.
Okay. So based on that, what did you do?
I contacted the district attorney, and I...
Which one? Which one of these two?
Ms. Sprague.
Ms. Sprague. Okay. You spoke to Jen Sprague, and what did you say to her?
Sprague.
Was it?
Attorney Sprague.
You spoke to Jen Sprague, and what did she tell you?
Attorney Sprague.
She told me that she would reach out and attempt to see if I could interview Mr. Clancy and Ms. Clancy's family.
Okay. So did you do that? Did you reach out to her mother?
Did I reach out?
Yeah.
No.
And did someone tell you that she wouldn't speak to you?
Yes.
And when was this, sir? About 2 months ago?
It would have been probably June 5th.
This is August, right?
Pardon
This
me.
is August. We're in August right now, right?
Yes.
You called to speak to the mother in June, right? Yes? Come on.
Yes.
Okay. And when you called the mother, did she say,
I did not call the mother.
Okay, so the
I did
answer
not
is you
call
did
the
not
mother.
call the mother. Who told you that you couldn't talk to the mother?
Miss Sprague.
Attorney Sprague, please.
Right. Attorney Sprague.
Now, when Attorney Sprague called you and said you cannot talk to the mother, did it ever occur to you to reach out to me? You're being objective and all.
No.
Did you know, sir, that Lindsay had signed repeatedly every and any HIPAA form that was needed by the DA or the cops to get access to every single medical record that she had? Probably going back to when she was in grammar school. Did you know that?
I know she's been open to it, and she told me that she would like for me to speak with them.
Right. And she's been open to pretty much anything and everything that was asked of her as far as signing documents, getting medical records, doing interviews, videotaping, making appointments to talk to guys like Mac in Helbrunn and you in Tewksbury Hospital, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
All of your investigations, sir, led up to the fact that you were going to meet with Lindsay 2 months ago, 2 months prior to our beginning this 5-week triple murder trial. Is that fair?
That's true.
And you told this jury that you wanted to establish a rapport with this kid?
Yes.
Do you think for 1 minute, when you're trying to put her in jail for her life, that she wants to talk to you and have a rapport?
Sustained. Next question.
Did you establish a rapport?
I believe so.
She was cooperative?
Yes.
She was polite?
Yes.
She was pleasant?
Yes. And I asked her at the end if there was any question that I had asked that made her feel uncomfortable, and she responded in a positive way.
Okay. One of the things that you told the jury is that you felt that she was malingering, or basically lying. I guess you were telling the jury, in your opinion, that she was making stuff up to make herself look like she's crazy when she killed the children. Is that what you told the jury?
I didn't use those words.
No. You're a little more finesse than I was. But nevertheless, sir, you're talking about malingering, right?
Yes, the statements about the auditory hallucination.
Yes. Excuse me.
Yes.
The answer is yes. You were talking about malingering is my question. Yes or no, right? That's all?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're talking about malingering, sir, basically that would be when a person finds it in their interest to basically exaggerate or lie to an investigating psychiatrist, right?
Correct.
And that would be because it's in their interest, like I want to pretend that I'm crazy so a jury thinks I'm crazy and I don't have to pay for a crime. That would be in a criminal sense, right?
Yes.
Workman's comp cases, you know, a guy gets hurt in the truck and then they end up having interviews by guys like you to make sure to see if, in fact, they're legitimately hurt for a workman's comp claim, right?
Yes.
Or a civil case, like an auto accident, right?
Yes.
And there are tests that can be administered to people to see, from a psychiatrist standpoint, whether or not there is objective indicia of the fact that the person is indeed malingering.
Yes.
And what are those tests?
Well, I'm not a neuropsychologist, but there's a test called the SIRS, also the TOMS test of memory. So there are certain tests that can be given by neuropsychologists to assess malingering about certain aspects, certain issues.
You've also heard, I imagine, of the MMPI, which is the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test, right?
Yes.
And that's one that has different scales that you can examine to determine if somebody is lying or malingering or exaggerating or anything like that, right?
Correct.
And you know that Dr. Helbrun administered that very test to Lindsay about, I don't know, 2 months before you got there, right?
Yes.
Which would be about 4 months from now, where we stand now, right?
Something like that.
And would you agree, sir, that even though it would have been perhaps better to actually meet with Lindsay within the first 6 months after the incident, or a year even, or maybe even 2 years, but nevertheless, it still has reliability and validity, does it not, when it's administered to her?
The MMPI does, yes.
Okay. And you know, sir, that she, in fact, had no impact on the scales at all, with the exception of likelihood of suicide.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Indicating that, as far as that test that was administered to her by Dr. Helbrun, did not have any evidence at all. This kid was lying, exaggerating, suppressing anything. She was being truthful, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
About the questions that were on the MMPI, yes.
And those questions, sir, pertain to personality traits, they pertain to her recollection, they pertain to all of the investigation that Helbrun was conducting, right?
No.
Okay. So when the tests were administered and the results were provided, would you agree with me, yes or no, that specifically the test indicated that she was not malingering?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned one of the other things that you were concerned. Oh, by the way, would you agree with me that Dr. Philip Resnick, as you indicated, is like a world-renowned person on filicide, or the killing of your children? He's also a person that is in the forefront pretty much worldwide on malingering, right?
Yes, he has written about that.
He's done more than write about it. He's basically given hundreds of lectures and many, many, many learned treatises, all about people that lie to psychiatrists to try to get away with something, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, sir, that Dr. Resnick examined Lindsay, and one of the first things that he did was determine whether or not, in his opinion, she was malingering, lying, suppressing, exaggerating, or doing anything like that, right?
Yes.
In his opinion, sir, when you read his report after all the testing of his examination, is that she was not lying to him at all. Isn't that right?
Yes.
One of the things that you referenced, sir, was you felt that Lindsay was lying about standing at the refrigerator and making chicken McNuggets or whatever, and carrots or peas or something. And you felt that that wasn't right because the child had already had a bowl and was eating, I think you told the jury, chicken nuggets and vegetables or something like that, right?
Green beans.
Green beans. Have you looked at the photograph, sir, that's in evidence in this case about that bowl?
Quite some time ago.
Does that show any residue of chicken nuggets or green beans in the bowl?
Not that I recall.
No, it shows like sliced up residue of a cucumber, possibly a carrot, like vegetables, right?
Not that I recall.
So there are 3 kids, one of which is an infant who obviously pretty recently got finished breastfeeding, is on the bottle, so he's not going to eat chicken McNuggets, right?
Right.
So we have 2 young children that have to be fed, correct?
Yes.
You have 2 young children that Lindsay indicated that she was at the refrigerator getting the chicken and the vegetables so that she could feed the kids, correct?
Yes.
told you that she would not give the kids chicken McNuggets and vegetables in a bowl, that she would have a plate, right?
Not necessarily.
So when she was at the refrigerator, sir, it's your understanding that she was not being truthful, telling you that? Is that what you're telling the jury?
I think what I said was very inconsistent with what she had told Dr. Spinelli.
So when she's at the refrigerator and telling you in your interview, I know you imported Dr. Spinelli's report, you imported Dr. Resnick's report, you imported Dr. Zeisel's report. When you were talking to Lindsay, did she tell you she was getting food for the kids out of the fridge?
That's my recollection.
Now, with all of the understanding in your testimony, sir, about the voices, correct me if I'm wrong. You're telling this jury and Dr. Satov's opinion, based on your experience and all of your writings and everything, that when one hears voices, they would be internal or external? To be legit.
They can be either.
Really? I'm sorry. I thought you said that they had to be a particular type, like not internal. If they're internal, they're probably lying. But that's not true. I'm wrong.
The voice that Ms. Clancy told me about during the time of this event, she said was external.
Okay. And is that consistent with your understanding, sir, of the research on auditory hallucinations?
Well, some auditory hallucinations can be internal.
So
for people who are psychotic.
And you were aware, sir, that Philip Resnick, Dr. Resnick, did publish the article in the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry in 2014 in conjunction with Simon McCarthy-Jones. You're aware of that learned treatise? Yes. And would you agree with me, sir, that in fact, just that some doctors might feel that hallucinations auditory must originate from the exterior as opposed to interior? Would you agree, sir, that in this article, claim number 1, doctors may say, voices are typically heard as coming from inside the head, with the corollary that voices heard as coming from outside the head are atypical? Would you agree with that?
That was not my recollection of the research. That
okay.
I understood that it was a minority of.
No. Excuse me. It doesn't matter what you.
Oh, hold on. Good. Next question.
I'm going to approach you with the article. We've already established. You know who authored it, read it, all that. Okay?
It was quite some time ago.
Sure. Let me put your papers over here just so I don't knock them over. So, if we can share that.
You want me to say it?
No, I want you to share it. Put it right here so I can look at it. Okay. All right. Would you agree, sir, that it said voices are typically heard? This is a claim number 1. In other words, doctors feel voices are typically heard as coming from inside the head, with the corollary that voices heard as coming from outside the head are atypical. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what does atypical mean?
Atypical means unusual.
All right. And this article is saying that there are psychiatrists that feel that voices heard outside of the head, auditory hallucinations, are indeed not legitimate. Is that fair?
That was the old original way of thinking. That was the way it was taught at one time, that they had to be external for someone to actually be experiencing psychosis.
Okay, so we agree that, as Dr. Resnick indicates, that the research evidence does not support the claim that internal located voices are emblematic of genuine AVH,
Auditory verbal hallucinations.
and externally located voices are atypical. He cites a particular word, correct?
Yes.
For example, in that sense, the largest study on this question, Matthew Jones, was in 2012. That's what you're referring to as the old research, right? Oh, whenever you were in med school, we talked about that too. That would have been.
Yeah, I was speaking about very old.
Okay. Basically found that of 199 psychiatric patients, 81% who had been diagnosed with schizophrenia, 38% heard both voices coming from inside and outside their head. Did I read that right?
You did.
So when Lindsay indicated to you that she indeed heard a loud auditory hallucination voice, deep male, commanding her to do what she told you, that was external, correct?
Yes.
And you don't have any issues with that. In other words, that is very likely could be legitimate.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you take a young woman who, as the evidence has shown, is suffering with her medical condition and psychiatric condition and seeing doctors and being prescribed medications and reaching out to people for help and suicide hotlines and people down in Rhode Island and McLean Locked Wards Institute. If I hold an opening statement, sir, would you agree that in her efforts to maintain control, she, meaning Lindsay, withheld...
Form the question?
Yeah, if we could approach.
Sure.
I could have a ball typing in caps and get Lainey to blame. Just saying.
Listen, we don't need Leanie to get any more blame than what she is already responsible for. My mouth gets me in enough trouble, so you need to be making me look good. Sometimes take the blame for me, Maggie. That's a true friend.
I always take the blame if you want me to, Lee. When
I
you
know
say
you
that
would,
you don't
Mag.
shout at me and you really do, and I said she doesn't shout at me. I do it all the time. I say, Lena, you're going to be hated in the community. Stop shouting at me in public. And you go, well, do as you're told. And I go, okay, Lee, you
Girl,
don't have to be that hard on me. Just
girl,
tell
and
me.
you see them clouds in your sky? You better be careful. That lightning's going to come down and strike your ass as quick as that.
Lena, listen.
What,
It's
my love?
okay. I won't say it out there again. I'm
Don't
sorry,
tell him
Lena.
again, Maggie. Listen, I don't need no
I
more
won't,
hate.
Lena. I
Even
won't,
though
Lena,
it's
please.
true
I'm
and
sorry,
everybody.
Lena. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right, don't make me.
I'm sorry, please,
Don't
Lee.
make me retaliate.
I'm sorry.
Listen, I mean to Maggie. I mean to the
Would you
mods.
agree,
Like
sir?
we don't even
Based
know
on
why
your
they still
investigation,
support me.
police reports, statements of witnesses,
Because
grand
they all
jury,
know to shoot. I'm a
photographs,
bitch.
videos, interviews
Never
of
do you
Lindsay,
mind.
review of witness statements, all of that you told us yesterday that you reviewed. That in fact, on January 24th of 2023, Lindsay made a calculated decision. She was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder for her to control. And when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first before attempting to take her own life. Continuing on, sir, she chose to manipulate her providers, seek out a quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious, and when she didn't get what she expected, she chose the alternate route. She would seek a different doctor. She would change medications after days. She disengaged from treatment that she didn't like the plan, and after only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice. A deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her too. Would you agree that the evidence, in your opinion, supports that contention, sir?
Well, there's a lot in that.
Yeah, it is. Do you agree that it would support your contention, sir, or it would not?
I think that statement that you read really minimizes what she was going through.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, you were asked during cross-examination about your work as a forensic psychiatrist for the Bureau of Prisons and for the prisons in Virginia. And about that work and kind of minimizing what your experience was there. What was your work there? What did that entail?
Well, I continued to work there, and I continued to teach students in that system. Seeing patients who are inmates in a number of different facilities, men's and women's facilities over the years, and doing assessments, evaluations, making determinations about treatment, and the like, gathering information. So really, treating these inmate patients as patients who have significant mental illness and really require the best treatment that we can provide in the system.
And during the course of your many, many years working in that system and treating these patients, have you treated patients with psychosis?
Yes.
And does that include treating women with psychosis?
Yes.
And how often have you done that?
I don't know, Jack. I didn't ask about it. He said two already. He's already said twice.
Overall, she may have that. Go ahead.
Since 1992?
Yes.
So 34 years.
How many patients have you treated in the prison system, women patients dealing with psychosis, approximately?
Several hundred.
And are there certain common signs or symptoms that these women display who have psychosis?
Yes.
And what are those?
Well, some have delusions, fixed false beliefs about certain things, though they can present as being psychotic that way. Also, they can present with hallucinations, what we call perceptual disturbances, and generally they are, in most cases, auditory hallucinations, auditory verbal hallucinations. And they also can present with disorganized thinking, having words, making up words that have special meaning, really having a great difficulty communicating.
And you also mentioned that you all worked for a state hospital for, I think you said 15 years, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you treat patients with psychosis during those 15 years?
Yes.
And did those include women with psychosis?
Yes.
And in terms of your treatment of women with psychosis, were you responsible for diagnosing them with their underlying mental condition?
Yes.
Diagnosing psychosis as being one of their symptoms?
Correct.
And then treating the underlying condition and the symptom of psychosis for those women?
Yes.
And you did that for approximately 15 years, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned two specific patients, females that you dealt with postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what did you learn from treating those two patients?
So those are the two patients that are mentioned in the case reports.
Which case reports?
The case report about postpartum psychosis that was written.
On the medication interaction?
Yes. Are you asking how those patients presented?
Yes.
Okay. There were, as I recall, it's been a while since I've looked at the paper, but one was an 18-year-old woman who had delivered her child and had decided not to take, or that she did not want to breastfeed. And so in those days, this medication, bromocriptine, also called Parladel, was given. And we found that within, I think, just a couple of days of the time that she was given this medication, she became convinced that she had to kill her child. And I believe that she was experiencing auditory hallucinations. And she was so distressed about that that she wanted to kill herself and was suicidal. And that was how she was brought to our attention. In evaluating her, we removed the Parladel, the bromocriptine, and she responded and resolved her symptoms, her psychotic symptoms, and we were able to discharge her back to her family. The other case, I believe, was another female, a bit older, maybe mid-20s, and she was also given this medication and also became psychotic. For her, it was more a manifestation of mania. She was hypersexual with her husband. She, I think, was quite hyper-religious, and she was...
Doctor,
sorry.
in terms of her delusions, those were more of religious delusions?
Pardon me?
Her delusions regarding her child were religious delusions?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And once that medication was removed from that woman, did her symptoms subside?
Yes. I think in that case, she was also given, she was so disruptive on the ward, taking her clothes off, et cetera, that she was also given antipsychotic medication for a period of time, and her symptoms resolved.
And going back to the first patient that you described, you said that she had voices instructing her to harm her child. And was it as a result of her feelings of guilt for about those thoughts and voices that she was suicidal?
Yes.
Okay. So she wanted to kill herself instead of killing her children, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked by Attorney Reddington about your curriculum vitae and focusing in on terrorism, and is that your sole focus? And you said no. What has been your focus over your career?
Well, from the time that I finished my residency, I've been very interested in public psychiatry. And so upon realizing the seriousness of mental illness within the prison system and the value of teaching psychiatry to students within the system, I began doing that while I was also doing work with the state hospitals, seeing patients, whatever. So I would say that of all the things that I do and consider myself, what is most important to me is working with patients. And it's the value of also being with students and having them learn from these patients is going to make them better doctors, even if they don't choose to go into psychiatry. So I see my identity actually as a clinician, and I have patients I'm scheduled to see. I was supposed to see some yesterday, and also I'm going to see patients on Friday.
And Doctor, defense counsel asked you about the onset of postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis, and you had said that the DSM-5 lists postpartum onset within 4 weeks, correct?
Correct.
And he asked you about other organizations going up to approximately a year, correct?
That's right.
Are you aware that the World Health Organization has a clinical descriptions and diagnostic requirements for behavioral and neurodevelopmental disorders that has a section on mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerum, P-U-E-R-P-E-R-I-M, which does that mean during or after birth?
Yes.
And that in that section by the World Health Organization, they state that mental and...
Objection. She's not going to read that to him, and then he's going to agree with it. She can ask him if he's read
Well, let's hear the question first, and then
I've been away.
I'll assume there'll be an objection.
Are you aware that in that section it states that mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerperium are syndromes associated with pregnancy or the puerperium commencing within about 6 weeks after delivery?
Objection overruled. I'll allow that if you know that, Doctor.
Yes.
Okay.
And are you also aware that there's a section talking about mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerperium with psychotic symptoms that says onset of a syndrome involving significant mental and behavioral features occurring during pregnancy or the puerperium, i.e. up to about 6 weeks following delivery, is required for diagnosis?
That's my understanding.
And that's from the World Health Organization, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about whether blood testing would be appropriate for a patient, and you said that it would depend on the history of the patient, the symptoms, the medication. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see anything in the records about Lindsay Clancy that would have required blood testing?
No.
You were also asked about thyroid function and how sometimes you might want to test thyroid function in a postpartum woman. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you, are you aware that, reading from Exhibit 222, I believe, that Ms. Clancy's thyroid levels were checked when she visited the South Shore Hospital emergency room on November 16th, 2022, and her levels were within normal limits?
Yes.
I just moved to submit this page from Exhibit 222, showing the thyroid levels.
All right, so that's in. It's just a follow-up of a sheet that's in. I'll allow that.
196. And doctor, just for the jury to know, in that page that's just been marked in as exhibit, the thyroid levels would be marked by TSH, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about Lamictal and the serious rash that could occur. You said that the serious rash is rare. How rare is it?
Approximately 1 in 1,000.
And you mentioned that millions of people take Lamictal with no problem at all, correct?
That's right.
And is there anything that providers do to be aware of the potential for the rash and to explain that to patients and to try to just basically keep an eye out to see if the patient's developing that symptom?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a medication that needs to be started at a low dose, 25 milligrams, and only gradually moving up. Finally, after a number of weeks, to a dose as much as 200 milligrams, perhaps even more. When the medication is given in a what we call titrated, slow process, the potential for this serious rash is greatly decreased. So it really is a medication that requires a slow titration. So the patient needs to be patient with that process, but it's now one of the most used mood stabilizers for bipolar disorder. That it really is a very important, valuable medicine for bipolar disorder.
And you said that it's important to start at a low dose. Did you say 25 milligrams?
Correct.
And do you recall what dose Dr. Tufts wrote the prescription for Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
And what was that?
25 milligrams. And
do you recall from the records whether the plan was, if she were to take it, to titrate in the manner you described?
Correct.
And putting aside whether or not someone chooses to take the medication because of a rash, is there any significance to the person, to a patient, being prescribed a medication and then not telling that provider that they chose not to take it?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, it really limits the provider in making other decisions. If a decision is made that a patient is not going to take a certain category of medication, it's helpful to let that provider know. Say, I've decided against it. What are some other alternatives?
Doctor, you were asked about lack of sleep potentially causing psychosis, correct?
Correct.
And sleep was definitely an issue for Ms. Clancy in the fall leading into December of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And looking back to the McLean records, would it be accurate to state that her sleep got progressively better while at McLean?
Yes.
And then directing your memory to the text messages that Ms. Clancy had with her mother from January 7th through January 22nd of 2023, would it be accurate to state that she told her mother she was sleeping better during that time?
Yes.
Defense counsel asked you if by all the evidence and witnesses that the defendant was a happy wife, mother, daughter, all of that, and you said no. What were you referring to when you said no?
Well, I was thinking about the paper that she filled out on September 12th of 2022, in which she expressed some of the concerns that she had, significant anxiety, but also, as I recall, insomnia was a concern of hers. And it was followed up with Jennifer McAllister, who worked with Dr. Tufts. And I think in Ms. McAllister's note, Ms. Clancy mentioned that she had waning confidence in being able to take care of her children as they were growing up. And that, I think, in a note of Dr. Tufts noted that she said that she found that Callan needed more attention, and that as the kids were growing older, that she was finding them more challenging.
Did she give any information did Ms. Clancy give any information about why it was more challenging as the kids got older?
I'm going to object. This is pretty far afield.
Yeah, sustained. It goes beyond cross.
So, Doctor, defense counsel asked you about Dr. Tufts and her treatment of the defendant, and mentioned repeatedly how she had only been in the practice on her own for a few months. Do you remember that?
Yes.
In reviewing Dr. Tufts' treatment of the defendant and the medications she prescribed and the methods she used in prescribing those medications, did you have any issues or concerns about the approach she took or what she prescribed?
No.
And what were your thoughts about her approach to treating this defendant?
Well, possibly because Dr. Tufts was new and had just come into practice, she was more available. And so I think she was able to see Ms. Clancy over video 14 times. And for example, when Ms. Clancy was discharged from McLean, the request from McLean was that she needed immediate outpatient follow-up. And so Dr. Tufts arranged it the following day. And so there were some weeks where Dr. Tufts saw Ms. Clancy more than once a week. And I will also say that when Ms. Clancy decided to go to nurse practitioner Paul and then saw Nurse Gelada, I think early December, it might have been December 1st, she then went to Dr. Tufts, and Dr. Tufts wrote a note saying that she felt uncomfortable making prescriptions while Ms. Clancy was going to another provider. But in that note, suggested that Lamictal could be helpful. So Dr. Tufts was very responsive to concerns of Ms. Clancy in terms of seeing her. Was seeing her weekly and saw her on the 23rd of January, and then had another appointment the next week and had talked about future treatments, possible treatments, esketamine, as well as TMS. So perhaps the fact that she had just left her residency meant that she could be more responsive to seeing patients quickly, and she did that.
And speaking specifically to the prescribing, prescribing which medications she's prescribed, which doses, what different options she tried. Did you have an opinion based on your training and experience of Dr. Tufts' method with prescriptions?
Yes.
And what was that?
I felt that the prescribing was very reasonable.
How so?
Well, back in 2013, 2014, Ms. Clancy had taken Prozac and SSRI, and it was helpful. She also took Wellbutrin and propranolol. After Dawson was born, Ms. Clancy had some significant anxiety and actually went to a doctor and was prescribed Zoloft. So this would have been in 2019. But then decided, 2019, early 2020, but then decided not to take the Zoloft. Her anxiety symptoms resolved. It was a difficult time, particularly as she got older because of COVID. But she decided that even though she had the prescription of Zoloft, she decided not to take it. The anxiety that she experienced after Callan's birth was more significant and lasted longer. And so she went to Dr. Tufts, who got a history of Ms. Clancy having taken the Prozac and done well on it, having seriously considered Zoloft to the extent that she got a prescription for it, decided not to take it, that Zoloft at 25 milligrams, which is the lowest dose, starting that, would be a reasonable choice. Really, perhaps the most reasonable choice of an antidepressant, given Ms. Clancy's history up to that point. I believe that there were only 7 pills taken. Ms. Clancy was directed to take 25 milligrams for a week and then increased to 50 milligrams, two tablets, but had, I think maybe after 5 days, taken that increase and increased from 25 to 50 milligrams, and then had the adverse reaction of insomnia, very significant insomnia.
And in terms of after seeing the effects from the Zoloft and stopping that prescription, the various prescriptions that Dr. Tufts tried with the defendant, did you have an opinion based on your training experience about whether that trial and error process and what she prescribed and what she tried with the defendant, whether that was reasonable?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
And was it reasonable?
Was it reasonable?
Yes.
Yes.
And how so?
Well, Ms. Clancy, after having the insomnia, was very upset and concerned, as anyone would be. I think that was around October 21st. And so Dr. Tufts assessed her and told her to stop the Zoloft and started her on Ativan, I understand, and Benadryl. And that medication was helpful for a while. But Ms. Clancy was concerned about Ativan, benzodiazepines being addictive, and concerned about getting hooked on on these types of medications, and that is a concern over the long term. And so part of the process was to see if she could be treated effectively by decreasing the benzodiazepines or maybe giving her a longer acting benzodiazepine. The medication buspirone, was prescribed by Dr. Tufts, but Ms. Clancy, in a note.
Excuse me, doctor, I apologize. Can I have a standing objection to the rambling answers? This is redirect. I object.
All right. We can see counsel. I just want to put something on the record. Counsel.
Guys, do you know what? I'm reading the chat and I'm thinking, oh my God. I'm looking and I'm thinking, I'm struggling seeing what I'm reading. I'm struggling. So I've just booked myself an eye appointment. Oh,
Yay.
it's terrible. Gail, you remember I used to read out for you, no problem?
Mm-hmm. And
Oh
you've
my
been
God.
struggling the last couple times because I don't know. I think it's
Yeah.
more. I love
And
having
yours,
you read things
I'm,
because
I'm
I mean
seeing
you do
nothing
it
but
so well.
blades.
Yep.
I
Told you
know.
to quit looking through them bought prescription things. You need
Shut
to go
up.
have an eye test.
They
You
told me I was fine if I was using the right strength, and they always tested them and said, yeah, fine. You don't need to go out there and pay expensive. You're doing all right. But now I want to get another test again because it's been a
Yes.
couple of years just to check, because I feel, Gail, I'm using number 3. I've gone up like 2 since I've been, and I just feel like unless the right, like I can see that on the screen now, but in the chat it's a blaze.
Yeah.
I'm having to it's hurting my eyes, like. So I've just booked an appointment anyway. I'm in on the 1st. There you go. I've just sent you it. Said, luckily I'm going for a night test.
Kush, welcome. Good to see you here. Thank you for coming in. We appreciate you so much. This is one, I got to let you guys know, this is one sidebar that I totally agree with, except for it should have been done 20 minutes ago, because this is cross-examination. This is not her leading testimony, her leading him into testimony. This is supposed to be just cross for what the defense has led him into, right? There's too much information being given. It's like letting him double up on testimony he's already given, and not only double up on it, but to be reheard in a different
And
way.
so, doctor, if you could continue your answer.
Just for a second, so members of the jury, we're going to go a little past the 1 o'clock, the usual time of the break here for certain scheduling reasons, okay?
So if you could just summarize briefly what you said, that you thought that Dr. Tufts' approach was reasonable. If you could just summarize briefly why you thought her approach was reasonable.
According to the notes and also the emails, communications with between Dr. Tufts and Ms. Clancy, I found Dr. Tufts to be very responsive to Ms. Clancy's symptoms and concerns in really trying to make adjustments according to how Ms. Clancy was doing.
Thank you. And you were asked by defense counsel about her visit to Women and Infants Hospital, and about the defendant. I believe what defense counsel asked you was that every time a doctor told the defendant to do something, she was on it immediately. Do you remember being asked that?
Yes.
And do you recall that in the Women and Infants records that they offered her 3 programs: an inpatient hospitalization, a partial hospitalization program, and an outpatient program, and the defendant said that she would talk to her provider for guidance about those programs?
Yes.
And do you recall reading in the notes and records of Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Gelada, that she never discussed those 3 programs with her doctor or her nurse practitioner, correct?
That's my recollection.
Now, in terms of the calls to Aspire, to the hotline for the suicide hotline, you were asked about where in the records you saw that, and I would just like to approach also from Exhibit 222, the note from December 8th, 2022 of Letitia Dukes. And if you could just review this note here and then look up when you're finished.
Yes.
Doctor, is this the record that you were referring to that gave you the information about the defendant's call to the suicide hotline?
Yes.
And reading from this page from the exhibit, page 45, it states that patient contacted Aspire Crisis Support. She met with an Aspire clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to not having an SI plan. That's a suicidal ideation plan, correct?
Correct.
And then reading again, Aspire clinician recommended that the patient attend a day program. The clinician said he would be sending the patient resources. Clinician informed the patient that it would be beneficial to attend an IOP or a PHP to help the patient build coping skills and build community. What's an IOP and a PHP? Do you know?
PHP is partial hospitalization program, and IOP is, I believe, an inpatient program.
And so when the defendant called the suicide hotline, she told them she was having suicidal thoughts, correct?
Correct.
But she told them she did not have a plan, correct?
Correct.
And they didn't just hang up on her. They sent her resources and recommended a day program and a partial hospitalization program or an inpatient program, correct?
Correct.
Move to submit these two pages, 45 and 46, as the next exhibit. They're apart from Exhibit 222.
All right, subject to the same objection, I'm going to, that may be admitted.
197.
You were asked a lot of questions about hormone changes after pregnancy and if that can affect, and stopping breastfeeding, and if that could affect someone's mental health. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said something about the timing matters. Why does the timing matter?
Well, after lactation and a postpartum period, and it may be the decision for a woman to stop lactation can occur at various times, not just during a circumscribed 1 month period. But stopping lactation causes a decrease in prolactin levels and an increase in estrogen and progesterone. And it really depends on when someone decides to stop breastfeeding. Those significant hormonal changes that are tied to breastfeeding or lactation. And so that's why timing and the time is important to see at what point did breastfeeding stop and at what point are we seeing symptoms.
And doctor, with the defendant, the breastfeeding stopped sometime in October, is that correct?
Yes.
And then looking ahead to January 24th, 2023, would you still be expecting to see hormonal problems from stopping breastfeeding in October in January, that many months later?
No.
Now, you were asked about the statements Patrick made regarding his interaction with the defendant when he found her outside in the snow. And is it correct that he told you he found her and said, "What did you do?" And she said, "I tried to kill myself"?
Yes.
And Did he then say where are the kids? And she said they are in the basement.
Yes.
Did he then tell you that he then called 911?
I don't recall exactly when he told me that he called 911. What I recall is his statement about what she said to him.
And that was her statements to him when he immediately found her on the ground?
Correct.
Okay. And you're aware that at some point he made a 911 call, correct?
Yes.
And during that 911 call that you listened to, you didn't hear the defendant saying any words at that point, correct?
I did not.
And as a physician, are you aware that someone who's been injured can deteriorate over time?
Yes, particularly after an overdose.
And can they be speaking in one moment and then unable to speak moments later?
Yes.
Now, you were also asked about the crushed up pills and whether there was any residue on the nightstand or anywhere in the house that the police saw, correct?
Yes.
And there was no residue in the photos, correct?
Not that I saw.
But you don't know when she crushed up the pills, do you?
I don't.
If she had crushed them up earlier in the day, there wouldn't necessarily be residue, correct?
Correct.
If she had crushed them up days before and put the empty bottles in a drawer, there wouldn't necessarily be residue, correct?
It's sustained.
Yes.
There were many texts between the defendant and her mother in January, correct?
Yes.
And from January 7th until January 22nd, when Ms. Clancy's mother and father visited her at her home, the text messages clearly indicated that they were in two separate locations, correct?
Yes.
And in those text messages, the defendant repeatedly told her mother that she was doing a little bit better, sleeping's a little bit better, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about Dr. Resnick and how many articles and how many books he's written and how he's well known in this area, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with Dr. Resnick's teachings about malingering and about psychosis?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that Dr. Resnick teaches others that one of the red flags to look for in malingering?
You can ask him what he's read, not tell him what she wants him to say.
No, hold on. Let me hear the question first.
Are you aware that one of the red flags that Dr. Resnick teaches to look for in malingering and faking hearing voices is that someone automatically obeys a command?
Yes.
That's stricken at this time. Can I see counsel?
Oh, y'all, this is too much now. This is just too much. Like, what is going on? What is there to talk about? Just tell him to shut the fuck up and go on. We got enough. Now I'm complaining and whining. They have driven me to this, and I'm not a whiner at all. You guys, I'm a strong person, but I can't take no more of this. Okay, those are totally fake tears, but I'm serious about it. Like, I can't take no more of this. Tell him to shut the fuck up, go home. We've got enough evidence. We know that this is quote unquote. Y'all know what I'm gonna say. I'm waiting for someone to put it in chat. You guys already know. Reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt. Can we move right along? Just so those that don't know, Lisa earlier asked me about the upcoming court cases that Court TV is going to be doing. They've got this one dragged all the way through the end of next week, programmed into their channel to cover this one to the end of next week. Now, hopefully, prayerfully, oh God, give us mercy, like have mercy on us, Lord. We've been here a long time. And anyways, hopefully they'll be done by then. I think they will. I think this will be over by Friday. But I did bring up the biggest cases that Court TV will be covering in the year 2026. Now, I do know we're in the 8th month of that, but you wouldn't believe the ones that they are looking to cover. Only 2 of them have been tried. One of them looked really interesting to me, and I remember seeing the video. It was one of the little girl who came home and she ended up shooting her mom. You could see her moving around the kitchen in a black and white video and getting the gun, shooting her mom, and then her.
Members of the jury, that last answer, I think, as I said, was stricken. Okay. Yeah, come on.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, you were asked about trying to do collateral interviews with the defendant's family, correct?
Yes.
And you had requested of our office to make arrangements to interview the defendant's parents and her sister, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that an email was sent to, were you aware that a phone message was left for Paula Musgrove asking if she and her husband would be willing to meet with you on June 11th, 2026, and that they did not return the call?
That's my understanding.
And are you aware that an email was sent to Allison Ozga, the defendant's sister, requesting that she meet with you? And her response to that email was, "I am awaiting a response from Kevin advising me on participating in Dr. Saftoff's assessment. I will respond once I speak to him." Were you aware of that?
That was my understanding.
And were you aware that she did not respond after that?
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
You weren't aware that Kevin was on a month-long federal trial during that period of time either, were you? That'd be me.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Can you repeat it?
You could say, maybe get a little closer to the microphone. I had problems.
Aware, sir, that during the time that Ozga, her sister, said she's waiting to hear from Kevin, and I'm the Kevin, that I was on trial on a month-long federal case out of my office. You didn't know that, did you?
I did not know that.
Did you ever think to call me directly or at my secretary, my office manager, to ask about me reaching out to these people?
No.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh my God! I hear angels singing.
What's happening, Lee? I missed you.
He's done.
All right.
They rested.
The jury,
Woo!
They've rested?
Yes.
So you have the evidence. All right. And so at this point, what I'm going to do is excuse you till tomorrow morning. All right. And tomorrow morning, you should be ready. We're going to have closing arguments and the legal instructions in the morning. And then the jury will begin deliberating. All right. So that's tomorrow. So I would suggest go home, rest up, and be ready for tomorrow. And so you now have heard all the evidence. For the first time I can say that. You've heard all the evidence. But you haven't heard the arguments from the attorneys. You haven't even heard, like I said before, the law that you're to apply. So you still have to keep an open mind. All right? So those instructions that I gave you for the last 4 or 5 weeks, they're doubled down today. All right? Don't read anything. Don't talk about this. Don't watch anything. Don't discuss this with anyone. And keep an open mind. All right? Come this far with that open mind. Bring it with you tomorrow. All right? And so get a good night's sleep. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And we will get as soon as we can. Sometimes there's a little delay when we get to this next section. So we'll try and get you out here as soon as we can tomorrow morning. But if there's a little bit of a delay, as you probably already know, it's probably on me, right? But we'll try and get you out here as soon as we can, get you right back into this. So again, thank you so much for all your work, all your commitment, all your dedication, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Okay.
Court, all rise, please. Jury.
All rise.
All rise. Let's see if we can hear some open mics, people.
Jurors have exited the court. This court is in session.
All right. What I thought we'd do is maybe I'll hear from the defendant in regards to any motions at this point. Then we take a break, probably till about 2:30. Come back to the charge conference. Before you leave, I have that draft so you could to impose on your lunch hour. You could be looking at my instructions. With that, Mr. Reddington.
Yes, Your Honor. I know it's not crafted by learned hand, but nevertheless, I did file a motion for required finding that I have to renew. So I'm renewing it and waive argument.
Okay.
We'd object to the motion.
All right. The motion at this point is denied. All right. And so we will be in recess till 2:30. And if counsel can just wait, and I'll get those copies. I should have brought them out with me. They're in my lobby. And then we'll be in recess. All right. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Court, all rise.
Sappin and Lee, what do you mean they're in recess? Are they coming back?
Sorry,
So
I was
just
looking something up in the case.
The jurors have gone.
So the jurors are gone. They're coming back tomorrow to hear closing arguments. What they're going to do now, they're going to go to lunch. It's not recess. This is at our lunchtime. They're going to go to lunch, come back about 2:30, and then they're going to have, what is that called? Somebody in chat, help me, please, because I can't think of the words that he just said.
Going to have a big fight.
Somebody
Deliberation.
help me. No.
Come on, guys. They're all dead. Look, they're all
they're all
dead
just
in
like,
the chat.
they're just like, fuck Lainey and
They're all
Maggie.
zombie
We're done with
fights.
shit too. They're going to have they're coming back for a damn it.
Yeah, they're coming back, but what the way to do what? What are they coming back to do? We're in menopause here, guys. We need helping hands. Our brains are not the same.
A conference. Thank you. Scheduling conference or some kind of conference. Yes.
So what's the conference meaning? They're going to all talk about it or what?
A discussion about something.
It's okay, Lisa. You sacked.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Hold on. Miss Bald Eagle says, and welcome says, aren't they hearing on the motion defense proposed?
Court is in session right now in Massachusetts as the case
so
against
they
Lindsay Clancy.
Maybe that's what it is. The motion to I don't know which motion they were talking about there at the end, where the defense went ahead and said, I filed a motion with the court and it's still standing. And then the prosecution says that they object to it. So I think the motion hearing that they're hearing is whatever motion that they put before the court, and he's got to make a ruling on it. Now, I hope it doesn't have something to do at this point with another reason to throw out this, in the right words I can't use because I feel tired.
Misty said the judge just denied it.
Okay. Mistrial. Yeah. So if you guys were watching yesterday, after one of the sidebars, Reddington, the defense stood up and said that he hated to do this to everybody, but he wanted to shoot for a mistrial due to some religious things that were said on the stand. And I think the way that they were presented as a derogatory offense. And the judge, they called him back to sidebar. Judge came back. They all went back. They came back to court. You could tell that the judge was pissed. He was really pissed off at what had happened. And so he closed court. He said that, as of right then, he was not going to declare a mistrial. He is closing court. He's going to bring the jury back in, tell them to disregard everything that they had heard the person on the stand say when it came to the religious stuff that he talked about, and that they were going to continue today, or was it today or yesterday? It was one. It all runs together. It happened within the last 2 days. they were going to continue the next day because prosecution needed time to talk to their witness and tell him what he's allowed to say and what he was not allowed to say. So that's that. So I don't know what the defense proposed for the judge to consider. Hopefully it doesn't have nothing to do with that. I feel like we've come too far in this. I feel like there's enough evidence here that if she is found guilty, that she will definitely get a retrial. I just believe that. That's my opinion. And I think old Red has set it up very well for that to happen by just giving a motion to a retrial on this. So that's where we're at, guys.
What did we learn today, if anything? What did we learn today, guys? To each and every one of you. Did you learn something today? Well, I learned that I can ask a question, right? And Red can hear me. Because I asked about Lindsay speaking when she threw herself out the window. And the next thing, Red come on and brought her up. I was made up. I thought, oh my God, he's heard me. So there you go.
I'm telling you, they all watch According to Leanie. Nobody wants to admit it.
I'm thinking they've got it in their ears. They've got the phone on in the pocket like Lunchy. I'm sure of it. What a mess, roller skating says. Well, have you learned anything today? Has anybody learned anything? Not a damn thing, says Misty.
What I've learned is that just because you have the DR in front of behind your name, or an MD or a DC, anything that has to do with a doctor behind your name doesn't make you a professional. It doesn't make you a intellectual. It doesn't make you the know-all be-all of anything, because if anything, most of the doctors I've seen up here were either like, you're just wondering, do you even know what case you're talking about? How much did you do on this? And the other ones, I'm going, I think you're lying. There was only one that I felt sorry for, which you guys probably will disagree with me. And I went back and I watched her by myself, and it was Dr. Tufts. And I'm not saying that she was not negligent in the way that she treated Lindsay and all the prescriptions that she prescribed her. She's negligent 100% in all of that. I just felt sorry for her as a new person going into, and this is what she gets, right? Say this is one of her very first cases right out of school, and this is what happens. I just felt like I didn't expect the defense attorney to be any different with her than he was anybody else. And you knew he was going to cream her if she was 55 years old or she was 25 years old. He knows that she was neglectful in prescribing those medications. And so he tore her up, and you could just see the fear on her face. And me, as having children older than her, my mama heart was like, oh, honey, it's going to be okay. He's going to be done with, he's going to roast the hell out of you. All right. Just put on your fullest armor and just take it like a woman. Stick your chest out, answer all the questions truthfully. He's going to roast the shit out of you. And then it's going to be over until Patrick comes on and Lindsay comes on. Okay. But my mama heart did go out to her. That's what I'm saying. I'm a softie sometimes, and I hate that part about me. Do I think Red was too hard on her? No, absolutely not. No.
Sherry says, who thinks in chat she knew and knowingly did this? See, that's a good way to come in, isn't it? Nice way to come in. Nice. Welcome, Sherry.
Welcome.
Is there anybody here that thinks she knowingly did it? Let us know. I don't think so, Sherry. I think she'd lost her mind. I think she just snapped at that point. And I'm starting to think the voices that she said, the voice she said she heard, was it in her head that she'd been hearing for a while, her own thoughts. And then at that moment, her own thoughts just became so overpowering that to her, she was hearing an actual voice. Was that what it was? I mean, she could probably not even answer that herself, but I'm thinking, was that what happened? You know, it was something she'd been hearing all along, but just at that moment, it was like it was a voice. It was a voice out of. Do you understand what I mean? It was someone speaking to her. So, but I don't think she knowingly did it. I think she lost her mind. That's me.
Let me explain something to Sherry really quick. Sherry, when we said that and when Maggie said that, that was no offense to you. That was offense to some, meant to be for the many of the trolls that were bouncing in and out
Yeah,
today.
yeah,
Instead of just coming in kindly like you did, that was very kind how you asked that question. You
yeah,
said, who thinks in chat she knew and knowingly did this? Well, if
yeah.
it was a troll coming in, they were like, you guys are fucking idiots and who the hell believes this and stuff like that. So really, we were giving you a compliment
Oh,
that
yeah, it was
that's
genuine.
really how
Yeah,
you come into a chat. You just come in and be kind. So we
yeah.
appreciate that. Appreciate that so much.
Nick said, cut her own throat her wrist the wrong way as a nurse. But you know what? She was a nurse that she delivered babies. So, I mean, why would she know what way to do it? That's just what I think. She wasn't a nurse, but it didn't mean she knew everything about where to cut or where to do this, that, and the other because she was a nurse. I mean, that's my opinion. I'm not saying you're wrong, or nor am I saying I'm wrong. I just don't think that she was that kind of a nurse that would automatically have to know that. Do you think, like, you think you know what way to cut? I didn't know what way to cut. I didn't have a clue. Everyone I know who's had to go with the wrists have all
Mhm.
cut across.
And
Everyone.
how many have lived?
How many what?
How many have lived?
Um, to be honest, I don't know. I can't say that. I don't know any that died, but I know people who've known people who've died through
Sure,
cutting their own wrists. So, but I don't know them personally.
sure. No, I mean, there are people that will die from cutting like that because they manage to get the knife in without sounding disgusting, but I'm a disgusting person and I'm very morbid. Without getting the knife, you're still going to hit the two wrist bones on the side, but they could have gone deeper in the middle. That will definitely help you bleed out, but we all
I'm
know,
gonna look it up.
yeah,
I'm gonna
uh,
look it up.
you
So,
would,
what that amount to? So, is she all cured from her crazy since she killed the kids? I think she's all cured, or she's better, or she's managing it because she's on medication. That's being monitored.
yeah, I don't see her as ever going to
No,
be cured. Mental illness doesn't work that way. Now, could she never have a psychosis again? Possibly. If she's on the right meds, maybe she'll never have one. I've had people tell me they've only heard voices once in their life and they've never heard it again. And so, because I don't know psychosis that well, I've only gotten schooled in here by chat and by people who have really been through it. It just seems like everybody has a different a lot of things are different with each individual that supposedly has a psychosis, and then some people it's it's the same. It's the same. You maybe some of the symptoms will be the same, but maybe it won't last as long. Maybe they got on the right medication. Maybe they took themselves off of medication. We don't know, but for some reason, there are many people in this chat who have claimed to have had psychosis, and I believe them. And I I don't like statistics when it comes to stuff like this. I just don't like it because a lot of the doctors on the stand did say, well, statistics show us that this medicine should have worked and that she would have been acting this way, but yet she wasn't. Well, that is statistics. That's statistics. So, um, not 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 everybody's. There's never 100% statistics. Not everybody's going to act the same way. That's why it's statistics. So there's that.
Oh, they're sending me to all kinds of places for committing suicide because I'm asking that question.
Yeah, just if they
I don't
ask
know.
you,
I've said the research.
if they ask you if you have a plan, just say no. They'll let you go.
Yeah,
No big deal. No
yeah.
big deal. You can read up on Schneider's first rank system symptoms.
We're having a bad thunderstorm going on at the minute. It's loud at times. It's absolutely torrential rain.
What did the mouth do says whether she had an episode or did it while sane. It won't bring those children back. Throw away the key. I'm right there with you. Not in the sense of maybe lock her up in prison. Listen, you don't want to know what I think. Everybody knows what I think, and they're all sick of it already. But I do think she should be institutionalized for the rest of her life, and I don't think that they should ever be given a chance to even get out. Even if a doctor thinks they're better, and 50 of them sign off that yeah, she's fine, she'll take her medicine, nothing like this will ever happen again. Well, to that, I want to ask those doctors. Are you going to be the one to make sure she takes her medicine every day? Because right now, where she's at, they make sure she takes her medicine every day. It's not just like a nurse walking in, putting the medicine on the cart and say, there it is, and walks out. No, they watch you. They watch you swallow it. You hand them back the little cup, just like you're in the hospital. And if you're on suicide watch, you're also opening your mouth and showing them that you did not pocket it on the side of your mouth. So any doctors that want to let her out of an institution, I'm going to challenge and say, so if she kills anybody else, we're putting you on trial for murder because you're the one that said this, right? I mean, come on. It's good to see everybody here. Thank you guys so much. You guys, I pulled up Patrick Clancy's full testimony again. I feel like it's something that important. I think we tried listening to it one time and it had to be stopped, and then we didn't go back to it again. Snorkel, it was so good for you being here. I appreciate you so much. I hope you'll come back soon. I hope you will. So I'm going to listen to Patrick's testimony again. Listen, they're not going to be back for another hour at the earliest. So I think we could fast forward through the time and get his testimony back in, because I feel like I'm missing something that I need to hear. So if you guys don't feel like listening to this, listen, you're welcome to get up, stretch around. Don't get you any deep vein thrombosis from sitting here with us for so long. Get yourself something to eat, feed the dogs, play with the cat, clean your toilet bowls, get your floors clean, start your laundry or finish your laundry, do what you need to do. Just leave it set right here so you can maybe just listen while you're walking around. And I would appreciate that so much. All right, I'm going to pull this up. Maggie, if you want to, I can remove it. There we go.
Take that off. Do you want me to do it? You done it?
Yeah. No, I didn't do it. It didn't work.
Okay, I'll stop sharing. Okay. Go on.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we're still watching it in backstage, you guys, so we can see.
I am not seeing it, Gail, because I've stopped sharing. I can't see it.
Okay, I'll pull it back up when I get this up here real quick so we can watch for them.
I think we'll be all right. Anyway, we've got plenty of time, haven't we?
Yeah, but last time we had plenty
I'll watch on my phone. I'll watch on my phone.
Okay. All right, this is Patrick Clancy's full testimony. You guys, we're going right back to this. I will blow it up as large as I can. You guys watch your ears. I cannot control your volume, but I can only control mine. So here we go. He was the very first person that was called to testimony. The other thing I asked you guys to pay attention to is Lindsay's face when it'll show it several times while he's on the stand. Please pay attention to that. I feel like for me, this is the only time I've ever seen this kind of reactions, facial reactions, since the whole trial's been going on. I could be wrong, because there have been times I've missed some things, but this is the only time I've ever seen this kind of reaction. And you tell me what you think it is. Is it pain? Is it pissed? Is it like, why did you leave me? Why are we divorced? These were our kids. Why didn't you stand next to me? What is it? I don't know. You tell me.
Good morning, sir. Can you stop right here? Raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give before and the jury, no matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant, the fact shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a seat, sir.
All right, good morning, sir. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. You can be seated if you'd like, if you're more comfortable. Okay. All right, Commonwealth, please.
Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Patrick Clancy. It's Patrickclancy.
And what is your date of birth?
June 15th, 1988.
What city do you live in now?
New York.
And what do you do for a living?
I work in tech.
How long have you worked in tech?
14 years.
And were you previously married to a person named Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And you're divorced now, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to them and describe something they're wearing?
It's not necessary.
She's wearing a pink shirt.
Record will reflect the identification of the defendant.
Thank you. Where did you meet the defendant?
In South Boston.
And when was that?
I think it was May 2013.
And how did you meet her?
Through my cousin.
And would it be accurate to state that your cousin had been college roommates of the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you start dating?
Yes.
And around what time was that?
July 2013.
Did you eventually move in together?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
September 2015.
And where did you live?
In Quincy.
How long did you live in Quincy?
1 year.
And where did you go after that?
We bought a house in Weymouth.
And how long did you live in Weymouth?
2 years.
Did you eventually get married?
Yes.
And when was that?
December 2016.
And was that while you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
Did you have your first child when you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Cora.
And what was her date of birth?
December 24th, 2017.
Prior to getting married, did the defendant ever tell you she had taken psychiatric medication while in nursing school?
Not that I recall.
After having Cora, did the three of you move somewhere else?
Yeah, we moved to Duxbury.
And what was your address in Duxbury?
47 Summer Street.
And do you recall when you moved there?
I believe it was July 2018.
And where were you working at that time?
I was working for a startup called Automation Anywhere.
At some point in time, did you start working for Microsoft?
Yes.
And when was that?
May 2020.
And when you worked for Microsoft, did you go to an office or did you work from home?
I worked from home.
And was that from 2020 onward that you worked from home?
No, I started working from home in 2018.
2018, okay. So from 2018 up until, let's say, 2023, you were working from home, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have an office in your home which you worked out of?
Eventually, yeah.
And where was that located?
In the basement.
And was that a finished basement?
Yes.
Going back to after Cora was born, do you recall the defendant having any physical issues after the birth?
Yeah.
And what were those?
I think there was a lot of tearing, and she bled a lot.
Did it take her a while to recover physically?
I would say so, yeah.
Did she have maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
Where was she working?
Mass General Hospital.
And what was she doing there?
She's a labor and delivery nurse.
At that point in time, when she had Cora in 2017, how long had she been a nurse?
3 years, maybe.
And do you recall how long her maternity leave was with Cora?
That was the shortest of the 3. I want to say it was 10 or 11 weeks.
And did you have paternity leave at that time?
Yeah, I had 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. When you went back after the 2 weeks back to work in the home, were there any issues that you noticed the defendant having?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to correct an earlier statement. I was working for Pegasus Systems when Cora was born.
Okay. And then eventually you worked for Microsoft?
Yeah.
Okay. And so after the 2 weeks of your paternity leave, the defendant was still on maternity leave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have to take any psychiatric medications at that time?
Not that I know of. She had a lot of anxiety, but...
Okay, so you're saying that she had some anxiety at that time, is that correct?
Yeah.
How did that manifest, or how did you know that?
She just really struggled with the date of going back to work.
So immediately after having Cora, as she healed physically, what was her mood like when you're both on leave?
It was great. It was good.
Good, okay.
I mean, relatively, yeah.
And so did the anxiety start as it became closer in time to when she had to go back to work?
Yes.
How many shifts was she working at that time?
Before Cora was born, she was working at least 40 hours, maybe more. After she went back to work, it was, I think, initially just one.
One shift?
Yeah.
And was that a 12-hour shift?
It was per diem.
Per diem.
And then she eventually did 2 shifts.
Okay.
I think it was 20 weeks.
After 20 weeks, she moved to 2 shifts?
I'm sorry, it was 20 hours a week.
20 hours a week, okay. And so from the time she worked her way back up to 20 hours a week at work until she had your next child, did it remain that 20 hours per week that she worked?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. And did you have any assistance in the home during that time after she went back to work? A nanny or a babysitter?
Yeah, we had babysitters. We had a babysitter who came probably 12 hours a week.
And did that typically happen after your wife had a shift, that the nanny or the babysitter would be there?
Yeah, so she could sleep.
Did the defendant work overnights?
Yeah.
And how long did you have that nanny or babysitter for?
Several years.
Do you remember her name?
We called her Miss Jen.
Miss Jen. Do you remember her last name?
Shanahan.
And then you had a second child, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was their name?
Dawson.
And what was Dawson's date of birth?
September 30th, 2019.
And was Miss Jen still helping out in the home at that time?
Yeah.
And what was Dawson's delivery like?
Pretty traumatic.
How so?
He was in I think a breech position. So he came out in I guess I don't know much about it, but not an ideal way, and it caused just significant bruising and tearing.
So again, did the defendant with this second pregnancy have some pain and difficulty physically healing from the birth?
Yeah, much more so than Cora.
Okay. And was she on maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
How many weeks leave did she have at that time?
I don't recall, but I think it was more than the traditional 12. I want to say it was 13 or 14, maybe more.
Page 13, if I may approach.
You may.
You don't have to keep telling me the pages. That's okay.
I could have you look at page 13 and just read to yourselves lines 6 through 10, and then just look up when you're finished.
Okay.
Thank you. Does that refresh your memory as to how much maternity leave the defendant had after Dawson's birth?
Yeah.
And what was it?
18.
18 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And, after dealing with the physical pain of birth and starting to heal, how was her demeanor and experience during that maternity leave?
I think it was fine at first. It was always when she had to go back to work, that's when she struggled. So,
okay. So that was a pattern that you saw after the baby. Maternity leave was good, and then she'd struggle going back to work?
She just had a really hard time being separated from them.
What was the plan for how many shifts she would work or how many hours she would work after Dawson was born?
I believe it was the same thing.
And in terms of Ms. Shanahan, the babysitter, you had mentioned before that she was there about 12 hours a week. Did that stay consistent after Dawson's birth, or was it more or less?
Probably consistent.
After Dawson's birth, did the defendant ever tell you whether she was on any psychiatric medication after Dawson's birth?
No.
Did she seek treatment or tell you she sought treatment after Dawson's birth?
Yeah, she got a therapist for a short period of time, but it didn't last very long.
Did she tell you that at the time or later?
At the time.
Okay. And did she have any psychiatric hospitalizations or commitments at that time?
No.
What about after Cora's birth? Any psychiatric hospitalizations or treatments?
No.
Was there a time after Dawson's birth where she wanted to declutter your garage?
Maybe at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you assist her with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And how was that done?
We had a lot of stuff to throw away. And I think we sold some stuff on Facebook Marketplace. We just had a lot of stuff.
So did the two of you go through the items in the garage and organize it into what you would keep, what you would throw away, and what you would sell?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was very organized?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. And you finished the project, is that correct?
It was always ongoing.
Now, eventually you had your third child, correct?
Yeah.
And what was their name?
Callan.
And what was his date of birth?
May 26th, 2022.
Can you describe that delivery for us?
It was great. From what I could tell, it was relatively quick. It was during the day. We were both smiling after, and I don't think there was as much physical trauma.
Nothing compared to what happened with Cora or Dawson, is that correct?
Correct.
Did the defendant have maternity leave after Callan's birth?
Yeah.
And how long was that leave?
She never went back.
How long was it planned for initially?
I want to say 18 weeks.
Okay. And were you on paternity leave as well?
Yes.
And how long was your paternity leave?
12 weeks.
So with Callan being born on May 26, 2022, the two of you were home with the children that summer on leave. Is that correct?
Yeah.
What was family life like during that time period, those summer months?
It was great. We had a lot of time off. I was able to spend a lot of time with, I spent a lot of time with Cora and Dawson. So I would take them around, the playgrounds and birthday parties and stuff like that.
Okay. And what would Lindsay be doing while you were with Cora and Dawson?
Sometimes she'd come with us with Callan, but oftentimes we did kind of like a divide and conquer. So she'd be home with Callan and I'd be out with the older kids.
And what types of family activities did you all do during those summer months?
We went on a couple vacations. We went to the beach. We went out on our boat and went to friends' houses.
During those months when you're going to the beach and out on the boat and visiting with friends, were there any signs of anxiety in the defendant during those months?
I would say starting in September, yes, but in the previous months, not so much.
When had she been scheduled to go back to work?
I don't remember the exact date, but I think it was October.
Okay. So again, it was that pattern of as it became closer in time to go back to work,
yeah,
she started to struggle?
Yeah.
During the times when she would get anxious, when it was time to go back to work and she would start being anxious, did you ever have any difficulty understanding her when she spoke?
No.
And did she ever exhibit any behavior that made you concerned enough to call a doctor or want to commit her?
No.
When she was showing this anxiety, what were you seeing in her behavior?
Just a lot of stress. There were days where she had all three kids, and there's different nap schedules and different needs. So it was just really stressful.
Okay. And you're still working in the basement office at this point after Callan's born, correct?
I went back to work late August.
Okay. And when you work downstairs, how often would you come upstairs during the day?
All the time, for lunch or just to say hi.
Were there times when Lindsay would ask you to hold the baby in the office while she was doing something?
So, yeah.
Okay. And were there times when you would watch one or more of the children while she took another to a doctor's appointment or to an errand or something like that?
Yeah, if it worked out with the schedule, yeah.
Okay. What was the plan in terms of how many shifts or hours she was going to work after Callan?
I believe the plan was 2 shifts per week, but there was a lot of flexibility. She could have done really anything.
Do you recall saying previously that you were going to start off with 1 shift and hopefully move to 2?
I could imagine, yeah.
Okay. And you said there were some options, correct? What were those options if that didn't work out?
Well, I always put money aside in basically our own maternity account, just so that if she needed more flexibility, we planned for that. So
if she needed more time off, more than what her work would provide for her, you were financially secure enough to afford that at that time? During this time, in the fall of 2022, were Cora and Dawson attending preschool?
Yes.
And where was that?
Learning Sprouts.
And where is Learning Sprouts located?
Duxbury.
How often were they attending Learning Sprouts?
Full days, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and a half day on Thursday.
And what was a full day? What hours?
I think it was 9 to 4.
9 a.m. to 4 p.m.?
I think so, yeah.
And what was a half day?
Like 9 to 12:30. I think they might have had some days where they started early. I can't remember.
Okay. But basically all day, working hours all day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then the mornings on Thursday. Is that right?
Right.
And who would do drop-offs for school?
We both would.
And what about pickups?
Both of us.
Together or take turns?
Usually we would take turns.
Now, at some point in time after Callan was born, did you hire a nanny?
Yes.
And when was that?
I think it was in August or September.
Of 2022?
Yeah.
And who was that nanny?
Lainey. I don't remember her last name.
Does Elaine Rossi sound familiar?
Yeah.
And do you recall how many days per week Elaine was going to work when you hired her?
I think it was 12 hours.
But it wouldn't be 12 hours altogether. It would be spread out over the week. Is that right?
Correct.
And who was she hired to take care of?
Everyone. But mainly it was going to be Callan.
Because Cora and Dawson would be at school?
For the most part, yeah.
And what was the plan for when Elaine would work? Was it that same type of after Lindsay worked shifts or something different?
Yeah, the goal was after Lindsay would work. I mean, she never went back to work, but I think we wanted to get her just like oriented with our house and the kids. So we had her start before, and then she was amazing. She was an amazing caregiver, but eventually we decided to let her go because Lindsay was home anyways.
So when you initially hired her in August or September, you said Lindsay was going back to work in October. So is that what you're talking about, that give her that month or so, give Elaine that month or so to get situated and acclimated to the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Have the kids get used to her. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Elaine, did she also do some cleaning, laundry, and food prep?
Yeah. Yeah, she was amazing.
Now, during this time frame, and again in the end of summer, fall period of 2022, what types of activities were Cora and Dawson doing?
Gymnastics. Are you talking about organized activities or just in general?
Organized.
I only remember gymnastics.
Did they both do the gymnastics?
Yeah.
And then were they also participating, maybe not in organized situations, but in swimming, soccer, skiing, things like that?
Yeah, they were doing swimming. And yeah, Cora and Dawson did skiing. Cora started doing soccer. She didn't really like it, but did a little bit.
And who took them skiing?
I did.
And in terms of the swimming, where would you do that?
We did it at Goldfish in Rockland, I think. And then Lindsay took them somewhere in, I think, Plymouth. I don't remember where it was.
So you would each take them swimming at various times?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also do some swimming at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
And what is the Kingsbury Club?
It's like a gym with a pool, and they had childcare, so sometimes they would hang out in the kids' room and we would go work out.
And is that in Duxbury?
It's on the Kingston-Duxbury line. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah.
Okay. And so you could drop the kids off at the daycare portion and go work out or swim or something like that?
Yeah, or we could go with them and go swimming.
Okay. Did Lindsay work out?
Yes.
She was very health conscious?
I think so.
And were you aware that she had been an athlete in both high school and college?
Yes.
Do you recall what she did?
Competitive cheerleading.
Now, when you were together, what type of exercise would she do, or did she prefer?
She did a lot of running. She did the Peloton, and she did, there's like some program called Beachbody, I think.
Do you recall when she started Beachbody?
Maybe in the spring of 2022. I'm not sure.
So right before having Callan, would that be accurate?
Probably, yeah.
When you returned to work, and you said that was in August, correct?
Yes.
What was the defendant's demeanor when you returned to work?
Increased anxiety and definitely, stressed out.
Do you recall describing her as slightly stressed but in good spirits?
Yeah.
And when she was stressed out, when she was showing some anxiety, how did that manifest?
I don't really know how to describe it. I guess it's just any way you can tell that somebody's stressed out. And I don't know, she would say, I'm not looking forward to going back to work. I remember once she said it's just so unnatural to be separated from your newborn, stuff like that.
So she didn't want to go back to work? Is that what you're saying?
I think she did. It was just a really difficult transition for her.
And do you recall attending a wedding on September 17th, 2022?
Yeah.
And where was that wedding?
New Hampshire.
Was it just you and Lindsay that went, or did the whole family go?
We brought Kellen.
And when you were at that wedding, do you recall having a conversation with Lindsay about medication?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
We were walking downtown, and she said, I think I'm going to start taking Zoloft.
And did she tell you why she wanted to start taking Zoloft?
She said, I think it's really going to help with my anxiety and with going back to work.
And did she tell you how she was going to go about getting Zoloft?
Yeah, I asked her, how are you going to get Zoloft? It's a prescription. And she said, usually just ask the doctor and they'll give it to you.
And did she tell you that she was going to see a psychiatrist?
Yeah, I believe so.
And when she did that, did she tell you who she was going to see?
No.
Okay. Did you eventually learn the name of the person who she went to see?
Months later, yeah.
Okay. And who was that?
Jennifer Tufts.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you when she started seeing Dr. Jennifer Tufts?
No.
Did you learn, or strike that, did Lindsay tell you when she received the medication and when she started it?
No. I mean, I should correct that. It's not exactly.
Well, let me just ask a question first.
Sure.
Did you have a conversation with Lindsay about the medication she was on?
Eventually, yeah, but I didn't know the start date.
Okay. And so when did this conversation take place, this eventual conversation?
Probably the end of October.
Okay. And at that point, what did Lindsay tell you about the medication and how she was taking it?
I don't remember exactly, but I learned that she was taking the Zoloft, and I don't remember really too much about it after that. She was just taking it, and we were seeing how it went.
And did you notice any changes in her physically during that time frame that she was on it and you weren't aware she was on it?
At the time, no, I don't think I did.
And did you notice any changes in her emotionally during that time when she was on it, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Yeah, she wasn't really improving. She just kind of seemed to be gradually becoming more in like a depressed state.
And how was that manifesting? What were you noticing?
It was just small things. I was planning a trip with Cora to San Francisco, and she was nervous about us going. And I remember we went to a Halloween event, and just leading up to it, I remember it just kind of seemed like she didn't want to go for some reason.
Okay. Now, do you recall learning that she had actually obtained the prescription the day before she told you she was going to ask for the prescription?
I did later learn that, yeah.
Okay. So she's telling you at the wedding that she is going to ask to take this medication and going to see a psychiatrist to get on that medication, but she actually already had the prescription. Is that correct?
Correct. I don't think she started taking it yet, but she already had it.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you how long she took the medication for?
She may have. I don't remember the exact time frame. I just remember she took it for a period of time and then her sleep started to suffer, so she stopped taking it.
And did she tell you whether or not she spoke to her provider, her doctor, about the troubles she was having?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you that she was advised to double the dose of the Zoloft?
She may have. I don't remember.
Page 31. You could look at lines 20 to 22 and then just look up when you're finished.
Okay, yeah, apparently she did.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
And so did Lindsay tell you that she was supposed to double the dose?
I guess she did, yeah.
Did you notice any changes in her sleep during that time when she was on the medication, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Eventually, yeah.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact dates, but she just, one night she said, do you mind? She started it by saying, I'm not mad or anything, but do you mind sleeping in the basement? And letting me just sleep in our room with Callan. And then you can take the monitors down in the basement. And if Cora and Dawson get up, you can get up with them. She said, I've just been having a lot of trouble sleeping. And I'm hoping that if there's less in and out, then there'll be less disruption.
Okay. Had you noticed prior to her telling you this that she was up a lot or having trouble sleeping, like physically seeing her awake?
No, not that I recall.
And did you in fact start sleeping in the basement for a period of time?
I think I did it for 2 nights, and then she actually went down in the basement.
Okay, so then you went back up to your bedroom to sleep, is that correct?
Yeah.
And how long did Lindsay sleep in the basement for after that?
Maybe a couple of weeks.
And so during that time frame, was she telling you that she was still having trouble sleeping?
Yes.
But you weren't actually down there watching her sleep. You're getting this information from her, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that out of the Zoloft prescription she was given, she only took 7 pills?
No.
After you had the conversation with Lindsay where she said she was going to double the dose of Zoloft, did you notice any difference in her demeanor or behavior?
I would say yes. I don't know if I connected it with the doubling of her Zoloft, but over that period of time, she just kept getting worse and worse.
And what period of time was that? What month are we in?
Mid-October to the end of December.
Okay. So she got the prescription in September, started taking it in October, took 7 pills, but was having difficulty in December. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
From this medication?
Yep. Well, I don't know which medication it was from, but yeah.
Okay. At some point in time, did Lindsay switch providers?
Yes. And
why did she do that?
Because whatever she was doing with Jennifer Tufts, it wasn't working. She was only getting worse. And she thought that it would be better if she worked with, I guess, more of a perinatal psychiatrist.
And did she get a referral or a recommendation of where to go?
I think so, yeah.
Do you know who gave her that recommendation?
It might have been my mother.
And your mother's a nurse at South Shore Hospital, correct?
Yeah.
Does she also do labor and delivery work?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you know which provider or which office she recommended?
Yeah, her name is Julie Paul.
And was she at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
I don't know the dates on that.
Do you recall saying previously that it was towards the end of November?
Yeah, that sounds accurate, yeah.
Okay. And you said she initially saw someone named Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know how long she saw Julie Paul at that facility?
I think it was only 4 or 5 days.
And were you aware that Julie Paul left that office?
Yes.
And do you know who Lindsay saw after Julie Paul?
Rebecca Gelata.
And was Rebecca Gelata a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
Were you aware that she also saw a licensed social worker therapist named Letitia Dukes while she was at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I don't recall Letitia Dukes, but it's possible.
So Lindsay never told you that she had therapy sessions with a person named Letitia Dukes during that time frame?
I don't remember any therapy sessions now.
Okay. After switching to Julie Paul and then Rebecca Gelata, did Lindsay start coming home with different prescription bottles?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of these medications that she came home with, were some of them during the time she was with Dr. Tufts?
I think some of them were, yeah.
And some of them were while she was with Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
And then some while she was with nurse practitioner Gelata, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be accurate to state that you provided the district attorney's office with a printout from CVS Pharmacy of all the prescriptions that were filled for Lindsay from September through January, September 2022 through January of 2023?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, of course not.
I'd ask her to be admitted.
Sure, yeah. In members of the jury, one of the things I forgot to tell you is anything that's entered as an exhibit, you'll have with you in the deliberating room when you're deliberating. So you'll have a chance to go over that as well. So you'll have anything that's marked as an exhibit. Okay? Thank you.
Now, while she was taking these medications, the various pills, were you always with her watching and monitoring exactly what she took?
Not always, no.
Sometimes you'd see it, sometimes you wouldn't?
Yeah.
Directing your attention to February 6th, 2023, did you go to the district attorney's office and or have your attorney go there and provide a bag of prescription medication that had belonged to Lindsay?
Yeah. I think the police took a bag of prescription medications that night, the night my kids passed away. Mm-hmm. And then there was a bag that I had in my truck that I was supposed to, nurse practitioner Gelata said you can bring them to like a police station. They get rid of them for you. But I never got around to it.
And where had you stored those in your truck?
In the center console. It's like underneath the center console that opens.
You have one of those center consoles that open up, but then there's another larger compartment below it?
Yeah.
So was it your plan to bring these to a location where they could be properly disposed?
Yeah, I didn't want to just throw them in the trash, so.
And these were all medications that had been prescribed in the past to Lindsay, but she was no longer taking, correct?
Right.
Your Honor, I don't think I have any objection to any of their exhibits, so
Okay.
she doesn't have to keep showing it to me. That's
All right.
fine.
So I'll assume if you do have an objection, just rise, let me know. Okay, thank you.
So for the record, a bag here with 9 pill bottles as Exhibit 2, please.
Thank you.
And so looking in Exhibit 2, we have the Zoloft that was prescribed by Dr. Tufts and filled on September 15th, 2022. And I think I asked you earlier, you weren't aware that only 7 pills were taken out of this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then there's another prescription in here for Ativan that was filled on October 26, 2022. Were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of that bottle?
Can you say the date again?
October 26, 2022.
And how many did it start with?
Let's see. Um, 30 pills.
Okay. I mean, I don't have those exact numbers on how many she took, but there were adjustments made on the dosage of the Ativan. Mm-hmm. So that aligns with
But the question was, were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No, but I think the context is important.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a prescription for buspirone or Buspar filled on October 26, 2022, in which only 2 pills were taken out of the 30 that were prescribed?
I found out about the Buspar later, and I didn't know about the number of pills taken.
And then were you aware that there was a prescription for hydroxyzine, prescription filled on October 26, 2022 for 30 pills, and that only 3 pills were taken out of this bottle?
Which
hydroxyzine.
Yeah, what is that?
I believe it's in some type of, similar to an antihistamine, like Benadryl or something like that.
Oh, okay. I don't really recall much about that drug.
Okay. And were you aware in this bag there was another prescription for Buspar that was filled on November 9th, 2022, 30 pills prescribed, and no pills were taken out of this bottle? Were you aware of that?
I wasn't keeping track of the number of pills taken out of each bottle. Okay. So. And
then just ask you about one more, the trazodone, prescribed on November 16th, 2022 by a doctor from South Shore Hospital, 30 pills. Were you aware that only 7.5 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No.
So there were a lot of pills prescribed, but not a lot of pills taken, correct?
Is that comprehensive of all the pills that were prescribed?
These are the pills that you brought into the police station. So out of these?
Out of those, yeah. It's possible that not a lot were taken.
Do you recall what was the most amount of pills prescribed? I guess I could ask this better. What was the maximum number of medications she was on at any one time?
I want to say 3 or 4.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that she, at any given time, the most she was prescribed was 3, but most of the time it was 2 medications that she was prescribed at any given time?
It wouldn't be terribly surprising, no.
Now, on November 16th, 2022, did Lindsay visit South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And why did she go to the South Shore Hospital that day?
I believe that day it was because she basically went 48 hours without sleeping.
And was she having heart palpitations?
I think so, yeah.
Were you aware that she had taken a weed gummy that day?
I don't recall.
And are you aware that she didn't tell medical staff at the hospital when describing her symptoms and her medication that she left out that she had used marijuana?
I wasn't with her, so I don't know what she talked about at the hospital.
So she drove herself to the hospital?
She did.
Okay. And she drove herself home from the hospital then? Is that correct? Now, during this time frame between September and November of 2022, are you still participating in activities as a family?
Between November and December?
Between September and November?
Yeah.
Okay. And what types of things were you doing?
We celebrated Halloween. I don't really remember what else, but I think we were doing things regularly.
Do you recall going to an event with food trucks?
Yeah.
And do you recall going to an event in November where there were trains to ride with the kids?
Yeah.
So we have the photo from the food truck event, exhibit 3. And the photo from the train event is exhibit 4. 3 and 4 somewhere. Can they publish?
You may.
So exhibit 3 is this Lindsay, Cora, and Callan at that event.
Yeah.
And exhibit 4, this Lindsay with all 3 kids at that event in November.
Yeah.
Did you have plans for Thanksgiving that year?
Yeah.
What were your plans?
I believe the order was we went to Wallingford where her parents lived in the week before, and then the week after we went to my sister's house.
And where did your sister live? What town?
South Hamilton.
And that was a week after Thanksgiving, is that right, correct?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it was.
And is this a photo from Thanksgiving at your sister's house?
Yes.
I could have this photo marked as exhibit 5, I believe.
All right, that may be marked.
5. Showing you what's been marked. Exhibit 5. Is this Lindsay here on the left?
Yes.
And are those your sisters in the photo with her?
That's one of my sisters and my sister-in-law.
Okay. And have they coordinated outfits for the day? The shirts?
Yeah, I think my sister did.
What was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was in rough shape.
Rough shape?
Yeah.
How so?
She wasn't talking much. She had low energy. She was really depressed. I just remember when she showed up, my sister-in-law gave her a big hug.
And she was able to get through dinner, eat dinner with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. She interacted with people, is that correct?
I would say very little, but to some degree, sure.
And she took care of the kids with you while she was there?
We both took care of the kids together.
You mentioned earlier that your wedding anniversary is in December. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall going out for your anniversary on December 3rd, 2022, going into Boston?
No, we didn't go out.
You don't recall arranging for a massage for Lindsay and then going to the Omni Parker house and going out to dinner that night?
No, December 3rd, 2022, we stayed home.
You stayed home, okay. Showing you a photo of you and Lindsay. Do you recognize this photo?
Yeah.
And when was that taken?
I'm not really sure.
It wasn't taken on December 3rd when you were out celebrating your anniversary?
In 2022?
Yes.
No. No, we wanted to go out, but we canceled because she wasn't feeling well. So we stayed home. We got takeout.
Okay. Did you also, on November 26th, 2022, go out as a family to get a Christmas tree?
Yes. Well, probably. I don't know. But yeah, around that time, yes.
Okay. Showing you two photos. Are these from that day when you got the Christmas tree?
Yeah, that looks accurate.
We have the first photo of all five. 6. And then the second one is Exhibit 7. Exhibit 7. Showing you Exhibit 6. This is all of you at the tree farm.
Yeah.
And Exhibit 7, those are the kids.
Yes.
Around December 6, 2022, did Lindsay tell you she was starting a new medication?
I don't remember specifically.
Is it that you don't remember the date or you don't remember her starting a new medication?
I'm not sure.
Do you remember Lindsay telling you at some point she was starting the medication Seroquel?
Yes.
Do you remember around what time frame that was?
I thought it was before December 6th.
Okay. And do you recall how she was physically after starting the Seroquel?
Awful.
How so?
That was really where her big spiral started. She started to lose a lot of weight, and she became very depressed, and she was having a really hard time.
And did she describe to you some thoughts or feelings that she was having at that time?
Yeah, she started to say she was suicidal.
And was that in December of 2022?
I think so, yeah.
And when she told you she was suicidal, did you ask her if she had a plan on how to kill herself?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She said no.
And did she ever mention a specific way or plan she had to kill herself to you?
No.
And at some point in time, did she tell you that this was the first time she had had suicidal thoughts?
I don't know if she mentioned it was the first time or not. I just remember her saying she had them.
Had you ever heard her say that to you before, that she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did you own at that time a Surface Pro, a type of tablet that works as a laptop?
Yeah.
And who had access to that laptop?
We both did.
Okay. You and Lindsay?
Yeah.
And going back to August 22nd, 2022, did you click on a link on that Surface Pro that was titled Methods of Suicide?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And August 22nd, 2022, that was before Lindsay had been on any medications, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
Going back to December, she's told you that she's having these thoughts. What's your reaction when she tells you that she's having these suicidal thoughts?
I just wanted to support her. I asked those questions back to her, and her mother was coming up pretty regularly anyways, so we let them know, and we just try to be supportive.
Did she also tell you at that time, at the beginning of December, that she was having some other intrusive thoughts?
Yeah.
Is that how she described them or how you described them, intrusive thoughts?
I would say both.
Okay. And when she told you that she was having intrusive thoughts, did you ask her what they were?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She described thoughts of hurting the kids or them having some sort of ailment. So like she was very worried that Cora whenever she had a stomach ache, she became overly worried that she was, had like a liver problem or something much more dramatic than it was.
Okay. But going back to that first part, she said she had thoughts of harming the kids. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you whether or not she had specific thoughts of how she would harm the kids?
No.
And she didn't describe that as hearing this external voice telling her to harm the kids, correct?
Correct.
She told you she was having intrusive thoughts herself of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
And did you ask her how she was going to harm the kids?
I didn't ask it in that way. It was the same thing. I said, do you have a plan, and is it disturbing to you? And she said no, and then she said yes. And
let me go back for a minute there. You said, do you have a plan? And she said no. What was the second part of the question?
Do you find it disturbing? Okay. And she said yes. And she described it as really the way she was describing it as something that might happen to the kids.
So it was more something might happen than she might do something. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you how long she had those thoughts for?
She didn't give a duration.
And how many times did she tell you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids?
A couple times.
And was that a couple times over the course of a night or two in December?
Yeah.
Okay. And as a result of her telling you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids, what did you do?
Her parents came up, and I think I asked her at some point, do you feel like you need to be kept away from them? And she said no. And then, it was very confusing because a minute later she was making them lunch or playing with them or, getting them ready for bed or whatever it was.
So it was confusing in that she wasn't physically harming them at the time, but had these thoughts. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I never saw Lindsay harm the kids.
And did you also, as a result of these statements, suggest an appointment with nurse practitioner Gelada?
It wasn't as a result of these statements. That appointment was set up because we were at her parents' house in Wallingford for Thanksgiving, and she just described how she was feeling on the medication, and she felt that she was addicted to them.
Was that the benzodiazepines that she thought she was addicted to?
Primarily, and then she was taking Seroquel at the same time, and she might have been taking Trazodone or Remeron, I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall testifying previously that I called her parents to come up to stay with us, and I told her that I asked her who her doctor was because I was very concerned at this point. She was prescribed 10 different medications in just over 2 months, so it didn't make sense to me. And then you said, so after her parents came up, she said, I have a remote meeting with Rebecca Gelada, and you said, no, it has to be in person.
Yeah, I felt like it had to be in person because I just felt like there was a disconnect. I felt like we could figure it out, whatever was going on. Mm-hmm. So it seemed like most of her telehealth appointments were pretty quick, and there just wasn't like a lot of attention. And
were you present for these telehealth visits?
Only a few of them, okay. And they were after that meeting with Gelada.
Okay. And that appointment in person with Gelada was December 6th, 2022. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
So the thought of harming the kids was after Thanksgiving, but before December 6th. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Were you concerned for the kids' safety at that time?
No, I wasn't.
And why not?
Because she wasn't showing any intention of harming the kids.
And she told you she didn't have a plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, directing your attention to December 15th, 2022, did Lindsay go to Mass General Hospital to the emergency department that day?
Yeah.
Okay. And why was that?
I remember the reasoning being she told her dad that she wanted to commit suicide, and then she said to me, I told my dad I want to die, and it didn't bother me at all.
And as a result of those statements, you brought her, or did she bring herself to Mass General?
I think I brought her that time.
And at Mass General, she saw medical staff, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did they recommend to her some type of admission to McLean Hospital?
I remember there was one doctor who was in favor of that, and there were two others who were more in favor of a day program.
Okay. And did they give you information about a specific day program?
Yeah, it was Women and Infants in Providence.
And at that time, when Lindsay was saying that she was suicidal, was she asked if she had a plan?
By the doctors?
Or by you?
I was always checking in with her, and she never told me that she had a plan. I'm not sure what the doctors asked her.
Okay. And after being at Mass General on December 15th, did she go to Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island to attempt to get into their postpartum program?
She was already in. She went in as scheduled.
Okay. And but she didn't remain in, correct? She was just there for a day?
Correct.
Okay. And did she go by herself? Did you go with her?
I dropped her off, and then I took Dawson skiing.
Okay. And at some point in time, did Lindsay reach out to you to say she wasn't staying at the program and to come pick her up?
She actually said that the providers at that program suggested to her that she call me and have her come get picked up, and then that I should go in and meet with the providers.
Okay. And then after you picked her up, she was no longer in the program at that point, correct? At Rhode Island Women and Children's, right?
Well, we discussed it with the doctors, and their recommendation was that the program wasn't right for her.
Right. And so you guys returned home, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during this time frame in December, Lindsay's still working out at the Kingsbury Club, correct?
That might be true. I don't recall exactly, but yeah.
Okay. Do you recall her going to the Kingsbury Club on December 6th, 13th, 16th, 17th, or 18th?
I mean, I believe that can be true. Yeah, I don't recall those exact dates, but yeah.
At this time when she's saying that she's feeling suicidal, she's telling you she doesn't have a plan, correct?
Mm-hmm.
She's no longer saying she has any thoughts of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
She's still bringing the children to doctor's appointments during that time, right?
Yeah.
Do you recall her bringing Callan and Dawson to the doctors on December 2nd when they weren't feeling well?
Yeah.
And then she was able to call the doctor's office on December 27th and make an appointment for Callan and Cora when they weren't feeling well. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And take them to the doctor, I believe, with you, correct?
Maybe. I don't know.
And then on December 30th, she was able to take Callan to the doctor that day as well and interact with the staff. Is that correct?
Probably.
Then you returned to Mass General Hospital, the emergency department, on December 31st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you go back on the 31st?
Because she was still talking about thoughts of suicide, and I was exhausted. I said, I think it's time to go to McLean, and we didn't have a diagnosis, so we just didn't really know what was wrong. And I think for me, I was hoping that McLean could really evaluate her and try to figure out the best path forward.
Okay, so the path to getting to McLean was to go to the emergency department at Mass General and be referred to McLean. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that night while at the hospital, Lindsay was taking selfies?
No.
Too soon at these two photos, those things.
Right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted.
Can you exhibit me taking a selfie at the hospital? Is that correct?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And then the second page is just her legs in the doorway. Is that correct?
Yep.
As a result of going to Mass General and telling them about her suicidal thoughts, was she transferred to McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay with her throughout that transfer process, or were you able to?
I was not able to. For some reason, they transferred. I don't know if they do this with all patients, but she was transferred at 3 a.m.
Okay. And so she reached McLean in the early morning hours of January 1st then of 2023. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you visit her at McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
How often did you see her there?
I think I was able to go twice, or maybe 3 times.
Okay. And do you remember, what visiting hours were or what hours you visited?
I don't remember exactly, but it was, something like 2 to 6. And I think there were morning hours, but you couldn't just go anytime.
You couldn't or could?
You could not.
Okay. And so you, out of the few days that she was there, 5 days she was there, you visited 2 or 3 times. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And while you were there with her, did Lindsay talk to you about the treatment that she was receiving at McLean Hospital?
She told me about her experience. It didn't really seem like she was getting any treatment.
Okay. Did she tell you that she wasn't really getting any treatment or wasn't getting as much care or treatment as she wanted?
Well, I think by the third day, I said, what have the doctors said? And she said, I haven't met with the doctor. The challenge was she arrived on a Saturday, and then I think Monday was an observed holiday, so she didn't see a doctor until Tuesday. So until then, she was coloring and playing with clay and going for walks.
Were you aware that she was seen by a resident, a doctor, the first 2 days she was there, and then an attending on the third day that she was there?
No.
Were you aware that she was seen by a licensed social worker, group therapist, and other mental health workers every day while she was there?
Yeah, I didn't get any updates.
Okay. Were you aware that she was offered one-on-one therapy by unit staff every day that she was there?
No.
Did you know that she participated in group therapy on January 1st for 45 minutes, a session about illness and symptom management?
I was aware of some group activities. I didn't know the details of it.
And were you aware that she participated in 2 group therapy sessions, one for 45 minutes and one for 50 minutes, one on self-compassion and one on illness and symptom management on January 3rd?
I wasn't aware of the subject of any of the meetings now.
Were you aware that she declined further group therapy and treatment in the afternoon of January 3rd?
No.
Were you aware that on January 4th, she participated in a group for 40 minutes called medication management?
No.
Were you aware that she participated in a group on January 5th on expressive therapy for 45 minutes?
No.
And were you aware that she declined further treatment 2 times on January 5th, one to attend group therapy and one to attend a session on cognitive behavioral processes?
No.
Were you aware that Lindsay asked the doctors to be discharged on the 6th, Friday the 6th, because she wanted to go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
Not that I recall.
Were you aware, or did Lindsay tell you that she then asked the doctors to discharge her on January 5th because she wanted to go home and get ready for the party?
I wasn't aware of Lindsay asking the doctors to be discharged.
Okay. Were there any insurance issues in terms of insurance refusing to pay for her stay at McLean Hospital?
We didn't really get to that point.
You weren't advised by the social worker or any staff there that there were any issues with your insurance, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, but I wouldn't have cared either.
Would you have just paid for it if needed?
I would have paid anything, yeah.
Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to break?
Yes.
All right, so members of the jury, we're going to break for the afternoon recess, and we'll see you back here about 2 o'clock, okay?
Court, all rise. Close your notebooks, place them on your chair. Follow me.
I want to show you some photos here of the children and just ask if this is a fair and accurate depiction of how they looked in January of 2023.
Yes.
Thank you. We could have them mark this the next 4 exhibits.
All right. They may be marked.
So showing you exhibit 9. This is Cora, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what Cora was like in January of 2023, what her interests were?
I'm going to object at this point.
Counsel, could I see it sidebar?
And She had a lot of friends. And she just liked taking care of people.
And showing you Dawson, correct?
Yes.
What kind of things was Dawson interested in 2023?
He was into firefighters and trucks. And he liked Paw Patrol.
Exhibit 11, Alan. He was only 8 months old, correct?
Correct.
Did he have any interest or
He was just a happy baby.
happy baby? And then just showing you briefly Exhibit 12. Does this picture clearly indicate their sizes in relation to each other in January of 2023?
Yes.
After Lindsay was released from McLean Hospital, was there a birthday party for Cora on January 7th, 2023?
Yes.
And who had organized that birthday party?
I think we both did.
Okay. And where was it?
It was at Nova in Plymouth.
And was Lindsay present for the party?
Yes.
And do you recall who got all the supplies and everything for the party?
I think Lindsay did.
We could play a video. I'm going to ask you to look at a video and just tell me if you recognize this as a video from the party. Or was that from the party?
Yeah.
And was that Cora seated in front of Lindsay while singing Happy Birthday?
Yeah.
And there's a second clip. Again, was that Cora and Lindsay?
Yeah.
Hope to have the birthday videos as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
13 so far. From Cora's birthday party until January 23rd, 2023, did you check on and check in with Lindsay?
Every day.
And how did you do that?
I would ask her in the morning how she's feeling, how she slept.
And did she tell you that she was sleeping better?
Maybe a little bit better, but she's still struggling.
And did you ask her during that time if she had suicidal thoughts?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She told me no.
She told you what?
She said no.
No. Did she ever tell you during that time period that she was having thoughts of harming the children?
No.
Did you as a family go to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Was the defendant able to participate in activities with the children while at the museum on January 8th?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up some photographs. Just ask you to ID or identify everyone in the photograph so that the jurors can follow their movements through the video footage in the video. So if I may, down here in the maroon colored shirt.
It's Dawson.
Dawson, okay. And in the red skirt.
Cora.
And in the gray jacket.
Lindsay.
And here, pushing the carriage.
That's me.
And is Callan in the carriage at that time?
Yeah.
And permission to play the video, Your Honor.
Can I see again sidebar?
Your Honor, at this time, we'd move to submit the still photograph and the video pursuant to the discussion at sidebar. I'd move to submit the full video in as one exhibit for identification, and the timeline video as the exhibit.
Timeline. Did we you submit a copy of that later?
No, there's the full video that was provided by the Museum
Right.
of Science, and then there's a timeline that was created following the family through the museum, and we can get snippets from this video.
Okay, that's fine.
So for identification. Exhibit C, so marked. And the museum timeline for the next exhibit, exhibit 14. Sir, after going to the Museum of Science, well, let me go back to that for a moment. At the Museum of Science, do you recall the defendant being able to interact with the children at exhibits that required, manipulating knobs and materials and showing the children how to do those exhibits and interacting with them at those exhibits?
Yeah, Lindsay was always able to interact with our kids, even including at the Museum of Science.
Okay. And then after your trip to the Museum of Science, do you remember going to the Charlie Horse restaurant with the kids and Lindsay?
Yes.
And how soon after the Museum of Science was that? Do you recall?
I don't recall the exact dates.
Okay. And what type of place is the Charlie Horse restaurant?
It's like a family restaurant with games.
And how was the defendant's demeanor at the restaurant?
It was good. I was hopeful.
Why were you hopeful?
Because she seemed much better.
And then on January 14th, 2023, were you able to go to brunch with your friends while the defendant was home with the children?
Yeah.
And about how long were you gone?
About 2 hours.
Were there any issues or problems that you were aware of while you were gone?
No. She encouraged me to go. She said, "You've just been inside a lot. You should go out." And it was fine.
And while you were there at brunch, she send you photos of the kids and text messages?
I think so, yeah.
Direct your attention to January 15th, 2023. Did you and Lindsay and the kids go to the Cape Codder in Hyannis?
Yeah.
And was there a water park there?
Yeah.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It seemed pretty good.
Was she able to interact with the children and participate in the activities?
Yes.
I could bring up photos again. I would just like you to look at the photos to point out who the individuals are in the photo. So here in the dark shorts with the white band on the top.
It's me.
And then in the bathing suit here with the ponytail.
It's Cora.
And then in the striped swimsuit at the bottom.
It's Dawson.
And then here in the black bathing suit without shoulder straps.
Lindsay.
Lindsay. And is that was Cora with her?
Yes.
And in this third photo, is that Lindsay with Callan in her arms?
Yeah.
And that photo there, is that Dawson with the striped bathing suit?
Yep.
Yeah. We can go to the video with the court's permission.
How long?
I'm just going to go to certain clips. If we could start with from the beginning to 40 seconds in and play. Sir, if you could tell us who, well, can you confirm that that's you and the children and Lindsay arriving now?
Yes.
Would that be Cora in the purple jacket with the pink boots?
Yes.
And Lindsay in the gray coat with the backpack?
Yes.
And then if we could go to 139. And during this time, are you waiting to check in and get your wristbands and all of that?
Yeah.
You could go to 647. Do you recognize this play area?
Yes.
And did you and Lindsay and the children go over to this hardship area?
Yep.
Showing you here, is that Cora that just went down the slide?
Yeah.
And is that you there by the slide?
Yeah.
We can go to 1122. Let's see. We could go to 1406. Oh. $16.25. Sir, here at 1625. that Cora and then Lindsay that go down the slide together?
Yeah.
We can go to 1745. But the same thing here.
Yeah.
So she's able to interact with Cora and the others, participate in the activities.
Yeah.
If we could go to 4753, please. You're up in the corner here.
Yeah.
Is this you and Dawson and Cora entering the pool area?
Yeah.
Lindsay was with Callan at that time, correct?
Yes.
So you were comfortable with her being off in a separate area with Callan while you were with Cora and Dawson that day?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all. Thank you. I move to submit the card photos and timeline.
Again, let me just see over here just briefly, just so I have that straight. Thank you.
Sir, directing your attention now to January 16th, 2023. Did you go skiing that day?
Yeah.
And who did you go skiing with?
Cora.
And was it just the two of you?
No, we went with another dad and his son.
Okay. And who was that dad?
Adam Schwabach.
Okay. And was Lindsay home with Callan and Dawson that day when you went skiing with Cora?
Yeah.
Okay. Were there any issues or problems that you're aware of when she was home alone with the kids all day?
No.
And was she able to communicate with you throughout the day?
Yeah.
And how was that communication done?
Text. I might have called her. I'm not sure.
And do you recall texting each other back and forth photos of you with Cora and the boys at home and what they were doing?
Yeah.
And so she was able to take those photographs and send them to you without any apparent problem, correct?
Correct.
Show you the 3 text messages with the attached photos. If you can see those. Thank you. And sir, are these accurate copies of the text messages with the photos that were sent between yourself and the defendant on January 16th, 2023?
Yes.
If I could move to have these marked as the next 3 exhibits.
They may be admitted.
Exhibits 16, 17, and 18. Mark. And so, sir, showing you the first photo, which was marked Exhibit 16. Did you start off the conversation by sending the photo of you and Cora skiing?
Yeah.
And showing you Exhibit 17, did Lindsay respond by taking and sending this photo of Dawson?
Yeah.
And then did she respond again, sending you selfie she took of herself and Callan?
Yeah.
And you felt comfortable leaving Callan and Dawson home with her that day?
Yeah.
And why is that?
she seemed to be doing a lot better.
In what ways did she seem to be doing better?
Her mood seemed better. She was more active, and she was able to partake in more things.
She was also going to the gym during that time as well, correct? The Kingsbury Club?
That sounds right, yeah.
Were you hopeful at that time that things were getting better?
Yeah.
Did Lindsay's parents visit you the weekend of January 21st through the 22nd?
Yeah.
And whose idea was that? Do you recall?
I think it was theirs. I think they were just coming to visit to say hi.
Okay. And what did you guys do that weekend?
We just hung out and went to a friend's house on Sunday. They left after we got back from there.
And whose friend's house did you go to that Sunday?
The Carneys.
Carneys, okay. And who went to the Carneys?
Lindsay, myself, Dawson, and Cora.
And what did you do there?
There was a fire, and I think we roasted marshmallows or something like that.
Okay. And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was quieter that day. So, I mean, that was the extent of it.
Was she able to interact with the Carneys?
Yeah, but she's quiet.
Okay. And you said you returned home.
To Your Honor's drafts are necessary, and I'll just cite to the Commonwealth versus Brown, 449 Mass 747, it's a 2007 case, where it says that an instruction on voluntary intoxication is not required absent evidence of debilitating intoxication. Such evidence must support the inference that at the time of the killing, intoxication impaired the defendant's ability to form any requisite criminal intent. And so in this case, I understand counsel is going to argue, medications, and he's free to argue that to the jury. But as far as instruction goes, we're talking about criminal responsibility. We're talking about mental status at the time of the event, on the day in question of January 24th, 2023. There is no evidence to support that there was intoxication to a debilitating effect, as the Brown case indicates. I think what the best evidence the court has is that the defendant in her journals and in some statements that she made to the experts indicated that at the time of the offense, she was taking amitriptyline and one other medication that she had been on for quite some time. And Your Honor, now is evidence that it was a very low dose of amitriptyline. And there is nothing about the observed behavior of her on that day suggesting that there was any debilitating effects of the consumption of the prescription medications on that day. So we would ask that those sections not be included in the instruction. If Your Honor is inclined to include them in the instruction,
I know,
we are asking
silly
that
ass.
you add a qualifier into it's what's listed as paragraph 3, where it starts to talk about.
Is that on page 3, kind of Roman numeral 3?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
It says the defendant who lost a substantial capacity I have just described involuntarily intoxicated by prescription drugs. We would just ask that you add on the day of the offense to, again, just be clear to the jury that we're talking about her consumption or the consumption of the medication on that day. I did notice a quick typo on page 4 under Roman numeral 4. In that first full paragraph, where it's the consequences of a finding. It says in the maybe 5th line, it starts, if the court concludes the defendant is mentally ill and that her discharge would create a substantial likelihood of serious harm to himself.
Okay.
It's just a pronoun.
Right. Okay. No, I appreciate that.
As far as the remaining charges, instructions on the charges of first degree with deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity or cruelty, the Commonwealth has no objection to that. I would just note another typo on page 7. Where Your Honor lists out the Castillo factors. On the third factor, C and D appear to be on the same line, and there are just some numbers in there that I don't think make sense. This is the manner and degree and severity of the force used.
Oh, I got you. Yep.
And as far as the instruction on involuntary manslaughter, the Commonwealth would object to the involuntary manslaughter, and I would cite to the case of Commonwealth versus Garabedian, which is an older case, 399 Mass 304. It's from 1987, and it says that the defendant, in that case, the defendant argued that involuntary manslaughter was required because of evidence of involuntary chemical intoxication. That was a case where the guy was he sprayed chemicals on lawns, and he had an interaction with a homeowner and ended up getting into a physical altercation where they're strangling her, falling off the ledge, hitting her with a rock, and then strangling her with a shoelace. So in that particular case, the court held that an unlawful battery was quite likely to endanger life and hence could not be classified as involuntary manslaughter. So where it's a wanton and reckless conduct theory, I think that Garabedian is right on point to say that in situations like this, where we have the strangling of the individuals, of the babies, the kids, unlawful battery is quite likely to endanger life, that it shouldn't be an instruction for involuntary manslaughter. So I'd rely on that case to argue that that is should not be included in the instructions. And there's one more point. Your Honor, at one point when we were arguing about particular pieces of evidence and duplicative evidence, Your Honor did indicate giving some sort of instruction about the jury didn't consider the fact that there might be duplicative evidence as giving any more weight or importance. And I know you do have a small line in that where it says in the what is evidence section about the strength or proof is not determined by the volume. But I do think, again, based on the particular way in which the evidence came in and how the parties chose to display the evidence, and the fact that we have text messages in several different forms that are presented, some of them the full record, some of them condensed records, that some instruction to them that indicates that they're to give no more weight to any one than the other, even if it does appear duplicative in the record. I'd ask that something to that effect be added.
I think it says that on page 11, because I do remember that request. Like, if you look at under what is evidence, in this case, there may be certain documents or photographs that are entered multiple times. This does not mean that that evidence is any more or less important than any other evidence. So I put that in there, and I understand the request to maybe put that in a separate paragraph, but I have addressed it that way. I'll consider not whether I give it a separate paragraph. I do understand the request, but at least that's why I put that in there. All right. Anything else? Okay. All right. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Thank you for the time to review this stuff, Judge. If I may, just going through your proposed instructions, Roman numeral 1, introduction is fine. Criminal responsibility, paragraph 1 is fine. Going down on page 2, criminal responsibility, you indicate is a legal term. Not criminally responsible with a mental disease or defect, and then you make reference to lacking substantial capacity either to appreciate criminality or wrongfulness of the conduct or conform the conduct. That's fine. And then you define you don't define it, but you talk about mental disease and defect. I understand that the law is pretty clear that the court does not have to define mental disease or defect, but you've given them a framework within which to make that decision, which is acceptable to the defendant. There is one reference in there where, if I may, does not include abnormality only by computer crew. So you say in that sentence, the phrase mental disease or defect is a
Hold on, let me find that.
I'm sorry, it's page 2.
Yeah.
Second paragraph down after that first sentence.
I got the phrase. Go ahead.
Yep, mental disease or defect, in quotes, is a legal term, not a medical term. That's fine. It need not fit into a formal medical diagnosis. Fine. The phrase, quote, mental disease or defect does not include abnormality. This is what I'm just looking at. Characterized only by repeated criminal conduct. So number one, I just would suggest, I don't think we have repeated criminal conduct here. I'm just wondering if it might just be a little confusing. It is for you to determine, in light of all the evidence, whether the defendant has a mental disease or defect. If the Commonwealth has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not suffering from a mental disease or defect, Commonwealth has satisfied its burden of proving that defendant was criminally responsible. So I understand and have no problem with, I would think, all the way from it is for you to determine. My only question is in reference to where you put in the phrase about mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality characterized only by repeated criminal conduct. I don't think that that's based on the evidence, so it might be hypothetical, but I just assume not have that in. Next paragraph, if the Commonwealth has not proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt defendant was not suffering from a mental disease or defect, then you must consider whether, as a result of mental disease or defect, the defendant lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate or the wrongfulness of conduct or conform. That's a fair statement of the law. To establish that the defendant had substantial capacity to conform her conduct, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any disease or defect that may have existed did not deprive defendant of her ability to behave as the law requires, that is, to obey the law. And then you do indicate that that would relate to the word appreciate, understand, more than merely to know. And then criminality, and then you do get into means the legal significance of conduct, and wrongfulness means the moral significance, which is fine. I would ask that on the next paragraph you add in before wrong in the second sentence, Commonwealth must prove that the defendant knew and understood that her conduct was illegal or it was, and I would ask that you put in there morally wrong in front of wrong. And then the rest of that paragraph is fine from my point of view. Last sentence, the court notes, defendant must have been able to realize in some meaningful way that her conduct was illegal or wrong. And again, I would just ask that you would insert the word morally wrong. That paragraph is fine. Roman numeral 2. A defendant's lack of criminal responsibility must be because of a mental disease or defect. That's fine, but then the court says all that you need to determine, and I just would ask respectfully that you delete the all that you need to determine. It seems to kind of, and I know that's in some of the instructions, but I think it kind of dilutes the gravity of the issue for the jury. It's almost minimizing the burden for the government, and it's unnecessary, so I would ask that that go out. And then you could say the jury has to determine the issue and then go into the rest of the instruction as you put it, rather than saying all you need to determine. Further in that paragraph, where defendant lacks substantial capacity to appreciate, again, that's appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the law solely as, okay, voluntary intoxication. Believe it or not, after 5 weeks, I think we agree. I would ask that the court not instruct on voluntary intoxication. I appreciate the fact that looking at the model charge, and I know when Your Honor is using that as a guide, they do make reference to voluntary intoxication. I just don't see that there's any evidence here of voluntary intoxication that would trigger a pre-existing mental disease or defect. I don't see that there's any issue such as a lot of the cases, as you well know, when you're dealing with a defendant who's snorting cocaine or shooting fentanyl or smoking weed. I know the recent case of Commonwealth versus Aldo Dunphy, D-U-N-P-H-E, is a guy that had a marijuana psychosis, dependency, and we don't have any of that here. We just have prescription medications that were provided to the defendant. So I would ask that the court not reference voluntary intoxication. I would ask Going down to Roman numeral.
So would you ask, so Roman numeral 2 on page 2, not give?
Yes.
And Commonwealth, that you would be in agreement with that?
Yes, but I think like 2 also follows with Roman numeral 3.
But we haven't got to 3. So I want to make sure that I just kind of want to make sure as I'm going through this, it's kind of dense, you know, as am I sometimes.
Yeah, it is.
So I just wanted to make sure. So Roman numeral 2, both parties are of the position not to give based on the evidence as it's developed.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep,
all right.
thank you.
I'll consider that. I'll strongly consider that.
All right.
And then, so that takes us to paragraph 3.
In paragraph 3, if I'm not mistaken, I did skim it pretty quickly. I think it does also reference voluntary intoxication. And here you're specifying prescription drugs, and if the defendant knew or had reason to know that her intoxication would trigger or intensify a mental disease or defect. I don't think that the evidence supports that. I agree with the Commonwealth. I would ask that Roman numeral 3.
All right, so by agreement, nobody's requesting paragraph 3, correct, and I'm highly likely not to give that.
All right. 4 is fine, Judge. Roman numeral 5.
4 goes to the same thing. It's just a reiteration of the final. So if
yeah, so that would go out. Yep.
4 is kind of a trailer to 3. Okay.
Roman numeral 5 is okay. Paragraph 3, 4. Okay, so again, if I may just say, without skimming them now, anytime it's referencing voluntary intoxication, maybe that could be deleted. Because I see in paragraph 4 on Roman numeral 5 on page 3, it does reference again her voluntary intoxication from prescription drugs and that type of thing. So that would go out. Paragraph 6, talking about in the event that the defendant is indeed acquitted by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. I know the court has the obligation to instruct the jury as to what potential ramifications would flow from that. I believe that's a fair statement of the law. Instructions on murder in the first degree, deliberate premeditation, cruelty and atrocity, those are all fine. Second degree, that's fine. Involuntary manslaughter, I do think certainly the facts as presented and the evidence does justify the instruction as the court.
Let me hear you. What's the argument in regards to the involuntary manslaughter?
Well, the argument regarding the involuntary manslaughter is clearly that the defendant intended the conduct that resulted in the death of the deceased, and the conduct in the event that it was not such that her conduct was as a result of her suffering from a disease or defect, intentional, premeditated, and intended to be cruel and atrocious, that would reduce it down to manslaughter, and it would most certainly be wanton or reckless. I will be addressing voluntary as well, but I think it's clear that on the evidence that if the jury determines that defendant committed an act, defendant, as a result of the act, the victims were indeed died, that there's a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to the individuals as a result of the defendant's conduct, but yet we're not talking about a disease, a defect that rises to the level of not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. You would then revert to, or default, if you will, to the standard of wanton and reckless conduct. And we know that wanton and reckless conduct under the Lansky case, basically if a defendant does an intentional act that is not just negligent, it would have to rise to the criminal standard or the criminal level of being wanton or reckless. So I think that would, in fact, justify an instruction on involuntary manslaughter. If you want, I can continue with the voluntary manslaughter that I would ask the court to instruct. And that would relate to the issue of diminished capacity. I know the court is very familiar with Commonwealth versus Gould. I believe it's 300 Mass 672. Supreme Court decision, Patterson versus New York, that talks about evidence of a defendant's emotional or intellectual or mental state of mind that does not rise to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, but it could certainly rise to the level of extreme emotional disturbance that would be manslaughter, not murder, and that would be under and consistent with the United States Constitution as well as the Massachusetts Constitution, because in addition to Commonwealth versus Gould, we have case law, as I'm sure I know your Honor is aware, that talks about diminished capacity. It talks about mental disease or defect. If in fact there's evidence of a mental disease or defect, mental impairment, but it does not rise to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, then under all of those cases I just cited, plus Garabedian at 399 Mass 34, as well as my old case of Thomas Toolin, 490 Mass 698, you can have evidence of mental disease or defect that does not rise to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, but it would mitigate or reduce from the ability of the person to know that what they're doing is in fact cruel and atrocious, to know what they're doing does constitute premeditated malice, a forethought. We all know what the concept of malice is. You get the three prongs of malice. There's no doubt that mens rea is important on the concept of malice. And if a jury says, well, look, the evidence is that she was going to these doctors, that she was getting prescribed medication, she was taking the medication, she was in a postpartum depression stage. I don't buy the postpartum psychosis, but I think that clearly she was over-medicated or had medications that she was involved with, plus her postpartum depression. That would then justify them to say it reduces her ability to think, to react, to know as it relates to malice, which under those cases I cited would reduce to voluntary manslaughter. So that would be voluntary manslaughter. The willful wanton conduct would be involuntary manslaughter. Reasonable doubt obviously is fine. All the rest of the instructions that you gave or that you would give are fine. I would ask that the court consider the prospect, and by way of considering involuntary intoxication. And I did cite a couple of cases, Commonwealth versus Wallace and Darsh, Piantadozzi, as it relates to evidence of involuntary intoxication. And that would apply if, in fact, there's no intentional ingestion of cocaine or some type of illicit drug, but in fact, it's a prescription drug that she was ingesting consistent with the drug instructions, if you will. The drug laboratories and the pharmaceutical companies, they market these products. Some of them have black box warnings on them. We've talked about that a little bit in this trial, talked about the age cutoff, but nevertheless, it's scary stuff. You're talking the selective serotonin uptake inhibitors, you're talking about tricyclics, you're talking about antipsychotics. So if in fact this young lady did not have a disease or a defect that rose to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, but as a result of the drugs that she was prescribed, not abusing, not mixing with illegal or illicit drugs, that would allow a jury to determine that it would be manslaughter based upon the involuntary intoxication. And finally, I would ask that the court entertain giving a Bowden charge in this case. We know that the case law under Commonwealth versus Bowden allows the court, upon evidence presented to a jury, of inadequate police investigation. Because if you recall, way back in the day on this case, I did move for a bifurcation, and my argument to the court was that defendants in lack of criminal responsibility cases are really hogtied, if you will, because to have the lack of criminal responsibility, you have to admit involvement in the crime. But yet, when you're trying the case with lack of criminal responsibility, the government still has the burden to prove to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of, based on the evidence, that particular crime. And if there's evidence of a police investigation that is deficient, a jury does have a right to consider that as a basis of an acquittal. They can consider that for purposes of finding reasonable doubt based upon the lousy investigation. In this case, it wasn't just a lousy investigation. It wasn't even an atrocious investigation. It was no investigation. In this case, Judge, the police, I think we all would agree, even the government, they basically accepted the fact that she strangled the kids are in the basement, she's guilty, and we move on. They didn't investigate anything. They didn't test the screen. They didn't even take a picture of the screen. They didn't see if there's any blood on the screen. There's no crushers for the alleged crushing of the medications. There's no indication that there's powder that she was crushing the medication to ingest the medication. There's all sorts of questions regarding the blood spatter, the blood. The police never investigated. They come into the court, they talk about their investigation through the crime scene laboratory and state police. And every question that I would ask about the door, about the blood drop on the door, about the siding, they come 6 months later or whatever, they take the siding, it's degraded, they can't even test it. I could go on and on and on with the horrific investigation in this case. So I think it would be fair for the court to instruct them on Bowden. That's it.
All right. Commonwealth, I know there was one, there were two requests I think that were, you may not have been aware of, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to be heard. One is the Bowden instruction. Also, one is the voluntary manslaughter. Before I let you do that, if I'm looking at the instruction that I have as a possible instruction regarding involuntary manslaughter, Mr. Rankin, if we took the word involuntary out of there, doesn't that instruction there apply to the argument that you're making, considering the last paragraph?
I'm sorry, which paragraph?
Yeah, up on page 8.
Okay.
Where it's talking about the manslaughter instruction.
Yes, I do.
In the last paragraph, it talks about the ability to consider evidence from either a mental impairment or consumption of prescription drugs.
I agree with that, Your Honor. If we were to fashion that, I think that instruction would.
So just one instruction.
Voluntary, involuntary, it doesn't really matter.
That's what I wanted. That's kind of what I was thinking. Just to go.
I agree with
if
that.
I give it would just be one instruction, and I wouldn't name it either involuntary or voluntary. It would just be if I give that. Okay. All right. And I think Attorney Buckingham, I don't know, I know the Commonwealth objects to that anyway, so I'm not asking for the assent on that. But what about the Bowden instruction?
So, Your Honor, we would object to the Bowden instruction. Again, counsel is free to argue whatever he wants about the police investigation in this case, but as far as failures of the investigation that have been identified in the course of the trial, I don't see that there is any. And everything that Attorney Reddington just said about what they didn't test, they didn't test the screen. Well, there's clear photographs of the screen and the condition of the screen, and that was very apparent. That was done on the day of the incident. It was documented. Witnesses testified about that. Witnesses gave statements about the window in and of itself. The blood on the outside of the house was observed. There's been adequate testimony about why it wasn't swabbed on that particular day, and there also has been adequate testimony about subsequent decisions to go back and get information or get the swabs from that area and what testing was done, and that there was testing done to identify that it was the defendant's blood that was on the outside. So I think that the evidence, the claims have been made, but the evidence shows that there has been an adequate police investigation. The only point of contention appears to be the drawer and the pill bottles, and there's been some claims made about things that were not done about those things. But again, I think there's been adequate testimony about why those things weren't flagged on that day of the incident. Police weren't aware of the fact that there was actually an ingestion of medications on that particular day. And when they did notify, or when they were aware, we had prescription bottles that were provided by Patrick Clancy, but those bottles in that drawer conveniently never got produced for testing or further analysis. So I think, again, he's free to argue it. I don't think it rises to the level of an instruction. And just to kind of as a side note on a comment about involuntary instruction, I don't think there is a one. So I would ask that the court not consider that, because I don't think there is an actual instruction about it. Again, counsel is free to argue that in the form of intent, in the form of whether the Commonwealth has met its burden regarding criminal responsibility. But as far as I can find, there's no particular instruction on that. And if Your Honor were to provide an instruction, then according to the case law, if it's raised to that level, then we would have the burden of proving voluntary consumption, which would put all of that back into play that we've now just agreed.
All right. Well, I am going to give a manslaughter instruction in line with basically what's on page 8. I am not going to give a Bowden instruction. The defendant is free to argue that any deficiencies that he feels that are in the investigation, certainly free to argue. I will not give the voluntary intoxication instructions in regards to the criminal responsibilities. So I'll have a better draft in the morning, but I just kind of wanted to let you know what the instructions are so that you can prepare your closing arguments. And speaking of those closings, how much time do you think you may need on that?
I'm usually pretty quick. I would say half hour.
All right.
I was thinking more of an hour.
All right. I was thinking of all the testimony, all the exhibits. If the parties want an hour, you don't have to use it all. And like I said, I've seen all three of you try cases, so I know you'll be making progress. So if it gets to 1 hour and 1 minute, I'm not going to push the button. So just so we can kind of have some estimate. All right. Anything else we need to address, you think, before tomorrow?
No, thank you.
No.
All right. Well, Counsel, again, thanks for all your efforts in regards to this. So I'll have a full copy of this first thing in the morning, and we'll do arguments in charge, hopefully as soon as we are ready tomorrow morning.
There is one other minor matter that we've talked about. There is that police report, the security sergeant from the hospital, Brigham and Women's, that we're going to redact and just reduce to like a paragraph. She's the one that I summons, but she's on maternity leave. And we could introduce that, just that one paragraph. And we're missing one exhibit, which is the Infants Hospital in Rhode Island, but we're going to look and see if the government has it.
We don't have it. I thought that, but we'll double check. I thought that defense had decided not to put in anything from that report because he was going to provide a proposed stipulation for that portions of that report, and then he didn't. So I didn't think that, and then we both rested, and then I rested again. So I didn't think that was coming in, but I'm happy to look over what defense is wants to stipulate to.
All right. So why don't we do that? If there's a need to technically reopen the case so that the parties could put in what they thought they put in, if it's by agreement, if it's just in regards to some of those records, I think we could do that. So anything else?
No.
Oh, how about redactions? That was the other thing. Was it just that one report, a couple reports we're going to have to deal with?
I believe that everything that required redaction has been redacted.
All right.
I think so. Yeah, I'm not aware of anything we have to.
All right. I'm just asking. All right. So thank you very much. We'll see everybody tomorrow morning. All right. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Oh, well, get the symbol in your brain for tonight so you see it in your dreams.
Ooh.
There you go.
I don't, Maggie, I don't know.
And then.
Do what?
What are you not knowing? What are you not knowing?
I mean, that changes things for me. Remember when I talked to Beefcake and he explained to me what reasonable doubt is? The first thing he asked me, had the judge charged the jury yet? Meaning, did he already give them instructions? And I said no. And he said, usually they like to save it to the end because they don't want the jury sitting back going, well, well, we could give her involuntary manslaughter. You know what I mean? Like instead of murder. You know what I mean? They want them just to listen to that before. But now that we've heard what the instructions are going to be, have you changed? Because I'm bobbling.
I missed it.
How did you miss it?
Let me tell you, because the fucking Ryan comes in and starts speaking to me every time at the
Fucking Ryan? Who the hell does he think he is?
And I'm fucking giving him the eyes to go, shut up! Shut up! He's not listening to me, fuming.
Let him know immediately.
He come in, he went, you know who's dead? And he's telling me. I went, oh my God, you'll be dead in a minute if you don't get out my road. Oh, God.
Yeah, rest in peace to Tim Curry, you guys.
So what happens? Give me just a brief. Baby child's distracted me. Yeah, he's distracting me all the time. Oh, you want to see how many times I've been distracted today? It's 100. I went, no, I'm sitting here, you know, I am still alive. I do still hear. Can't cope. What is a miss? Just give us a little quick.
There's been a couple times I have muted your hot mic. But that's right? Okay. I left mine on a couple of times and everybody heard the dogs protesting. So you muted me too.
I heard you talking. I went out to the bathroom and I heard you talking and I didn't know. I thought it was that woman. And then I realised it was you on the mic.
Talking to my dogs, y'all. Listen, we have a whole conversation.
It wasn't your dogs. You was talking.
Who was I talking to?
I don't know who the fuck you were talking to, but you were talking. You might have been talking to the dogs. I couldn't make out what you were saying.
We have a whole conversation. We really do. Because each of them move their heads differently to like they understand
left
me.
And right, don't they? I know. I can't cope with it. Lee, can you stop?
Can I stop?
Can you stop telling me that their heads goes left and right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
It's okay.
All right. Let's talk about the what was just going on really quick.
Okay, go on.
I didn't learn it until I saw in chat, and forgive me because I'm tired. I'm going back to bed immediately. But I forget who it was in chat that told us that this was called. See, I already forgot what it's charging statements or charging something, meeting or gathering or I don't know. Anyways, and that means I soon found out while listening, it means that the judge they were going to both sides were going to talk to the judge about what they think what they believe the jury should be presented with. Is it murder? Is it manslaughter? Or premeditated or not manslaughter can't be premeditated. Anyways, all these different charges. I can't even think anymore. I'm done with this. I'm so done. So anyways, what they can charge her with, what they can hand down as her, whatever they're charging her with, right? I'm sure chat's yelling it out to me because I'm sitting in the garage. I gotta smoke.
Yeah, well, I'm more confused than ever. So just leave it, Gail.
I'll just leave it. Tomorrow you'll see it.
Pick up tomorrow. So we'll be back in at 9 in the morning.
We are back in at 9, and the judge, just want to say, the judge told the jury as they were leaving, we might be a little bit late, but you all know that's my fault.
Yeah,
right.
I know.
And anytime he says that,
we're not going in at 9.
No, but that's a good time to catch up because I don't know about y'all. See, what's going to happen to me, I can already tell you. Leanie's going to go in there and jump in bed, right? I'm going to be attacked by dogs who wants to decide who wants to sleep next to me. Then I'm going to have to tell them bedtime. That's what I say. And then they know to lay down. Well, then I'll lay there and I'll keep flipping back and forth and think about this case and think about what was just said. And then I'll fall asleep and then I'll wake up in about 2 hours and I will do as much research on it again.
Bye, Evie. See you tomorrow.
Bye, Evie. Good to see you.
Have a good sleep, Eve. Sleep for her as well. She's in Scotland. Go on, carry on, Gail.
So I know that's what's going to go on for me. I'll flip back and forth and probably listen to more testimony one more time.
Oh, I couldn't.
And then,
well, no.
I just can't help it. I act like I'm in the
full of
jury
it right now. Isn't your head just absolutely up to there listening? I can't. I've got to switch off, Lee. I'll have to go and watch another murder mystery thing, but I can't be watching this.
Well, And then tonight, no matter what, I have to do a what not live because this trial has
You're
messed me up
slacking.
on making some money. I've been slacking big time.
You're slacking
So
big time. Well, I haven't lifted a duster up. And I was supposed to do it before today, and I haven't. And I'm going to have to do it again before bed. And then I'm going to stand there and fucking blind all about it. Fuck this and fuck that. Just thought to tell you that.
well, I thought I'm glad you did tell me that, but I'm not at all surprised that you would be fucking this and fucking that.
Bye, Katrina.
Bye, Katrina. Bye, everybody who doesn't want to listen to me.
This is how we get
Maggie.
Katrina when we're tired.
Yeah, even when we're not tired, we just babble on. But you know what?
I'm a lady.
I'm not. But you know what? I think that we've learned shit all today, and it's been very frustrating.
I've learned nothing today.
Yeah.
I really haven't. Oh no, I have.
What'd you learn?
I have. I learned that doctor told lies. That Patrick didn't tell him that, and he didn't. He would speak. We learned that. We've all been wondering whether she spoke or not, and he was absolutely lying. So did Patrick tell him that? Will we ever know Patrick told him that? Because by the sounds of it, Patrick didn't tell him that.
I think if his goes to trial and they don't try to settle out of court with him, everything's going to come out about Patrick's role in all this. He's going to be questioned up one side and down the other. Why did you leave her? If she was so sick, how many times did you leave her?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, so it's all going to come out.
How many times did you go? What was the hotel? Was it a double room? Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. It's gonna be nuts, which would be great, but I honestly can tell you guys right now that if they do go to trial, let's just all pray it's like 2 years out, because I don't think I can listen to any more of these same people again for a while. I just can't
listen to that bear words a big gain in my life.
No. And so there's that, but I'm too tired to go. I did pull up what trials that Court TV is really looking into and looking to have on. Like I said, there's a list of them, like 10 of them that they were watching closely and that they wanted to broadcast. One of them was this. Another one was what's her name? Karen Reed. The other one was we just finished it a little while ago and I forget already. Anyways, there's quite a few left. So they have blocked off all next week for this trial right here. So what I'm thinking is, until one of those trials, the big trials, comes up that they want to do, what they'll do is they'll just put another slot in there, another couple of their shows in there and stuff like that until the trial starts. That's what I think is going to happen. But they're not the only ones that cover it. Well, they're the only ones that's easy to cover trial and not worry about having to get struck for it. But anyways, Maggie, I love you.
I love you too, Lee. I'm going.
Let's just go. Should we just close it?
Press go at the same time. We're not even going to play a song. We're not even going to play the outro. Right? Let's go, Lee. You get off, Lee. Go and sort you what not.
When I'm tired or when I'm pissed off, I say, and this is my outro, and I click out. Because I'm too pissed off.
I don't know whether to play an outro and let everyone say the goodbyes. I'll
play a little outro
and let everyone say the goodbyes. Because I'm the good. Listen, I'm the good angel. You're the bad angel. I'm going to let them say the goodbyes. You can F off. Bye, Lainey. Love you. See you in the morning.
I love you too. Thank you, Moz. We appreciate you so much. Good to see you, Ma Barb. Love you with all of my heart. Maggie, I love you more than I love my 2 middle fingers. See you guys tomorrow. Super excited. It's going straight to the jury.
See how nice I am today, guys? And she fucking audible, isn't she? Right to the last second. Get off, Lee.
Shut up.
Get off.
Straight to the jury tomorrow, and we're going to hear closing arguments. See you bright and early in the morning. Be good or be good at it. Bye.
Bye. Bitch. What are you going to do? You're not there now. You can't get me.
Don't fucking piss me off, Maggie. Do not piss me off.
Yeah, but guys, I could easily just bin here right off here now if I wanted to, but I wouldn't because I'm the co-host and I need the job. Do you know what I mean? Pay shite like, but I need the job. Anyway, so Lunchy, you're funny. You're funny. Anyway, good night and God bless to everyone. Good day to everyone. My eyes are burning out my head like I'm being pepper sprayed again. So I'm going to play an outro just so you can talk and say goodbye to everyone for the next 3 minutes. Okay? Okay. Nice. See you soon. Ciao. Can't even find one now. Oh, is this the one? Yeah. Bye.
Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And every once in a while, you need a break from the mundane. So come back to see your friend, or she'll wonder where you've been. According to Leanie, she appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, but she needs you, and that's the beauty of according to Leanie. So thank you for your time. You are a friend of mine. I'll be happy to see you again on the next According to Leanie. Be good or be good at it. Until next time, love Leanie, love Leanie, love Leanie. Next time, love Leanie, love Leanie. Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And every once in a while, you need a break from the mundane. So come back to see your friend, or she'll wonder where you've been. According to Leanie, she appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, she needs you, and that's the beauty of according to Leanie. Be good or be good at it. Until next time, love Leanie, love Leanie, love Leanie. Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And every once in a while, you need a break from the mundane. So come back to see your friend, or she'll wonder where you've been. According to Leanie, she appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, but she needs you, and that's the beauty of according